All right. Hey, what's up? What's up? Great to see everybody. Miss Nene Days is in the house. Hola. Great to see you. Let's see. Looks like we have Filipino Hardworking drop by. Thank you for dropping by. All right. So yeah, I'm getting ready to get back to some of All right. I think I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Having an issue with the old V8 card here. Sharing my sound. So let me just double check. And then we'll kick this off. Show you guys a couple of little things I've been working on and some cool little projects. All right, you guys can hear me. Okay. So pretty much what this video and series is going to be about. These are some projects that I've been working on, and I got a video series that's going to be coming out here within the next few weeks. And I'll be sharing this not only on my YouTube, but on my Discord as well, and my Rumble channel. And I do have another channel called M3, which will be another YouTube channel, which will be more, like I said, tech and other video. So pretty much what this course is going to be covering is OSINT, which is called Open Source Intelligence. And as you see here, we're connected to another computer. And before we start, just want to go over this disclaimer that I posted in the chat. Disclaimer: all information provided in this video or live stream is for educational and informational purposes only. The techniques and methods demonstrated utilize publicly available information, OSINT, and are intended to help viewers improve their own operational security, or better known as OPSEC, and protect against digital threats. The creator assumes no liability for any misuse, damages, or illegal activities that may arise from the use of this information. Always ensure your investigations comply with local, state, and federal laws. As well, we'll just go standard liability and disclaimer. All information provided in this video is for educational and informational purposes only. The techniques and methods demonstrated utilize, whoops, where I just read that part. Go down here. The video is strictly for educational purposes. Any actions or activities performed based on the content of this video are solely at the viewer's own risk. The author is not responsible for any misuse of the tools or techniques discussed. The reason why we're doing that is we don't want to get any ding-dings or any strikes from YouTube. So, pretty much just to kind of give you guys an idea, what I'll be kind of doing here is I've been using some AI, okay? And I've been using ChatGPT, I've been using Grok, as well as Gemini. So as you see here, hey Gemini, I would like to be able to create an open source intelligence video series for my YouTube with no time limits or restrictions. And I want to be able to create a virtual machine challenges and lab to present with the students as we progress from beginner to more advanced scenarios. And be able to create a mock lab with a complete YouTube script and step-by-step procedures on how to create video series, as well as the lab and challenges. Can you help me? Well, as you see, the prompt gave me some scenarios and stuff. So what I wanted to do is share with you guys pretty much what my YouTube and my video series will be doing for the next possibly 6 weeks to 8 weeks, if you guys want to go along with the journey. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating our own lab from our own local computers, or if you want, you can create them virtually if you want, like I'll be doing with virtual machines. And what we're going to be able to do is I'm going to show you a lot of different tools and a lot of different platforms that we can use, but we're also going to make this engaging. So what I did is we're going to create a storyline, and we're going to do this like a capture the flag. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through each scenario, and we're going to use hacking techniques and OSINT techniques to kind of find like a where's a Waldo. And as you progress through, you're going to learn more detailed skills on pretty much hacking, ethical hacking, as well as networking, and as well later on we're going to work into our lab a SOC environment. And the way that this capture the flag storyline goes is we're going to have, we'll just say, an AI that's going to go rogue, and it ends up taking over the network, but we got to shut it down. The thing is, it knows just as much skills as we do. So therefore, I thought it'd be a pretty cool storyline to do with all the AI fluff and all that, but we're going to be able to use real world scenarios and tools to be able to try to isolate the AI. But there's going to be some twists and turns along the way. So it's going to break out of the virtual machine. It's going to be able to pivot through the network. And this is where we're going to start getting into more advanced topics like SOC, a Security Operations Center, and a SIEM, and certain tools that we'll be able to use to monitor the network, and as well isolate this AI, as well do some malware reverse engineering. So it's going to be a pretty cool series. So I'm going to build it out. So hopefully you guys will enjoy and like this along with me. So let's start out and ask, what is OSINT? Okay, so let's come back over here. And we're going to connect back to this computer right there. All right. OSINT and investigation techniques encompass approaches that you use to investigate, collect. Let me see. Can I make this a little bit bigger for you guys? Let's see. I think I can do it from this side. Let me see. I might have to do it from this side. There we go. Okay, so if you see here, OSINT investigation techniques encompass approaches that you can use to investigate, collect, analyze, and convert open source information into intelligence. OSINT methods are used by investigative professionals and law enforcement around the world. Techniques range from social media intelligence, SOCMENT. Who's this? Hey! Who's this? Lead School? Lead School. Yahoo! Great to see you. Oh, yeah, they're wishing you a happy birthday. Yeah, and if you guys don't know, Miss Nene Days, who's in the chat, her birthday is going to be Saturday. So Saturday afternoon or evening, probably around like 7, 8 o'clock, I'm going to be doing a birthday stream. So we're going to be singing some karaoke and all that. So if anybody wants to come along and join, come in and feel free and wish Nene a happy birthday. So hopefully you guys will join for that. Okay. So as we see, open source information into intelligence. OSINT methods are used by investigative professionals and law enforcement around the world. Techniques range from social media intelligence, which is SOCMENT, to public records, domain infrastructure, open source, multimedia analysis, and more. Below are 100 plus categorized OSINT investigative techniques. Now what we're also going to show you throughout this course, and even in this video, we're going to do some challenges that I found online to where we're going to use some images that we're going to download, right? And then we're going to look at the metadata inside those images and EXIF data tools, and we're going to try to figure out where some of these pictures are located, and we're pretty much going to try to track somebody online through social media and post. So you guys kind of get a roundabout idea. And what kind of motivated this course was, there's some, as you guys know, and we're going to cover this as well in some of this referencing, and as well as my video series, doxing, because it's kind of become a popular topic, and we'll just say a couple of communities that's been over here, we'll just say on the American side of things, we'll just say there's been some people that's been misusing, we'll just say unethically, some information to go and try to expose other people by public information. So again, I'm showing you guys these techniques to show you that yes, you can find information about people, and there's tons of tools, and we're going to get ready to get into them, as well as some virtual machines and all that. But I want to show you guys these are the same methods and techniques that cybersecurity professionals, law enforcement, all of them use. Now again, we're using this for ethical purposes and educational purposes, okay? So we're, like I said, we're not trying to dox or any of that stuff. Okay, so let's see. What are the 5 main intelligent disciplines, right? The 5 main intelligent disciplines represent types, because you notice I always keep referring to OSINT. Well, there's other types of information gathering that we can do, which is all public information online by paid and open source tools that are freely available for anyone to use. The 5 main intelligent disciplines represent types of source material that intelligence is collected from and interpreted through. OSINT is one of the 5 intelligent disciplines. Intelligence is also acquired through human engagement, signal analysis, visual data, or scientific measurements in the other 4 areas. So if we see here, you got human, which is human intelligence. Intelligence gained by way of interviews or human contact sources. Think of like a police officer, right? When they arrest somebody and they take them into a room, they're going to question them, right? And they're using techniques and stuff that they use to try to get information out of the individual, right? And again, you understand we have rights, and we're going to also get into the legalities and the laws of OSINT. So we know how far we can go and where the gray areas are. Because again, we're going to do all this ethically and in a controlled environment, because I don't want anybody stepping out into a gray area and using any of this information for malicious intent. And if that is your purpose, please don't watch this video and move on. And you can find these tools anywhere online. I'm just letting people know, though, you will be prosecuted if you use any of this information maliciously or without other people's permission. Okay, we're not here to use it maliciously. My thing is to use some of these techniques to look up information about yourself, and you'll be kind of very surprised on how much stuff is out there. So the next part, SIGINT, which is signals intelligence, intelligence gathered by communications and electronic signals. IMINT, this is imagery intelligence, intelligence gained by analyzing imagery. MASINT, measurement and signature intelligence, scientific and technical information obtained by sensor measurements. And then, what we're talking about, OSINT, open source intelligence derived from public information from the internet, media publications, public government information, and etc. So the key characteristics of OSINT methods and techniques. So if you see, this is where we're going to get legality and ethical use that I keep definitely going on about. Perhaps the most significant advantage of OSINT tradecraft is that it relies solely on information that is publicly available and or obtained through legal means. Methods do not consist of hacking, cracking password attacks, social engineering, or any other means to circumvent computers or physical security to provide to private data. Now, what I will be doing throughout my courses, though, we're going to be doing some ethical hacking. I'm going to show you some methods and the tools and the methodologies that we use as we go on our challenge. We're going to use OSINT as one of our techniques and tools to put into our toolkit. But we're going to branch out. But I want to show I'm trying to introduce people into cybersecurity, but it's a big umbrella. So I'm trying to show you that you got forensics, right? Like data forensics. We're going to dive into some of that in some of our labs to where we're going to be able to, like I said, understand the hardware, to be able to fingerprint the hardware, to fingerprint a browser, to make sure that that device is what was used in an engagement for any malicious activities, right? And then we're also going to show you step by step the legal ramifications on how do you hand off data, right? Or your research and information to an officer for prosecution. And there are tool sets and platforms that we will be using so we can make sure our data is not corrupted and that we'll have none of our information that was gathered that can be questioned, right? Because you understand, in a court of law, especially in the United States, everything has to be done by a procedure. If anything is contaminated along the way, it's thrown out and you can't use it as evidence. Therefore, you can't prosecute with it, right? So we're going to cover that as well. So some people will be like, oh yeah, a lot of these tools that we're learning and stuff, this is a skill set that is used in a profession to where you can make very good money by doing this, especially if you want to work in law enforcement, in the military. Again, cybersecurity. If you want to work in a SOC, cyber data analyst or any of that, malware research. So, because of this, perhaps the most significant advantage of OSINT tradecraft is that it relies solely on information that is publicly available and or obtained through legal means. Methods do not consist of hacking, cracking, password attacks, social engineering, or any other means to circumvent computers or physical security to obtain private data. Because of this, OSINT is often regarded as both ethical and legal. The non-intrusive collection, okay? Again, there's different ways we could do this. The techniques involved with OSINT are passive by nature. Unlike other forms of intelligence gathering, when conducting OSINT, you're only collecting what's available in the public eye. Then you process and analyze that information. This is why OSINT is extremely useful for either assessments or opening stages of an investigation. Different diverse data sources. OSINT is also unique because of its sources. OSINT investigative methods pull from websites, blogs, news sources, public government records, social media forums, multimedia files, and even the dark web. And we will touch upon that as well. And also how to keep yourself secure by doing this, okay? With sources, this diverse analysis can obtain a full picture of who or what they are researching. So the analytical focus. Open source intelligence gathering isn't simply about harvesting data. OSINT researchers spend a lot of time analyzing information they've gathered to create intelligence. Whether you're doing threat hunting, tracking digital breadcrumbs, or performing sentiment analysis, making sense of the information you collect is how you turn open source data into actionable OSINT. Now, this is how we can do scalability, okay? OSINT research can range from small to massive in scale. You can manually search for information with nothing but a web browser. And that's a lot what we're going to be doing, a lot of passive information and data collecting. Or you can write scripts and use powerful tools to process huge volumes of information. You can grab bits of data to pull from multiple data sets to aggregate and correlate. Timelessness and real-time insights. OSINT can be used to gain timely and even real-time intelligence. And this is where it does get pretty interesting, especially with AI. There's a lot of different sites, and let's just jump into it. So I'm giving you some explanations and stuff, and we could get back to this. But let me just kind of give you guys a few ideas of things here. Okay. These are some OSINT tools, okay? Now, with some of these, I'm going to go over and I'll show you a couple of great websites and stuff that you guys can visit. But these are 15 of the most popular ones, right? So we got OSINT Framework. We got Google Dorking. We got The Harvester. Security Trails, an API. You got the BGP View. Shodan. Built With. Have I Been Pooned? Some of these I've actually covered before in some of my previous videos. But why don't we, let's do it this way. So let me minimize this over here. And what we're going to do, this should connect. Give me a second. All right. Got a little bit of music in the background. Just got to give you guys an idea here. There's some AI that I created. Let's turn that down just a little bit. All right, so to give you guys an idea, what we're going to also be doing is, if we come here, this is the OSINT Bible. If you go to GitHub, as you see, this is, I guess, I'm not sure if I'm saying the name right, Frango Barriera, the OSINT Bible, 2026 version. If you actually don't know much about GitHub, these are repositories that are posted up by, what did I say, developers, engineers, just anybody that's working on different projects, right? You don't always have to be techie to do this. But what's cool is you can download this. And let's see if we could. There we go. Okay. Bring it back over here. And it should start scrolling. There's a little bit of a delay here, so let me see. So if you notice, this repository is dedicated to the responsible and ethical practices of open source intelligence, OSINT. All information, tools, and methodologies provided herein are intended solely for educational, research, and lawful investigation purposes. Users are strongly encouraged to adhere to ethical guidelines, respect privacy rights, comply with applicable laws and regulations, and obtain necessary permissions before conducting any investigations. Misuse of this information for illegal activities, harassment, or violation of privacy is strictly prohibited and may result in legal consequences. By accessing this repository, you agree to the content responsibly and ethically. So if we look through here, it gives us some fundamentals, right? So it says right there, OSINT Intelligence obtained from public sources without violating logical or physical access. We got OPSEC. Minimize the footprint by VPN, a VM, an alias, or a metadata strip. Intelligence cycle. You got direction, collection, processing, analysis, and dissemination. PII, if you guys don't know, that's personal identifiable information. Information that identifies an email, a phone number, RFC, corporation, an IP, IMEI number, or a MAC address. A primary source, original publication, like a tweet, official PDF, or a photo. They're like EXIF data. A secondary source, article citing the primary validate. As you see here, we got the 4-step methodology. Define question. What do I want to know, right? So the first thing we do on a target is, what do we want to know about this target? The second question we always ask ourselves is, identify the sources. And these are the tables below that we got all these different tools, and I'll show you different. We're going to go through some scenarios, okay? Collect, manual plus automations. Now with AI, we can automate a lot of this process for us. Validate and document by screenshots, hash date, URL, and archive.org. The data type. So let's say a usual location. We want to look up LinkedIn, Facebook information, right? There's a tool called Migrate, and we will go through some of these tools in just a few minutes. Email. There's such thing as data breaches, newsletters. HIBP is a tool that we can use. Let's say we want to look up information on a phone. So again, people like to use, like I said, a lot of, platforms or apps, right? That I tell people, very insecure. WhatsApp, Business, Truecaller, right? We can use this by a tool called Infobell. Forums, gaming, GitHub. There's a tool called Snoop. We can use photos. So what we can do with a photo? We can geolocate and find EXIF data or metadata on those images. We can also look up like domain registrations for websites. So we can use Whois and certificates. We can use a tool AMAS to look up this information. IP addresses. Powerful tools like scanning with Shodan. And Shodan's a very, very interesting tool. We can use crypto wallets, so blockchain explorers, like BlockCypher. Here's a mind map that actually kind of gives you an idea. So let's see if we can zoom in here, if you guys can see this a little bit better. So if you go up, you can see, whoops. Let's see if we can make this a little bit smaller. Where did the image go? I screwed it up. I think I broke it. I'll come back to the mind map in a minute. Alright, so different types of ways we could do things, right? So we got Google Dorking. So there's 20 essentials that you can do. So you can do like government PDFs through Google Dorking. Exposure. And like I said, all it is, Google Dorking is being able to write expressions or search features, but knowing how to put those words together to have Google narrow it down. Now with AI, it makes things a lot more simpler on Google Dorking. So as you see here, we can look up IP cameras, right, through Google Dorking, but there's tools and platforms like Shodan, which we will get into, that'll show you a lot of these. You can do emails like linkedin.com, and then you put the company's name. It's all about format on how you can Google and do Google Dorking to find out information on your victim or target. Also, we have different search engines that we can use, right? So as you guys know, we got DuckDuckGo, right? We got Yandex. Yandex is great for looking up images, okay? It's a Russian website. You got Baidu, Start Page. There's no logs. So this gives you a lot of different browsers that you can use to be a little more, definitely more secure online. But let's come over here. I want to show you guys a tool, and this is one of the virtual machines that we're going to be setting up for our lab. We're talking about all these tools, but instead of installing each one individually, what if we can find some platforms, some virtual machines that already have these tools already built in, right? So the two that we're going to cover, The main one is CSI Linux. Now, if you guys look here, let's go to About. There's a video, but your digital forensics and OSINT operating system. What's great about this operating system and stuff is law enforcement definitely uses this, and a lot of private investigators. Okay, so again, when people are sitting here saying, "Oh, yeah, I do private investigating online," I'm showing you the exact same tools. It's the internet, so we can all use this information, right, to find out tons of information about multiple things. And the main thing is checking on your own self and data to figure out what information is about you that's out online, right? But again, there's some really cool organizations. And the second one I want to show you is this one, Trace Labs. Trace Labs is another virtual machine with tools built in. What's cool is they actually do have a capture the flag, right? And challenges that we will be going through. But what's great about them is they help find missing and exploited children. Now, this is where we're going to get onto a topic that I don't want to get dark, but we do know this stuff exists. Now, the thing is, this is why people do use OSINT for ethical reasons, right? For the better of humanity. If you notice here, introduction. This is a VM that you can download, right? And it tells us how to set it up. And I'll go through all this with you guys. But I want to give you some information about, they should, I thought I have, we'll go to the Trace Labs website, and I'll give you guys some more information. But see, CSI Linux is an open source operating system dedicated to providing a comprehensive platform for digital forensics. So not only are we going to be doing OSINT, we will be doing digital forensics. And what's built into this is an actual platform to where we can put all of our data and keep it all organized, and it'll also keep it from being able to get contaminated and to keep it isolated from the internet. But if you see here, forensics, incident response, and OSINT, open source intelligence. Our mission is to equip professionals with the tools needed to combat modern cyber threats. We believe in open knowledge and a strong community. If you come here, they also have, these are the tools, right? So they got OSINT. They'll conduct in-depth investigations and gather intelligence. Digital forensics, recover and analyze digital evidence from various data sources. Malware analysis, examine malicious software in a secure environment. And incident response, respond effectively to security incidents and breaches. They do have an academy. And just to guys show you, I can't remember if it's this one. If you come to this site, the CSI Linux site, they do have a free course, okay? And again, it's basic, but it gives you a general overview on how to use CSI Linux. And I think you do get a little certificate if you complete at the very end. But they also have other certifications that are known and very well respected within the community. But as you notice here, so you got the CSI Linux Certified Investigator. It's an entry-level certification covering the basics of using CSI Linux. And if you come here, it'll tell you more about it. And they give you prices as well. And some of these, yeah. See, this is the free one. If you come in, $0. And like I said, all you got to do is sign up with your email, you enroll, and you actually get to go through the little course. Gives you great information and a great way to use the tool. And again, I'll be stepping through giving you guys information, but they also have a YouTube channel which gives you a lot of information that talks about the CSI Linux tool. Now let's see, can I go back? So you got also the CSI Linux Certified OSINT Analysis. Now again, this is a certification. This one is paid. Validates expertise in open source intelligence, focusing on collection, analysis, and reporting of public information. The other certification is CSI Linux Certified Dark Web Investigator. Specializes on dark web investigation, applying to data collection, analysis, and reporting of dark web information. You also have Certified Computer Forensics Investigator. designed for professionals to master digital evidence collection, forensics analysis, and cyber investigations. Certified social media investigator. See, that one here's pretty cool. Focuses on data collection, analysis, and reporting of open source information from social media platforms. Now, again, their courses are going to get way more detailed than the stuff that we're going to be doing. We're just going to be doing, like I said, very passive and just moderate information that you can find out online. Certified blockchain and cryptocurrency analysis. So if you guys are wanting to investigate, scams or whatever with cryptocurrency and stuff and work with law enforcement, this is another certification. You got covert comms, so communications, advanced training in covert communications and safeguarding digital assets in hostile environments. CSI Linux certified instructor. You can also become an instructor, and I'm like, hey, they pay very well. And like I said, let's look at the OSINT course, because I want to see. I think it's like $300. Let me see. This is USD. Might be more than that, but $385. So CSI Linux certified OSINT analysis, and you do get a certification, like so by completing. But yeah, $385. And if you click here, they tell you about the course. So see, you can take this course right here. Certification overview. The CSI Linux certified OSINT analysis course certification is designed to teach investigators how to collect, preserve, and analyze and report publicly available information in a way that is structured, lawful, and operationally sound. It covers the life cycle of an online investigation, from foundational OSINT concepts, which is what we're going to learn, foundational concepts, and pre-investigative preparation through anonymity, persona development, online collection, domain and phone analysis, social media, image and video evidence, geolocation, tracking changes, misinformation, AI challenges, cryptocurrency, and final reporting. Its purpose is not to teach random internet searching. Its purpose is to teach how to turn open source into actionable intelligence that can support real investigations and real decisions. See, what we're doing is we're going to be doing stuff for like engagements as a red teamer or a pen tester goes. But again, you can also go deeper, and it can open up a lot of paths and skill sets for you, right? Opportunities. As you see, the course is useful because modern investigations increasingly begin online, long before traditional evidence is collected. For law enforcement, intelligent personnel, private investigators, and cyber responders, DFIR, digital forensics, an analyst, journalist, HR professionals, recruiters, researchers, and related professionals. The course provides a disciplined framework for identifying online leads, preserving digital evidence, avoiding attribution mistakes, and protecting operational security, and converting findings into clear reporting. The certification is built around core domains such as OPSEC, operational security, technology basis, laws and ethics, identification, collection, and preservation, examination, and analysis and reporting. So see, who is this course for? Notice, law enforcement, intelligence personnel, private investigators, insurance investigators, cyber incident responders, digital forensics, DIFR analysts, penetration testers, right? That's again, red teaming. Social engineers, recruiters, human resource personnel, researchers, and investigative journalists. Exam format, it's self-paced, training and quizzes, an online test, 85 questions, which is multiple choices, 2 hours long, a minimum passing score of 85%, and the cost is $385 USD. And here they break it down, like I said, phase 1, phase 2. And this is where I'm getting some of my information or my ideas for my capture the flag, and as well some of my challenges that I want to present by using a lot of these same techniques, again, not on as a deep level, but kind of on the same mindset and thought process that would be used in a real life scenario. So that's what I want to build out. So by covering all this here, let's bring this back. So as we see here, If we come up here, we can go downloads. Now, if you notice here, CSI Linux downloads, the default username, and you got to keep track of this, it's going to be CSI, and the default password is CSI. CSI Linux has many updated tools, features, and additions. Now again, this is the free version, okay, that we're going to be using. So, when turned on to CSI, the Tor VPN, so we're going to be using a VPN, which is using Tor. It encapsulates all traffic through Tor, similar to Tells. And if you guys aren't familiar with Tells, Tells is a great Linux operating system to where you're pretty much, you never touch a disk. So the thing is, everything that you do on the platform, as soon as you can put on a zip stick, as soon as you unplug, everything's gone. It's like you're a complete ghost on the internet. And again, a lot of cyber forensics, cyber security professionals do use Tells. It's a free platform on Linux. Anybody can use it, set it up on a virtual machine. So all these tools that I'm showing you, definitely play around with them, try them out. And again, we'll touch upon a lot of this when we set up the lab. Today's stream is mainly going about kind of giving you guys an idea of the new series that I'm creating, as well as building the labs out that I'll be doing in this series. If you guys don't know, I do have a Discord. It's located in the description of my YouTube channel. So if you guys want, come and join the Discord. Come and hang out. I know it's been dead for a while, but we're about to revive it, because I got a lot of projects we're going to all start working on, and it's going to be hands-on labs, and I'll be with you every step of the way. So if you have any questions or anything you want to pick my brain, or even if you want to contribute and stuff, I want to make this a community engagement event. And what's pretty cool with this CTF is, once it gets completed, I want to post it online to have other people engage with us, right? And as the community grows, I want to kind of build it out in like a series. And I've already got some of this set up. Like I said, the primary lab's already set up. But yes, I want to be able to expand this out. And again, we're going to start covering a lot more topics for anybody that's just a beginner wanting to get into InfoSec, information security, or cybersecurity. But again, we got to always learn the fundamentals, right? So networking, to me, it's just a love and a passion of mine. And that's how I started. And I hope that a lot of people want to fall in love, right? Hey, Legend. Great to see you guys. Oh, no problem. No problem. Thank you for dropping by, man. Yeah, and if you guys don't know, Legend here, if you guys can, like I said, go over and give him some support and check out his stream and see what he's going on with. But great to have you, man. Thank you for dropping by and the support. So, pretty much, yeah, what these classes are going to do is going to be building fundamentals from the ground and building out a lab. Not only are you going to have a lab, but you can put this into your portfolio to show employers, hey, I do got experience. Hey, I do work on different projects, and you have the skill sets. So the thing is, it's not always about certifications. If you've got the knowledge, certifications do help. I'm not going to lie. They open up the door, right? They get you past HR. But once you get your foot past HR, it's up to you. Hands on keyboard. Show people that you're competent, that you know. And again, I'm not saying that I'm just an expert in all these topics. We will just say I'm a jack of all trades, right? And I'm trying to go from the beginner stuff to bring younger people up. And I'm also learning as well, because the scenarios and the frameworks that when I first started coming up, it's all changed. AI is revolutionizing everything. And people don't want to believe it, but if you don't, you need to learn AI. I know there's a guy, Network Chuck's like, you got to learn this. I don't like to say that, but we'll just say it would behoove you to learn how to prompt and get some understanding of AI and how it can assist you. Because if not, you will be left behind. Programmers are learning that, because if you guys don't remember, I don't know, what was it, about 4 or 5 years ago? You had the coal miners, all these people that was losing their jobs, right? And people were like, oh, learn to code, learn to code. Well, isn't it funny that all those coders that don't know what actual real work is, getting your hands dirty, because again, I'm like most people. I did not come from a white collar job. Blue collar workers, right? Getting your hands dirty, actually physical work out in the sun, in the heat. Getting an office job and having air conditioning, that's just a freaking blessing. And why not? Work smarter, not harder, right? But at the end of the day, it's not rocket science, right? I'm not saying it's for everybody, but I don't want anybody to ever feel that you're to be intimidated, right? You can learn this. If you have a passion, because that's the thing too, just because you can learn something you're really good at, do you have a passion for it, right? If you don't have a passion and stuff, then why pursue it, right? 3-5 years down the line, you're going to get burnt out. You're going to hate it. There's no perfect career out there. Everything's going to take hard work, but if you love it and have a passion, and if you're like me, you just like to explore, right? Explore and try all these different things, you'll learn it. It's not a race, right? And when you learn it, it likes to just be competent with it, right? And you'll feel more confident. Rome wasn't built in a day. And as you grow and you progress and stuff, you'll be able to help other people below you. And that makes you feel really good when you got younger people to say, you know, hey, I haven't seen this before. And you'll be like, oh, yeah. And then it'll be like, wow, how long have you been doing this? Oh, I've only been doing this about 6 weeks. And they're like, and you know all this already? You'll be very surprised. At first, it's very daunting. You see, there's a lot of information. It's like a big water hose, right? Spraying at your face like a fire hose. But at the end of the day, breathe. Take it easy. There's people with you. Some of us has been around a long time too. Some of us, I do think we kind of forgot we were like gatekeepers. We forgot what it was like when it started out. Well, guess what? A lot of people that's been around for a long time, AI and stuff, this is all new territory. So we're learning along with you. So now, we'll just say it's balanced out. But if you guys love technology, you love tinkering around and stuff, then yeah, hopefully you guys will follow along. So let's go down a little bit more further here. So right here we got the CSI Linux Virtual Appliance. This is what we're going to be downloading. Now, for those that might be complete beginners, we have these things called virtual machines. Hey Thins, great to see you. Nice, thanks for dropping in. So for those that's new to technology or cybersecurity, hey Nice, or is that Nika? I think it's Nika, sorry. The letters are really small. I got my bifocals on, and if I don't tilt my head up. Hello, sir. Hey, sir. Great to see you. So what we got here is, oh, LTC must be around. Yeah, this is from LTC's community. Thanks, everybody. Support from LTC. Oh, and LTC community, if you don't know, Nene Days, she's Team Yahoo, or she's part of the supporter. Her birthday is going to be Saturday. So, Mary Yahoo and Rix and some other people are going to be doing a live stream for her. So if you guys can, since she's on around your time zone, definitely go over and support her. And for my American friends or anybody else up later on Saturday evening, probably around 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern time, American time, I'm going to be doing a live stream and singing some karaoke for Nene's birthday as well. So yeah, if you guys can wish her a happy birthday, it'd be greatly appreciated. And I love all my Filipino friends. You guys, I love you guys. Always giving me some support. It's great. But yeah, with virtual machines, what it does is it's being able to host an operating system, like another computer on your computer, as long as you got the hardware and the memory, right? So what we're going to be able to do is, well, kind of like what we're doing right now. If you guys don't know, this computer that you see here is actually, hey, this is Windows 11, right? But I'm remote connected into an old tower that's over here. And again, when I say old, it's probably about 10 or 12 years old. And what I got running on here, just to give you an idea, on this is called, let me see, I might better get through the other screen. Hold on. There it is. This is Zorin. Zorin is a Linux operating system. The cool thing about Zorin is Windows 11, you got a lot of Windows users that are kind of fed up, and I'm kind of fed up too, right? With all the updates, AMs, with all the updates and everything that Windows has been doing, they're getting a little too, we'll just say, evasive, right? Getting involved in everybody's information, and then we got all this AI and stuff, and everybody's kind of sick and tired of it, right? So I'm just telling people there's other alternatives, especially on older hardware. So what I'm using here is called Zorin OS. It's free, okay? And the cool thing is, they got a paid version and a free version. The free version is, it's got a couple of themes that you can get laid out, but if you come here, let's see. The one that I'm using, this is the theme that I like, the way that it's laid out, but it comes pre-installed with a lot of the same tools that Windows has, right? And they also got this slick feature that they can run Windows programs on here as well. And it also finds alternative software that you could use on Windows. And it's not as evasive, like I said, by spying on you. It's very, very fast, especially on older hardware. And let me see if I can show you here. It should be under... There's a layout. I'm trying to remember. This is the software store. Think of it like a Google Play Store or the Windows Store. So what you can do is you can look up all your software here, right? And then they give you recommendations and all that as well, see? And then your updates and all that, everything's all automated, right? So therefore, it just works. That's what's great about it. And if you're coming from the Windows world, when you think of Linux, people are thinking like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be stuck in the terminal and all that. Well, what's cool is, this is laid out almost exactly like Windows. They also got a Mac theme that you could use as well. But like I said, the theme bar and stuff, you could change this up with a lot of modifications that you could do. There's your Wi-Fi settings, you got your Bluetooth settings. I'm using a dark theme mode that I'm using here. You can do Zorin Connect, which is to your other devices. So let's say you got like your smartphone or another, I don't know, another PC or another tower or whatever in your house. You can actually have them connected together. So now you can take, right, you're watching a movie here. You can pause it and come into the other room and pick up your YouTube and watch it on the other device. So again, you can share your documents or files, everything all across all medias. If you come here, you notice we have the calendar, all that stuff is synced up as well. It's got different browsers. I use Brave. Brave is a lot more secure compared to a lot of other browsers. You can use DuckDuckGo. And let's see. This is a screen recorder. But again, yeah, very cool operating system. Now what we could do here is we'll come back here. And I should be able to get back to my screen. There we go. Okay, so with CSI Linux, this is going to be the virtual machine that we're going to be using, okay? And if I come here, I'll show you guys exactly what we're about to do. Pull up my virtual machine, because we're going to use VMware. VMware Workstation Pro is free. You can also use VirtualBox, but I always use VMware Pro. And again, by being the free version, it's just more stable. And to me, you just get a lot more options than you do with VirtualBox. But let me show you guys here. Alright. Now let's see if this delays for a second. And I'll pull it over. But as you notice right here, it says, the virtual appliance is available in 3 formats. VirtualBox and VMware. Choose the version that suits your environment. Now, like I said, we're going to be downloading and installing CSI Linux for VMware. Now, if you notice, the minimum requirements, and again, these are minimum, but you can't run with less specs. But the minimum requirements, 6+ gigs of RAM on your PC, 140 plus gigs of free space, suggest more, 2 cores, You can use KVM or QEMU, which is a virtual appliance and machine for Linux, but we're not going to do that. And just need internet access, right, for the updates. This is an old legacy CSI Linux bootable image, which you can still get this for triage and all that to do offline, but we're not going to be using that. It's pretty much discontinued now. Here's some triage apps. And then later on, we're going to learn this later in the course, but the CSI SEAM virtual appliance. The CSI SEAM virtual appliance is available in two formats, VirtualBox and VMware. And what's cool, we're going to go a lot more into what a SEAM is here in just a few minutes. But let me show you here. Pull this over. This is the virtual machine. Okay? So as you see, these are all computers, operating systems that I've got running on this old little tower. Now I don't got them all running at once because it would crash the computer. Because what we're doing is we're going to be sharing memory and hard drive space, right? But again, it's all virtual. So none of this exists. But it thinks it's physical hardware because it is running on physical hardware, but it's all isolated environments. And we're going to have up our own virtual network. So when you think of a VPN, a virtual private network, we're doing this virtually. And what we're going to do is have other computers connected to other computers so they can communicate across our virtual network. And this is also how we would hack and all that as well. So if you see here, I got like this, Windows 11 Killer. This is a Windows 11 virtual machine that's set up for, what to say, a scammer bait box. And what scammer baiting is, and like I said, we could do some of this in some of my series if you guys went to onto Discord, is we set up a, what to say, a virtual machine, which is Windows 11, and you ever get those numbers that call you and say, hey, you got a virus, or hey, we're Amazon and you got a package to be picked up. Well, we're going to have them. We call the number up, and I'll show you guys how you can securely do that without using your own real number. And what we're going to do is we call the scammers, and then we let them remote access. We're going to put AnyDesk or another remote application software on our computer, and we let them connect to us. But they're not connected to our real computer. They're on a virtual machine. And what we're going to do is while they're on the machine, we're going to reverse the connection. Hey, May and Margie. But what we do is when we reverse the connection, we're going to connect back to the scammer. And now what we're going to do is we're going to be on his computer. And we're going to take his files. And we're going to copy them. We can watch him through his camera. You understand? Like, we're going to hack them back. And the main thing is what we try to do is we're trying to waste their time so they can't hurt other people online, especially senior citizens. I live in Florida, and a lot of these senior attacks are done by scammers to the older people, and they do make millions and billions of dollars by doing this. So we're just trying to, return the favor back to the Okay, sorry about that. Anybody who's got a V8 card knows these things like to get hot and then they drop down and get knocked off. All right, so again, we were just going over our virtual machines, but let's come down here again. Yeah, and again, a lot of these are going to also be in my training and in the labs. So this PNet, this is more for a networking lab, and again, you'll be able to see like a server side. It will show server administration, network administration. So anybody who wants to get into like Cisco certifications and stuff, we'll be able to cover topics like that as well. My Kali Linux, and I actually got the new version 2026.1, I think. They got some really cool new tools, and this is what I use for hacking. So this will be our attacker device. GNS3, that's a little more networking. This here is the Trace Labs, and then this one here is the CSI Linux. So let's fire this up, and hopefully, fingers crossed, this ain't going to crash my system. So let's watch this. So let's go here. So as you see, it's loading it up. Okay. And we can also go full screen. But right now, we're just going to give you guys, like I said, this is just the demo. And then this is what my course is going to be built on. I'll show you guys how to install all this and how we're going to actually be able to set up our lab as well as our scenarios. No problem. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. And what time is it right now, too? 9:07. Oh, yeah. It's 9:07 in the morning. So enjoy your Friday morning in the Philippines. Now, as we recall, the credentials on signing in to this is CSI. That's admin as well as the password. And it's just like any other operating system. Like I said, there's a little bit of a learning curve, but again, once you kind of go from, especially with Linux world, if you it's just like anything, right? You once you kind of learn the basics, you just learn some of the extra little tools and stuff and where they're placed, and we go from there. But yeah, this is really great for, like I said, investigations and as doing a lot of OSINT. And a lot of the tools are already pre-built in. Okay, so let's give it a second. And if you see, Ubuntu 24.04.4, the LTS. So that's pretty much long-term service. But since it's built on Ubuntu, this is what CSI Linux is built on. The same Debian Linux. And I was doing a little bit of a challenge yesterday, and I used some of these little tools because there's this UK channel that I found, and it's called UK OSINT, and they got challenges, I think it's every week, and we're going to go through, and actually I'm going to go through one of those, and we're just going to have a little bit of fun with it so we can kind of sample around with some of the things that we're learning with some of the OSINT. And again, this is just a mock demo and just a presentation to give you guys an idea of stuff I'm going to be working on. And if you're interested in this type of stuff, we will have a Discord, and I'm going to be making video series. So therefore, you can watch, at your own pace and go along. And again, if you need any help or hands-on and setting up a lab and questions, I have the Discord, and everybody's freely welcome to join. And it's in the description of my YouTube channel. And Discord's free as well. All right, let's see. What's taking so long? Give it a second. Should be getting ready to pop up. Should give us a login prompt. Hey, Break Room. What's up? All right, so here's our login, okay? So what we're going to do here is, if I can get back over here, get into the virtual machine, be nice. Come on. Okay. It's just lagging a little bit. Okay, so CSI. is our login. Hit enter. And it should get ready to log us in. And what we can do here, if I come up here and we're going to go view, probably going to log this system really slow. Yeah, on Discord it's a little bit easier because I'm not streaming. But people don't realize too, I am using some older hardware and equipment, and it does wear on my system, especially when you're streaming. Okay, so if you look here, come on, respawn. All right. Okay, so this is the terminal, okay? Get out of the way here. No, come here, you. All right, so if you notice, these are all the tools that's already installed in on the system. So if you come down, see, CSA Case Management System. Now, the thing is, this is actually used, like I said, by law enforcement, as with our description went before. So the thing is, when you set up a case, you're going to put in the name, you're going to put in your ID number, you're going to do with whatever, right? Because this is exactly what you would be using as if you were a cyber forensics investigator and doing a case report. And the thing is, we're going to isolate and keep all of our information, our photos, all of our findings, our forensics, and all that logged into one place. So if you see right here, we also got, this is the right blocker. This is our Tor VPN. So remember what I told you is, it's a virtual private network, but we're going through the Tor tunnel, which therefore is going to keep you somewhat anonymous, okay? Your anonymity. But there's some other hardening tools that I will show you guys when we set up the virtual machine, how we will become more like a ghost, because even with OSINT and all that, you want to be able to make yourself as low profile as possible, okay? Here's our terminal. So it's an emulator that you got here. You got Only Office, which is just an office tool. They got the web browser. You got this for Exodus. This is for crypto wallet if you guys want to do stuff like that. This is our Onion Share, and we'll get into a lot of these. There's Montego, a lot of these tools here. Hunchly. There's Wireshark for scanning the network. That's an extractor. IDA. So this is the freeware version of IDA, but this is for reverse engineering. You also got Autopsy, which is by doing a forensics investigation. So a lot of cool tools that are already built in here. As you look here, if you click here, now it gives us right here. So notice, this is more than just OSINT. This is a full security suite operating system that you can do this research and investigation with. So if you see here, OSINT and online investigation. So if you see, the tools are already, it's similar like Kali Linux, right? And Kali is for penetration testing, right? And ethical hacking. But they also got another version of Kali called Purple. And Purple is more for, we'll just say, the security side of things, like the blue team, the defenders, okay? And again, I will get into a lot more detailed information and hands-on and step-by-step with all of this training if people, like I said, if people are interested. And again, I'm making courses just for this. And again, there will be hands-on and explained, because I know I'm probably missing a lot of information. I know I am. And again, I'm trying to keep this as basic for newcomers that I can. But if you really want to know, we're going to build from the ground up. And I guarantee you, what is that? Give me a month of your time and you will be solid on this information. Within a week, just the OSINT techniques I'll be able to show you and stuff, you'll be able to randomly go out and find information. Again, ethically and, what to say, morally, right? We're not trying to do any illegal doxing or anything. But if you want to see how people actually do dox you, Now you're going to find out how they're finding the information. And there's ways that I'll show you how you can protect yourself and get that information removed off the internet so people can't have access to that information. Okay, so if you see here, you got OSINT and Recon, right? So this is domain. So think of a domain, right? Website domain, websites, right? So these are all the different tools that we can look up here. Email OSINT. Now again, this is why I kind of tell people, if you're going to, anytime you do OSINT or anything online, we got a thing, we call them sock puppets, okay? And a sock puppet is used for, think of like a ninja account, a burner account. You don't want that linked to you. So I notice a lot of people on YouTube, you're putting your, now hopefully it's a burner email. But if that's your personal email that you use for your, daily, day-to-day life or emails on your YouTube, that's not smart. That's public information. And with certain tools, and I'm not telling people to scare people or to be malicious with it, but we'll just say Sherlock is one easily tool. And again, we're going to get into showing you guys a lot of these tools. And what I want to show you guys some live demos right now, but I don't want to, I want to save that for my classes. But we'll get into a bigger description of the tools, okay? Because like I said, if we go right here, see SockMint social media, right? There's an alias generator we can use here. There's OSINTgram, look, Instagram OSINT. And you guys have an Instagram account? We can find out information about people's Instagrams, right? Sherlock. This is one of the main tools I use. And what's great with Sherlock is it's for gathering, like I said, just information that's out freely on the internet. Now, again, for me to go website to website and think I'm going to find, no, we can automate this. So with Sherlock is anybody that's on the internet, unless you're using a Ninja account, like especially with your YouTube accounts, you have screen names, right? Well, that screen name or an email is used everywhere, probably on the internet, unless you're using a different account for each platform that you sign up for. So like your WhatsApp, your Facebook, most people are using that same screen name across all platforms, right? So the thing is, if we got a tool that I could type in, let's see, we should be able to do this. Give it a second, because I don't think I got this connected to the internet. I had it shut off yesterday, so it might not work. But I'll show you if it comes up. I think they got a 9-line version that I could show you as well. We'll just type in my name, mentors. And what we're going to be able to show you, yeah, let's do it that way. All right. Because I don't have this connected. So that's part of the situation. I got this network segregated from my physical network in my house. So what we're going to do here is, I'm going to come back here. We're shutting the virtual machine down now. And again, this will be what we'll be using in the lab. And we'll get into a lot more information. But let's see. Bring this over here. All right. So let's come back here. So again, this is where you would download that image. Okay. And once this gets here, I'm just waiting for that to shut down and things will speed up for a second. Okay. Now, once this shuts down, it'll speed up because I notice everything's kind of slowly. Yeah, give it a second. The screen went blank. Everything's trying to load back up. All right. Now, this is Trace Labs. Again, it has a lot of, this is mainly for OSINT. This here is, okay? CSI Linux does a lot more. But again, they're both virtual machines that we will be using throughout the lab and the courses. And again, we'll be stepping through all of the features. Well, the features we'll be using, not every single feature, because that would take a long time to cover all that. Come on, shut down. All right. I thought I still had this open. All right, sorry about that. I'm just waiting for this to shut down, and it's taking a while. And I don't know if it's just crashed my system. It looks like it froze, but we'll give it a second here. And yeah, I'm still online. All right, let's see if I come over here. That's just that machine. So I got this one over here. So what I could do here is, I just want to show you guys a couple of things. So I'm waiting on that machine there. We'll come back here to Windows 11. Okay, so if you see here, I'm going to have different classes. So these are other features that I'm going to be using for my SOC class. This is called a Security Operations Center. So as you now notice, we got OSINT, Open Source Intelligence, right? Then we talked about a SIEM, and we're getting ready to go into some more information about exactly what a SIEM is. They're just different tools that's used inside a SOC for monitoring and security applications. Why is this? All right. I think it just responded back. Let's see. Give it a second. Come on. Power. All right, I think I just got it to finally shut down. Okay, let's come back over here. Like I said, these are just links that I got set up for my class here. And I'm getting ready to step through a lot of these. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's shut that off. Okay. And we're going to minimize that down, connect back over here. Okay, so as you see, this is the soccer SIEM, right? And this will be another course in a class that we'll be teaching outside of the OSINT. But as you see, building a SOC and SIEM home lab involves deploying a virtualized environment with a vulnerable target, a SIEM engine, and a network monitoring tool to simulate real-world detection. The core architecture and tools. We're going to use a hypervisor, which is like VMware. Use Proxmox or VirtualBox to host multiple virtual machines, VMs, for isolation and easy snapshotting. A SIEM solution. And the one we're going to be using, well, we'll actually be using a couple of them so we can practice around. But we got Wazoo, which is an open source, easy Docker deployment, excellent for log collection and endpoint security. Now, if you guys also don't know, there's a platform called TryHackMe. With TryHackMe, we can all sign up. They have free accounts, so you can sign up for a free account. And what we could do is they've already got scenarios like a course, like a class that we could step through, a challenge that'll go through a SIEM, and we'll be able to actually see how it operates. So therefore, if you don't have the hardware, or we'll just say, the capabilities to host this on your own local machine and the virtual machines, I also want to use some online platforms that will automatically be self-hosted, and all you got to do is through your browser, I'll still be able to engage and participate throughout the course. So we're going to be using Wazoo. There's also Elastic Stack, which is ELK, which is another SIEM that they have. Security Onion, That's one that I like a lot. But ones we'll be mainly doing is Wazoo and Security Audit. It's an all-in-one distro including Splunk, Elastic, and network analysis tools. And then, like I said, we'll be going through step by step on actually how to set up the lab. As you see here, how I built a home SIEM lab for security monitoring and threat analysis. And if you go by this guy wrote this. This is Martin Jordan. I don't even know if I'm saying his name right. Yordanov, September 13 of 2025. See, when I took my very first cybersecurity course, I was introduced to SIEM, Security Information and Event Management Systems. That was more than a year ago, and I've never actually set one up, right? So the thing is, what's cool about setting these platforms up on our own is you're going to get experience not only being the engineer and a developer, right? You're going to understand, you're going to set the policies in place. You're going to set the configurations in place. You're building it from the ground up. And we're going to have a mock scenario where you're having your own little business, right? Your own little, a SOC, your own security operations center. And what we're going to do is, in our mock scenario, we're going to have it get attacked. And that's what'll be cool about the community. We can separate the community where we got red team, right? The adversaries, and the blue team. And we're going to go at it with each other. And we're going to see what skills are better than the other skills. And it's not really better. We're just going to see. It's called Bros versus Joes. And we compete against one another, right? Are you going to be able to defend against certain attacks or not? Now, this here is going to tell us how to build out the SIEM. And this will be, again, part of our series and structure. Now, back to the main thing we've been talking about, OSINT, okay? And now this is some of the links that I have for all this that we've been talking about. So, OSINT links. And we're going to get into this one. I want to show you guys this one first. Now, these are tools. These are two main huge, we'll just say very huge, OSINT communities, okay? This is Bellingcat's online investigation toolkit. Anybody can go to this website. Again, it's just Bellingcat. If you just type in Bellingcat, it'll take you right to it. But this is getbook.io, okay? These are all the tools that's offered. Now, what's cool is, by going through this, let's look up a couple of the names that I mentioned before. And it's actually going to give us more information. So we were coming down here. Sherlock. Okay, we mentioned Sherlock before. So what you do, you click here, you go Sherlock. And it's going to tell us about Sherlock. And it's going to show you where you can download Sherlock, or if it's a web application or a website, right? So Sherlock, it allows a user to search for the presence of a specific username, right? Across more than 400 websites and social networks. The URL. Now, if you click here, it's going to take us to the Git repo. I'm just showing people how you can use this site. Okay. So as you see, this is the GitHub project. Description. Sherlock is an open source OSINT tool designed to find usernames across a wide range of social networks and websites. It currently checks for a given username across 400 plus websites. And it'll tell you the websites by clicking here, right? And platforms, enabling investigators to quickly determine where a username is active. The full list of supported sites is available at, and here's the Sherlock project sites, right? Users can enter one or more usernames, and Sherlock will check each against the maintained list of sites to find profiles matching the username. Now, the thing is, we all have usernames, right? Every single person in this chat has a username. So if we wanted, we could go to Sherlock. See, this is what Sherlock would look like, right? So you would type in this, so you just type in a username, right? In this example, they typed in Bellingcat, right? It searches through. It's showing you these are all the links and places where that username has been registered. So if you see Ask FM, there's Bandcamp, Bitbucket. You got Giphy, there's GitHub, Imgur, Patreon. Now, the thing is, it's just showing us these are accounts. Now, why would you need to know this information? Okay, for one, we also want to find out, is there social medias? Is there Twitter accounts? Right? Are they posting information? We want to get, it's reconnaissance, as much information about our target or victim as much as possible, right? Now, the next step of the recon would be what? What else would we want other information about? Are they sharing, let's see, a network engineer or developer? If they got a GitHub repo, when they put their commits, they also put comments. What if there was a change, or let's say something broke in the code when they committed it? It keeps a history log, right? Well, the thing is, if I could go back and capture, what to say, a Git push before it went into production, right? And they didn't see a patch, I could hack that, right? I could exploit that code. Now, the thing is, most of the time there's scanner, and there's a lot of cool OSINT tools that are out there and penetration tools that can be used to, what to say, there's GitHub repository scanners that will go out and find, hey, is there, especially with AI now, it can find weaknesses in, what to say, the commands and the code that's pushed up to a GitHub repository. Now you understand, most people don't use GitHub as a production server, okay? So the thing is, it might be a project that you're working on, and a lot of startups and stuff, a lot of people do use this. Now the thing is, there's a thing called GitLabs. It's more secure, but again, nothing's 100% secure. Anything on GitHub is all public information. So the thing is, it's great if you want to share it open source and tell other people and show them your code and all that, because we got other people that can review and look at it and help build and, build upon it and make it grow, and therefore find any insecurities. But again, if you got something that you're thinking like, oh, this is going to be production, and that you're trying to profit off of it, and you're posting stuff, yeah, it could be insecure, what I say. So this tells you the CLI usages. See, it gives you a lot of different commands here. So we could do C Sherlock user 123, showing how to save the results, limiting the scope. So it gives you a lot of the different commands and stuff. This is what Sherlock looks like if you're looking through it through a GUI. So as you see here, there's the input. You give it a user's name. And again, it's just going to kick out, you got JSON files and what to say, the output. You can save a lot of this information. You can put it in something like Obsidian, which is a note keeper, and it's a lot more powerful. The things you can do with Obsidian. But let's come back here. We can also go, so if you look through all tools, let's get into a couple of the fun ones, right? And I got a couple of them bookmarked. So, well, let's do the UK OSINT, sorry. So here, this is the website that I was telling you about. This has got some challenges, and I thought it was keeping me logged in. Let me pull this over here. I'm going to pull this over here and log in off screen. All right, you guys shouldn't be able to see this. All right, I'm going to log in, then I'll pull it back over. Make sure, don't want nobody sneak in and get my email address. Don't want to get me hacked. I want to do this live. Hope everybody's having a good night. Why in the world did it type everything back? That's why. Da, 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 da. I'm going to get some of my music playing again, too. I don't like all this dead noise. Yeah, let's make it big so I can see it. I can't see this at all. see. Should let me in. All right. I'll bring it back over here. All right. We're signed in now. Okay. So once you're here at this website, like I said, you just sign up for an account, just put in your email address, verify it, and all that. Okay, and then it gives you a little profile and all that. Then, if you come to the challenges, this is one of the very first ones. This is called the disappearance of O. Wayne Hughes. Okay. Now, again, we're just going to go through some of these scenarios, right? So the first, this will all open up, right, as you progress through. So this one says the first lead. Okay, now this is coming from the UK. So what's kind of challenging about this is I don't know a lot about the UK and a lot about their area, but this is how, and this is what my CTF is going to be similar, like the OSINT challenge. And I'm going to make, like, again, it's a gameplay scenario and a storyline, right? And we're going to follow a character, and the further you go through, it's going to tell a story, but we're going to have to find, like, Where's Waldo type story. If y'all remember Where's Waldo when you were a kid, it's similar like that, except it's going to be more of a, think of it like a private investigator, like a fun adventure game, right? Because if you see here, the Hughes family is deeply concerned. Their 19-year-old son, now again, these are all fictional characters, okay? So nobody get all paranoid and be like, oh my gosh. Because, and that's the thing that makes these kind of fun, to where these are fictional characters, but again, these are real places and real events and things that it's very interesting that you'll just see how this progresses. Excuse me. So the Hughes family is deeply concerned. Their 19-year-old son, Owain, has abruptly left their home in Llandudno. This is somewhere in Wales. While he had been monitoring or mentioning a girlfriend in South Wales. His sudden silence and isolation has left his parents worried about his well-being. As a private investigator, your first task is to review the initial evidence. We need to confirm the core facts from the family's briefing and the recovered photos before we begin tracking his journey south. Your task: review the PDF and image to confirm the missing individual's full name. Now, I'm not saying that they would be providing us anything malicious. However, there's a reason why we're doing this in a virtual machine, right? And you can also keep things isolated. Now, you can do this on your own computer if you choose to do so. I would just say Malwarebytes is free. Use some type of antivirus to definitely scan, or like I said, if you're using Windows, you got Windows Defender, that you scan anything that comes into your computer before opening it up. Just in case, I'm not saying it's malicious, but it's always good to verify and check, okay? Just to be safe. That's why I'm talking about hardening your systems. And again, we'll go through this in our class and labs. But see, I'm in a virtual machine, so if anything does go awry inside this virtual machine, I can restart it. I already got it saved, right? And it goes to a snapshot, and I can recover it. So I'm not going to lose none of my personal information's on this machine. So we're going to review the attached PDF and images to confirm the missing individual's full name, right? Year of birth, and the city where he usually lives. Now, the user format. To answer the way that they like their flags, you're going to answer it this way: OSINT UK. And then you're going to put these brackets, and then we put our answer. That's the format we have to answer the challenges. Because each challenge, once you get it correct, it'll advance to the next challenge. So, replace any spaces with underscores. So always, like I said, make sure that you understand the recommendation. It's not even recommendations. They're requirements when submitting an answer. Because sometimes you'll be banging your head against the wall going, it's not taking the format. I'm typing it in right. Notice, some parts it tells you take out any spaces of punctuation, right? So make sure you understand how you're putting your answer in. See, the answer should be first name, surname, birth year, and city. Example, see, OSINT UK, John underscore. Because why? First name, John, surname, Doe. 2003 birth year in the city, London, right? So if you click here, it's going to give us a zip file. Now, I've already got this downloaded, but we'll just see if it'll do it again. Okay, so let's see here. I already got it downloaded. See, saying 1, but I don't need to do it again because I already got it, okay? But what you're going to do, you're going to save it to your computer, wherever you want to save it, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to go here. And now I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to go here and go modified. There it is. So it's zipped. So once you get it, you unzip it. And now you're going to see it like this, right? So we got our case file. There's our PDF. And now we're going to have our photos, okay? So if we come here to the PDF, give it a second to open up. All right. So as you see here, this is our PDF. And we can make it a little bit bigger. People can't see it. I got pretty bad. There we go. Is it bigger now? Let's go a little bit bigger on screen for you guys. That should be big enough for you guys. Okay. So as you see, our case file, the disappearance of O. Wayne Hughes, the client, the Hughes family of North Wells, the missing person, O. Wayne Hughes, gives us their age, 19, and we also get their date of birth. So if you notice, they use a different format than we do here in the States. They go day, month, year. So as you see, that's what? May 19th of 2006. The last known location was in Llandudno, North Wales, and a suspected destination, South Wales. The background. O. Wayne Hughes, 19, left home in Llandudno abruptly. Now, main thing about OSINT, or just like pen testing or security research, always keeping good notes, right? And keeping things organized. Now, again, when we're going to be doing some of these challenges, we can use CSI Linux, and therefore we would store all this information and keep it all well organized so nothing is going to be contaminated. So we can use this in our investigation as well when we hand it off to law enforcement or whatever. But as you see, this is practice makes perfect, right? So again, these are just challenges, but again, we will go through the process on how everything's done accurately. So as you see, okay, 19 left home in Lebanon abruptly. There was no arguments, no long goodbye, and no clear plan shared with family. Within 48 hours, Owain's phone went mostly silent. The family received one short message, but it felt wrong and unlike him. Over recent months, Owain had been talking to a girlfriend in South Wales, so we know he's got a girlfriend. The relationship wasn't a secret, but it was oddly private. He stopped mentioning mutual friends, became harder to pin down, and began keeping his phone face down and close. He also withdrew from people he normally relied on. Now, something else I want to throw out here too. This UK OSINT, they have a YouTube channel, and they actually do walkthroughs. So if you guys don't like the way I might be presenting or doing a walkthrough, you can also watch them as well. So again, I'm just letting people know to where I'm not reinventing the wheel. And I do thank these guys for being able to create these challenges. It's a really cool, awesome community. And I think they have a Discord as well. So you guys could definitely join them as well. The family does not want to assume the worst. They understand a young adult can move out, fall in love, and start fresh. But the speed of the change, the sudden distance, and the way he has cut off contact has left them worried. And what I also like about these challenges is it's giving me, a different perspective. And also I'm learning about places I don't know anything about. Like when I make my challenges for my OSINT course, I'm going to make mine specifically. One, you'll learn a little bit more about me as an individual, but we're also going to make fictional characters and stuff. So we're going to have a lot of fun with the storyline. So I think it'll be very engaging, right? And everybody likes, if you like to tell stories, this is a great way to do it as well. Remember those like choose your own adventure books? That's similar to what this would be like. Okay, the family's concerns are framed as patterns rather than accusations. They describe Owain, I guess that's how you spell his name, Owain as increasingly isolated. He stopped turning up to regular plans. He stopped replying to certain people. His routines changed overnight. There are also small signs that he may have been put into a new social circle that encourage poor decisions and shortcuts. Things that look exciting at first and become difficult to step away from once you are in. At this stage, there is no confirmed criminality, no confirmed harm, and no confirmed coercion. But the combination of silence, sudden relocation, and isolation is enough for the family to hire an investigator to establish facts, not assumptions. Our objectives. Using open source intelligence, you must determine where Owain is likely staying, whether he appears safe and acting freely, whether there are signs he needs support or safeguarding, and what the family should do next based on the evidence. Rules of engagement. This is an OSINT-only investigation. No direct contact. All characters are fictional for this CTF. No harassment. No hacking into any accounts. No doxing. And no private data access. Everything must be derived from public information, public posts, and the clues provided in the challenge materials. Now, as you notice, what we're going to be doing throughout this challenge is what you would be doing in pretty much a real-life OSINT investigation. And again, we're doing just passive recon. All right, so we know. We got some of our information already. But let's come over here and let's look at these photos. So we see we got 4 photos, okay? And if you see, we got one called Polaroid. We got Owain, partial corruption. So it looks like the file was corrupted in a way. We got the Hughes family and a bedroom picture. So let's open these. Okay, so we should be able to see the picture there. And let's go full screen. Okay, so as we see here, we got this little Polaroid image. Looks like, what is that? July 12th, 2024. Oh, December, sorry. December 7th of 2024, because remember the date's written opposite the way we do it. Our favorite spot, why did Kelly have to go? See, who's Kelly? So that's a good question, right? But we'll probably learn a little bit more. But like I said, we're doing OSINT and we're looking at information. And we are going to look at some of these images and see if we can find these anywhere online. And we're going to see if maybe they even have any EXIF data to or any metadata. Okay, we got a room with a messy bed. Definitely a boys' room, right? Definitely a boys' room. Looks like a dragon up here. Some like sports team up here. Let's do a little bit closer. So it looks like, what is that? It looks like a soccer team. Now notice here, we got a mirror. It looks like a book. There's some book on a shelf. See, that's a mirror. And you gotta remember, it's reflected, so that the name's gonna be backwards. So that's probably, that looks interesting. Let's look here. We got a dragon. Looks like some bottle over there. And the better the image of, the quality of an image, the easier it is to look around. Okay, we got some TV show. Looks like a series or TV show on the laptop. That looks like an HP laptop. You can see some headphones, some other books. Okay. Yeah, let's get back to normal size. All right, let's look at the next picture. Okay, so this is the family. This must be Owain, if I had to guess. This must be his mom and his dad. And then they said he has a girlfriend. So this is either his girlfriend or possibly his sister, but we don't know yet. And as we notice here, see, always observe, right? So just thinking like we're just regular people, right? We're looking at people and we're like, looks like a pretty much a middle income class family, right? Nice little house. There's something underneath his shirt there. It looks like a tattoo of some sort. Can we go a little bit closer? That's a tattoo. See it right there? You can see a little bit of the ink outside. I don't know what the tattoo is of, but that would be interesting. We could look into that. They're saying, how old is he? 19. He looks about 19 years old. So if we're going to look across social media and stuff, think like a 19-year-old would think. So I'm probably going to say Instagram, Twitter. See, I'm not really a kid that much. Discord. He's his age, possibly a gamer as well, because as we noticed, he had his little headphones and he watches TV series, so he's probably out on blogs and stuff. So we're just kind of thinking a little ahead of the game, places he might actually post. But he's possibly definitely got an online presence. I mean, what 19-year-old don't? Oh, look. There he is with his dog. Now, this is what's interesting, too, about animals, right? As you notice, he's got a collar on. And what do we usually know about collars? They have dog tags and identifiable information. So, if we zoom in, bingo! Do y'all see it? Watch. Do you see that? There's some type of number. And I guarantee you, with the way most of these little OSINT challenges go, they put in little Easter eggs, right? So by looking at this, and again, I've only went through this first little scenario. I haven't even finished this whole thing out. I'm just going by looking at information. Usually these are Easter eggs that lead off on other little rabbit trails. But as you see, the dog's name is Smithy. So the thing is, it's like, oh, maybe the dog's name was Kelly. That's what I was thinking at first. But evidently, no, the dog ain't Kelly. But see, he's got this little number here. So that must reference something. And I guarantee you that book that we saw earlier references something. So, what do we know right now? On December 7th of 2024, our favorite spot, so wherever this was is their favorite spot. And why did Kelly have to go? So something happened on this day at this exact spot. And with OSINT tools, we can find out where is this picture taken, right? So we can find out this spot. And we also have a date, right? So what actually happened on this date at this spot? All right, so let's bring this back. Close that. All right. So, as we see here, we've got the PDF. Now, as you see, I've already answered it. But if we look here, it said in the challenge. So we know it's going to be Owain Hughes and the birthday of 19/5/2006, 19. Okay. So, if we look here, we got to put first name. So we know that's Owain, right? Dash. And what was his last name again? Hughes. Okay. And then we're going to type his birth year, which was 2006, and the city, Luane. And then when you submit it, and again, I don't know if it'll let me do it again, because as you see, I already submitted it and it was correct. So that's the correct information. So then you get this part that pops up next. So the drone footage. So as you see, since the family suspect that Owain has headed south, it has jogged their memory. They remembered a video he sent via WhatsApp during a previous visit to his girlfriend. Owain is a bit of a drone enthusiast. When his parents asked where he was, he simply sent back some aerial footage of the coast without actually naming the location. The family had provided the video file in case it is relevant to his current whereabouts. They hope you can pinpoint the settlement where this was filmed to give us a starting point in the south. Your task, identify the name of the village or settlement nearest to where this drone footage was taken. Answer, use the OSINT UK answer format, which would be this and then the name, right? So we got the drone footage, so you would click that to download it, and I already have that. So if we come over here, files, remember, I should have put it in its own folder. Let's do modified. Where did it put it? Because I know, see, I took a screenshot. Oh, there it is. Okay, so here we go. We're going to hit drone footage. Now, what I did is I took a screenshot of it. All right, so if we watch it, okay, so if you notice, we got the water out here, got some blocks, but this information right here, right near the end. See, right here at the beginning, so we see there's a landmass that comes out here with some rocks. We got this turnabout here where these cars are going. But what we want to do is get a bigger right there. See that shot? That's what we want. So if we were to look online and look at this image and do a screenshot, we want to be able to see, there's homes that are over here. We got some type of little parking center over this way. Then you got like this canal or whatever's coming out here, this outlet. And then you got these rocks here, okay? So this is what I took my screenshot of, okay? So now what we would do is come here, see pictures. I got a screenshot, which was here. So if you see here, we'll open up our picture just so you guys can see it. Come on. All right, see? So I took a screenshot. As you see, I got a little bit of the homes here, got this turnabout. Now, what we're going to do is we would come here and let's just go to Google. There's some plugins that we could put in as well too, but I'll show you here. So let's say we're going to go to Google. As you see right there, we just click our image, right? We're just going to search by image, do a reverse image search. And we're going to upload our file. There's our screenshot. I'm going to select it. Now let's see what AI tells us. So, you see here, this aerial scene likely depicts a coastal area in Wales, consistent with imagery from the Ogmore by Sea beach area. The image shows a large number of cars parked along a single narrow road running parallel to a rocky shoreline. The location appears to be a popular spot for coastal access, with parking situated directly adjacent to the beach area. And if we scroll down, looky there. See? They give us images. Look, somebody wrote a write-up. This is what we're doing right here. See? They use the same picture, but see, these are same pictures of what we were just looking at. See, there's that turnabout right there. And there it is again. Remember, that was that little parking area that we saw up toward the top. So these are different images. Yeah. So we know this is it. So if we look here, we would say that Ogmore by C. So Ogmore by C. So if we come back here, so if you see, it's going to be OSINT UK, Ogmore by C. And then you would submit it. Okay? That's your answer. So, by knowing that information, we will get this next one. Now, see, they gave us these little side quests too, because a bittersweet memory, and then they do the static online, and then they give us the side quest. I can't remember if the side quest came after this drone, because it was like a side quest and this bittersweet memory. So the static on the line. Well, actually, let's do bittersweet memory. Ah, crap. See if I can get back in. Hold on. I don't have to sign back in. Bring it back over. Hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. All right. So, static on the line. A worried friend of Owain's from North Wales has come forward. He received a brief WhatsApp audio message from Owain just before the trail went cold. Recognizing the potential importance of the message, the friend forwarded it to the family, who has now passed it on to you. The message itself is in Welsh. Owain sounds calm, telling his friend, Dwa in Limpen, I don't know how to do this, it's Welsh. I'll be in touch soon. I'm okay, don't worry, I'll be in touch soon. While the spoken words don't appear to reveal much, it sounds like Owain sent this message and he was about to disembark from a train. We need to analyze the audio for an additional clue to determine exactly which station he might be at. Your task, identify the specific train station Owain had arrived at when he sent this audio message. Answer format. Use the OSINT UK answer format. Replace any spaces with underscores and answer in Welsh. So, yeah, we would download this MP3. Download this MP3. And then we're going to hear in the background the name, and then we would look it up. And we'll do that here in a minute. Because the one thing I want to show you guys here too, because I don't want to go all the way through the whole mission. I want you guys to actually be able to go out and explore and stuff. And give you something a little bit to do too. But again, we can also pick up more into Discord if you guys want to actually play along and do some more. Because I do want to show some more presentations. But one other interesting thing that to show you guys was, if we come back over here, this is probably more into challenge, but I noticed this when I was first researching. This Polaroid, right? We're going to see here, and we're going to use that Google search again, but I want to find out what actually happened on that date. And I already kind of know, because I wanted to figure out who Kelly was. So again, spoiler alert, it's probably further on in the challenge, or it might be asked, or it might be a side quest. But just to give you guys an idea of that answer, we're just going to come back to Google again. We're going to upload a file. And we're going to go downloads. And we're going to come back to this, and the Polaroid. We're going to select it. And we're going to take this whole thing, and we're going to broaden it. Just like that. And we're going to let AI do its work. This blue coin-operated telescope is located, notice where it's located, on the Victorian Pier and that Llandudno. It features the yellow payment mechanism requiring 50p or £1 coin. The device overlooks the harbor and bay. So now we know, there's the image, see? Coin-operated telescope. So we do know this is the exact same picture that we were seeing earlier, right? But now we know the location where this is at. So it's at the Victorian Pier in London. So let's copy that. And let's do a Google search. Actually, we can do it here. Okay, and we said what? December of 2006, right? Isn't that what it was? Look back at the image. 2024. Sorry, December 7th of 2024. December. My bad. My bad. So what happened here? Why is it getting me? Brave's giving me like a different. Like this. Peer work continues. This is when it could reopen. This is great news. Capacity remains closed until February. The famous Victorian. See, it was devastated by a storm, Dorara, in early. See right there. Do y'all see it? See, the famous Victorian era landmark was devastated by Storm Dara early December. But notice, with Kelly's ice cream parlor completely swept away, while a 150-year-old unit was ripped off its foundations, with storm damage totaling an estimated £250,000. At Landonor Pill, which is owned by Tier Prince Leisure Group. So as you see, Kelly is this ice cream. See? It's an ice cream parlor. That's who Kelly is. See? So if we come back here, our favorite spot, Kelly's ice cream parlor. Why did Kelly have to go? So now we know what the answer would be. So we can close that. We can come back here. We can close that. And we'll close this challenge and then close that. All right. So a couple other little things I wanted to show you guys. So again, that's part of the challenge. We'll be able to do a little bit more and go through it, like I said, on the Discord and as well as in the rest of my classes. But again, this is just some basic OSINT tools. And now let's kind of come down here and show you guys another right here. You got Bellingcat has open source challenges, and this Trace Labs also has challenges. So we'll open these two. As you see, Bellingcat open source challenges. Stay up to date. See, you can test your open source research skills with these challenges. Unlock challenges by completing the previous challenge in the series or wait for them to unlock over time. So as you see, they got different ones. Shattered glass, charred size. So click here. Shattered glass. How much pressure does it take? A wide range of structural damage can be caused by pressure created by an explosion or the low end of the spectrum. Glass can be shattered by the pressure generated, while on the extreme end, concrete buildings can be severely damaged or destroyed. The damage caused by an explosion and the distance at which occurred can provide some information on the size of the explosion. What is the minimum peak compression required to shatter glass? MPKA. Enter your solution. So they got different challenges, and they also got different scenarios that you get to do for OSINT. And Trace Labs has a GitHub repository that you can come here that's got their weekly walkthroughs. So if you come here, you can come to, say they have a Discord server as well, so you can participate with their community. And we should have, where's the GitHub repo? Because I know there's a repo. Practice OSINT, Flowly. See, Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern on their Discord. But they also have a repo. I know they have a Discord repo. There it is. All right, let's pull this up. See, on the GitHub, if you go Trace Labs, they got their OSINT challenges. See, but again, the Discord's more current. But if you click here, you can see 2025. Just click here, and there they are for each week. So if you go like week 2, you just click here. This is the markdown, so you can read it right here. So identify the location shown in the provided photo. Required answer format: site name, state, region, and country. Tools used: Google Reverse Image Search, Google Earth, and Street View, like I was just showing you guys. So you just look up this image. Step 1. Oh, look, and actually tell you the steps. So step 1, reverse image search. See, you're going to upload the challenge photo image to google.com. Let AI do its work. Review some visual matches. Note any geographical locators. Some of these actually do get a little bit more tougher because you got to look at terrain and everything else around. And then sometimes you got to look it up, like I said, the geolocation. And you got to look up, like I said, the, latitude, longitude, and all that. See, like they're doing here. See? So you can recreate the photo. So some of these challenges are a lot more difficult than what you think. But again, yeah, so they give you the solutions. So if you see here, that's going to be Lake Bled, Slovenia. So they do give you answers as well, and as well as step-by-step process. But again, these are the completed challenges. But again, we will be able to, again, test our skills that we're going to learn, as well as the tools and different pieces on using OSINT to reinforce what we're learning. So we have all of our tools here. What other bookmarks did I have here? Okay, these are some other projects that I do want to also work on that we're going to work through. And this is where it's going to get more on a, well, let's just show you a couple of these tools. Okay. Some of this stuff that we're going to get into, this is called like cryptography and steganography. So let's say, I'm just going to show you some quick tools, and then I'll just show you a couple other projects that I still have in the works for upcoming series that I'm working on. So if you see here, okay, this here is called forensically. Now, what you can do with this is it'll look up different features in a picture, right? So if you see here, we can do, see, there's the magnifier. You can do a clone detection, noise analysis, a level sweep, their luminance and gradients. So like metadata. So this is what I mean by metadata. So any picture, unless you have it removed, and most websites will take out personal metadata, but some of the metadata is left behind. But this is also how you can figure out information on where the picture was taken, right? So if you see here, this is taken by a Sony ILCE 6000 camera. And it's given us, like I said, the model. We get our resolution, 300 by 300. We got the software that's using on this Sony camera, this digital camera. It shows us the time it was taken, 2015, August 14, 2015, 9:32. Let's see, the original date and time. See, there's the GPS, there's the latitude, the longitude. So if, again, Google Earth, we can see here and go to these coordinates, and we would find out exactly where this picture was taken. That's information usually want taking out of a picture. Let's see, thumbnail, all that. Now, if you look here, see, you can magnify, but sometimes steganography, there will actually be bits that's hidden inside the picture. So sometimes when you hover over, you might see a secret message, right? And sometimes then you can see if it's been cloned, modified. See, it gives you different noise looking at the image. So, pretty cool tool, JPEG analysis. So you can see here. Again, this is more for images. There's a lot of cool things you can do with images, and we'll talk about that as well as in the OSINT course and forensics, where you can add cryptography and have this images or messages. Sometimes you can hide code. You can also have malware sometimes trigger off like a line of code that can, it gets a little more complicated, but we'll definitely cover these topics. Okay, so let's see, another tool. This one's pretty cool. And again, a lot of these tools, if you come here to the Bellingcat online tools, you can look all these up and it'll tell you all the information and give you the links to each one of these tools. Or if there's a GitHub repository and you may have to install it on your system. This is a cool tool. Is this world map. So what we can do here is, now you guys might be like, what the crap is all this? Okay, well, as you see, it's a full world map, right? You see, here's the United States, right? And if we look here, now that's Asia. Here's North America. Now we could zoom in, right? Let's pull it down. And I'm here in Florida. So what we do here, so here's Florida, right? Now watch what we could do here. Florida, I can search corporations, I can limited liability companies, limited partnerships, and trademarks. So if we click here, isn't this interesting? It takes me to this end to say of corporations. So I can do search records, corporations, limited liability companies, partnerships, and trademarks. So if you notice, you can look up by name, see? So you can type in names of companies. Now what's nice about this is the whole state of Florida. So you can look up any state within the United States. But now imagine, I want to look up, I don't know, other countries' information, right? So let's say my target doesn't happen to live in the United States. Let's say they happen to live, let's look around here. Come here, you. Zoom out. Keep zooming in. So here we got Australia. We've got, here's some Asia. What do we got over here? Hey, look, there's the Philippines. Let's see what's right here. Let's look at Philippines. Philippines business list. So let's see, I want to look up Philippines. Look at this, verified business directory and search portal in the Philippines. So isn't this interesting? So we can look up shopping, we can look up doctors, automotive, restaurants, legal, real estate, contractors, employment, and schools. Now, the thing is, some of them are free, some of them are paid. So if you look here, increase visibility, attract new customers, and boost business sales. Connect your network, expand your reach. So for $24 USD, I get the basic plan, standard listing. See, and I can get listings, so you can get 3 categories, 5 keywords, 4 photos, 10 products. So let's see. Can we search it? Let me see if I can find anything here. Let's say search. Search for a company. See, I should probably do this in the United States. I really don't know any companies in the Philippines. So let's do. Do they got a? Because Elon is working over there. XAI? Do they got that? Let's see. No. So I don't know any companies. But again, these are cool little search tools. So let's see what else we got here. This is a cool one. What's my name? Enter the username in the search box. So let's see. We're just going to type in me, right? So let's just go mentors. Okay. Let's hit search. Let's confirm I'm human. All the buckets, bucket, 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 bucket. Confirm. Okay, there it goes. It's scanning. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, I'm not going to dox myself, guys. Oh, looky there. Look at what's already found on me. Operation Rogue Traeger. That's what I'm doing right now. See? My YouTube video, OSINT 101. 1 day ago. Mentors, Dave Chappelle. The truth about people who go on cruises, stand-up comedy. I don't know what all that's about. That's my video. Inexperience with next level ninjas. Fulfillment Amazon. Mentors. It's a scam service selling reviews. What? What is this? Some on Reddit. Not about me. I don't know what that is. That's the spelling of my name, though. And back in 2020. See? Look at this. This is Arabic. I wonder if I exposed somebody and they got upset or got butthurt and decided to post stuff about me. So if we notice here, chess.com, so mentors, and I do have a membership on chess.com. GitHub, see? So if we click here, I know I have a GitHub. So let's see, just to verify it. See, that's me. And that's what's great about some of these open source tools. It's a harvester, right? It'll go out and it scrapes the internet and it finds different tools, websites. And again, all these are different little pieces of the puzzle, right? Looks like TikTok. I did sign up for a TikTok. I never used it, but I did sign up for it. I did it to help a friend out. Annabelle, if you're still out there, you and Dom, that's the whole reason why I even have this. I don't even use it anymore. Let's see. Mentor, see, there I am. I don't have a picture. I don't have anybody following me. I'm not following anybody else. All right, let's see. TikTok, X. If you guys don't know, follow me on X. Let's see. That's me. Hey, look, it's me. See? Welcome to Mentors. Are you ready? So let's have some fun and meet some new friends. I haven't posted on X in a while. I mainly follow people. But yeah, you can find out all different social media accounts, especially if it's public information, right? And again, this is just stuff that we're posting out here and that it can find. But there are some other cool searches where you can do to where you can find data breaches, data, information out there, would it say. Okay, so let's do, this is another cool one. Wiggle. It's a cool way that you can look up Wi-Fi. I'm going to block this because I don't want to give it up my information. Okay, so the thing is it'll give you longitude and latitude. And what you can do is you can actually look up IP addresses and look up, we'll just say, if you ever seen the scammer bait videos, to where once they get on somebody's network, right, we get these SSIDs, right, these BSSIDs. And what we could do is we can search and ping the towers and find out how close they are to, what is say, certain devices, right? And by using that, you can pinpoint it to like Google Earth or Google Maps. And what's cool about this website is this is areas that people have walked. Like you can put it on, you can put Wiggle on your phone. You can walk around your neighborhood and it'll scan any device that's broadcasting, right? So your printers, your game devices, anything's got an IP address. And what it does, it logs those IP addresses and it logs the signals. And then the IDs, like the SSIDs, whatever you name your device. And it'll put it on a nice little map. And you can use Wiggle like this to determine where these devices are located. Okay. Again, freely information. So when people say, hey, oh my gosh, how does somebody dox me and get my address? Well, more than likely, somebody probably used something like Wiggle and walked around their neighborhood and was, recording broadcasting devices. There's nothing illegal about this. Now, again, using somebody's personal information, but you're thinking, well, wait a minute, though. How did they get a hold of my IP address or no? And again, that's when you start getting into pen testing and some of the hacking methodology. Because what you can do is you can do, phishing campaigns to where I get you to click on an email or get you to open an application that you're not supposed to. And by doing that, now I got access to your device. Or I could get on your router or I could get on your network. And by doing that, now I can definitely pretty much have command and control over your whole, your infrastructure, your whole network, right? Any device is connected to it. So again, everything I'm showing you here is all ethical. Again, it's used for ethical purposes, and we're using it not to be malicious. And I hope people do that. Now, here's another cool one. URL scan. Now, again, these are just tools. I'm just showing you different things. But what you could do is you could type in any website that you want here, right? So let me see if I type in an IP address, if that's the word. Now, y'all don't know 8.8.8.8 is a Google server. It's a testing server. Let's see. We're waiting for this website to finish loading. Depending on time, it might take a minute. Google is probably busy right now. But again, it's just a testing server. Let's see. This website connected 6 IPs in 2 countries and 5 domains, 9 HTTP transactions. So if you looked at it, let's see. See, Google site browsing, clarification, current DNS records. See, as you see right there, it's Google LLC. Domain and IP information. There's the IP. The US was that Germany. So it gives us more history of the site. As you see, we can see our HTTP traffic. And again, this is more into networking that we would get into. Gives you the status codes, so 200, 200, right, if there's any error codes, any redirects, different links, indicators. All right. But again, pretty cool site. There's more networking. And again, I'll be giving a class, like I said, if you guys are interested in stuff like that, on pretty much if you want to become a network administrator, get your CCNA, CCNP. Let's do, since this is another cool platform, this you can sign up for. They got a free version. You get so many credits. But yeah. See, this is the free plan. And this I got to be careful because I don't want too much information. This here though is yeah, you can look up individuals and you get so many credits. Now again, you are signing up with your email address. And they do that because if you do try to do something malicious with this, it can be tracked. Again, this is what professionals, they got a paid program tier, which you can use, but again, you can sample around with this. I don't want the queries for beginners. See, you can do geolocation, SSH, secure sockets, some web properties, and proxy servers. It's a very powerful tool. And again, I'm just showing you guys tools. You can go around and mess with them. We'll go deeper into step by step on engagements. Because again, with YouTube, there's only so much I can share, and I don't want to get in any legal ramifications. So let's look here. Oh, this one, y'all probably seen before too. It's very popular. This is Showdown. This is the Internet of Things. Internet of Things means any device that can connect to the internet, has an IP address, a MAC address, that can call home. Again, for this being a free tool, now you can log in to it. You sign up for it. They do have a free tier and a paid tier. We'll just say this tool here is very, very powerful, and it can get really scary real quick. So let's do Explore, okay? This is the stuff that you can look up. Now again, why is for your own purpose of reasoning, but we'll just say some of the stuff is like, yeah. I mean, it's so let's go industrial control systems, databases, network infrastructure, video games, right? Now you can browse and search a directory here. But let's say we want to type in, I don't know, let's go webcams. It should let me do it without logging in. Let me see. All right. Now, some of these I don't want to check on, but we'll just say, just type in webcams, type the name of the device that you're looking for. And if you know a specific device, you would type it in here. Now, again, this is all public domain information. Now, some people have been able to report, so if you see, like here in the United States, the top countries, like the United States, Germany, Spain, this is around the whole entire world, right? Globe. And see, move permanently. See, DigitalOcean LLC. I want to click on some of these. I just want to make sure. See, this is Austria. Let's check this Canada one. If it's anything we're going to remove, we'll shut it down real quick. But let's see. If it gives me, okay, there's the open ports. So there's port 80, 443. Okay, bad gateway. Okay. ConvertVideosFree.com. Interesting. Nginx server. Yeah. Some of this is going to keep it limited because I'm not logged in. Yeah, if you log in, you'll be able to find more stuff. But yeah, a lot of these, some of these you will find like live feeds. It's a very, very interesting tool. All right, so that's Showdown. Let's see, what other ones do we got here? We did that one. We did that. We did that. And this is another cool resource if you guys want to look into it. It is a GitHub repository. It's a little bit older, but it's got some really cool search queries. See, awesome Showdown search queries. And if you come through it, gives you the table of contents, so you can do like remote desktops, network infrastructures. Here's webcams. So if you come here, these are things that you can look up, right? So example images not necessary. So you can do yaw cam. See, go server yaw cam, and you type this in. You can just copy and paste it and put it in Showdown, and you'll see what comes up. See, so some of these are some of the images, some of the different things that you can see, and then some of them are live feeds. So very interesting stuff that you can do with some OSINT. And let's look and see. Anything else that I didn't cover? Okay. So the rest of the labs that we'll be setting up and stuff, this is going to be getting, again, more into the SOC and the SIEM Security Operations Center, and as well as setting up a SIEM or command and control. Using, oops, sorry. Where is it? Pull it up here. Okay. This would be for like servers. So if you guys want to set up your own little server inside your home, like on an older computer, or even if you got something newer, you can use this Zential Server Development Edition. Now what's cool about this is they got a community edition, and then they got the professional edition. Professional edition is only if you need support and all that, but the community edition is very great. You got a lot of people to do help and stuff within the community, and you can use it, like I said, for as long as you need. Now, if you see here, and like I said, it's got a directory and domain. So right here, so you got your domain. It can be a mail server, a gateway server. You can also use the infrastructure, so you use DHP and DNS server, NTP server, certification authority, a virtual private network, so you can make your own VPN. We can also make it to an FTP server, which is a file transfer protocol server. We can also do, let's see, then we can also set it up, like I said, with our firewall, HTTP prockets, an IDS, intrusion detection system, NetFilter, Squid, Suricata. So again, we can, what I wanted to do is we would use this as a server, and then we would stack everything of our SIEM and build it upon this. So this will be part of the lab. So again, just kind of giving you guys a general idea of certain things we'll be building out. So therefore, you'll be learning backside servers. So instead of having to get like, you know, a cloud server or whatever, we would host it ourselves, and all this is free. All this, the tools and everything we'll be using is all open source and free. If we look here, we would also be doing right here. Okay, so just to add these two, we would do Kali Linux. So in our lab, we would be actually building out the attacker machine. Okay, so Kali is what I use, and again, a virtual machine, what I use for engagements on penetration testing and cybersecurity. So in this new version of Kali, which is 2026, right here, see? These are the new tools that they've added, and these are actually pretty cool. So we got the Adaptix C2, which is a command and control, which is an extensible post exploitation and adversarial emulation framework already built in. So again, the tool's there, so we don't have to manually install it. We also have atomic operators, and if you actually click on these, it'll show you what they are. See, packages and binaries. It's an extensible post exploitation and adversarial emulation framework. Adaptix is an extensible post exploitation and adversarial emulation framework made for authorized penetration testing. The Adaptix server is written in Golang and to allow operator flexibility. And it shows you how to install it. Like I said, being able to set it up. And this is what we're going to be able to take advantage of. Guys, as you see, this is one that I always like, but this is from Bishop Fox. They actually set up, and these are different C2 frameworks that are very popular. So you got Sliver, you got Posh C2. We also have Cobalt Strike, Nighthawk, Mythic, There's Metasploit, Merlin, and again, it tells you about each one. See, Merlin is a post-exploit command and control tool, also known as a remote access tool, or a RAT, that communicates between the HTTP and HTTP2 and HTTP3 protocols, and is a combination, blah, 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 of quick UDP. Again, this is more networking stuff. We'll be getting into that. There's Empire, very popular. We have Sharphound. We have Bloodhound, which is more for, what to say, reconnaissance of going after, what would you say, Active Directory. See, it's a lightweight cross-platform alternate to traditional ingesters, allowing for a remote collection of Active Directory information. Active Directory, we're going to be learning that once we set up our server, and it's very known in Windows servers, okay? And then there's Certify, Impacket, MSL DAP, there's Ghost Pack. But again, we'll cover all this information here. But again, we'll be using Adaptix 2, the C2, in our lab. Fluxion is a security auditing and social engineering research tool. And this here actually looks pretty cool. They got a couple of new toys that we actually can play around with, some AI stuff. Security auditing and social engineering research tool. Fluxion is a securely auditing and social engineering research tool. It is a remake of Linset by VK496 with hopefully fewer bugs and more functionality. The script attempts to, retrieve the WPA2 key from a target access point. So this is wireless hacking. So this will actually be pretty fun. So we'll play around with some of the new tools, and it's pretty cool to see them actually added in. They got WordPress. If you guys don't know, I got a WordPress server that I got set up, and I'll be posting my blogs and stuff as well for my community and for my projects. So the thing is, we will be able to show you the back end and how to set up a WordPress site, all for free, of course, and how to host it yourself, all free, of course. Just like GitHub and GitHub Pages, you can host your own free static websites, okay, all for free. So the thing is, WP Probe will actually scan for, what to say, themes and add-ons that might have vulnerabilities, and it's a pretty cool little tool. And we also got SST1 maps, an automatic SSTI detection tool with interactive interface. And then here's the new Metasploit MCP. And Metasploit, if you guys don't know, is very, very dangerous. And again, a lot of cool stuff. Geth is reverse engineering. So XSS Strike, an advanced cross-site scripting scanner. So a lot of cool tools in the new Kali Linux. So we're definitely going to be setting this up. And we might even play around with some Kali Linux Purple, which again is more of a defense side of things. And now, if we come here, yeah, this is more stuff that we'll cover a little bit further down, but let's open them up. I just want you guys this so you can say you have an idea or actually seen some of this before. But it's the MITRE framework. Here's Wazoo. Here's Security Onion. And open this one. Okay. So this is MITRE. Okay. So this is MITRE ATT&CK. MITRE ATT&CK is a globally accessible knowledge base of adversarial tactics and techniques based on real-world observations. The attack knowledge base is used as a foundation for development of specific threat models and methodology in the private sector, in government, and in cybersecurity product and service community. With the creation of the ATT&CK, MITRE is fulfilling its mission to solve problems for a safer world by bringing communities together to develop more effective cybersecurity. ATT&CK is open and available to any person or organization to use at no charge. So, as you see, it is pretty much a brain map of different attacks and matrix variances, right? So, as you see, privilege escalation. If you go to, like say if you click on privilege escalation, It tells you what it is, okay? Now, the thing is, once we get attacks, we have to rate them, okay? So the thing is, by checking off the boxes, you're being able to figure out how to address the problem, right? Mitigate the problem, and the process and the steps that we use in cybersecurity, law enforcement, this any engagement, right? Everybody, so we're all working on the same page, we'll just say, okay? So, as you see here, so you got abuse, elevation, control mechanism, which is T1548. Adversaries may circumvent mechanisms designed to control privilege escalation to gain high-level permissions. So if you need to know more about it, so you click on the ID number, it tells us what it is, and the sub-techniques, right? And as you scroll down, they give you examples and procedures, right? So it gives you a description like the Raspberry Robin. And then it tells you mitigation protocols that we would use, right? Now again, it's not one size fits all. You have to dig deep. And again, this is for anybody to say they know the MITRE attack framework inside and out, then they must be, I don't even know, a savant. Because it's very, very deep. But again, in almost every aspect or career, you will be using the MITRE framework. And again, there's different frameworks. So we got MITRE attack. So if we come here, we also have MITRE Atlas. So let's review what MITRE Atlas is. Atlas is the adversarial threat landscape for artificial intelligence systems. This is new. I just realized, I was like, oh, this is interesting. So when you look at this, it's the MITRE Atlas frameworks for artificial intelligence systems. It's a globally accessible living knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques against AI-enabled systems based on real-world attack observations. And why? Because we know AI currently is the future, right? And is growing. The thing is, there are now cyber attacks on AI. And the thing is, it's very lucrative. I honestly don't know enough about it. I know a little bit about LLMs and infrastructures, but yeah, that's getting out of my pay grade. But to me, it's something I would love to be able to actually explore more and be able to learn more. So this would be a fun topic to where if anybody wants to join the community and might be very aware of this, yeah, definitely sit. I would love to learn from you. But again, it's also a journey we can all stay here and try to learn as much as we can about. See, there's AI Security 101. So as you see, we can start reading about attacks on AI-enabled systems. And they show you the methodology and the thought process. Now again, CVEs, those are exploits that would be out. Like I said, we can look it up, but again, resources, articles. So again, I just kind of found out about this framework for AI. It might have been around for a while, but it's new to me. So this is something I definitely want to look into. Then we also got, this is more my lane, this is Defend, a knowledge graph of cybersecurity countermeasures. This is more for blue team. And like I said, Department of Defense and what I say, NSA, other agencies and programs, right? So as you see, we got agent authentication, message hardening, platform hardening. So let's say we want to do like a bootloader authentication, right? So you click on this same way as any other MITRE. So as you look here, it tells you about the related techniques. We can do persistence. We'll look at the references. And here's a PDF. It talks about right here, the UEFI platform, PI specifications. And then let's see. Can we look up all specification? Now. And what's this one? Artifact relationships. This is giving us more information about the bootloader. It's a neighbor's executable file, the process. Yeah, so you can step through and you can learn as much information as you want. This is the attack MITRE framework, okay? Oh, sorry, this was Defend. Then, the next thing y'all need to know about, this is Wazoo. This is the command and control. or sorry, the SIEM, all built-in SIEM that I was speaking of earlier. So as you see here, the Wazoo Security Information and Events Management, which is a SIEM. Some people call it a SIEM. I call it a SIEM, even though I look at the I before E except after C, right? But again, I call it a SIEM. Some people might call it a SIEM. You know, I say, what is it? Potato, you say potato. But it's a solution, a centralized platform for aggregating and analyzing telemetry in real time for threat detection and compliance. Wazoo collects, again, this is all open source and free. We will set this up in our lab. So I'm showing you multiple, we're trying to create a lab to where you're going to be able to see the networking side of things as a network administrator or an engineer, and you're also going to see the cybersecurity side of things if you want to be a penetration tester, malware analysis, and then we also start getting into, like I said, attacking, defending, right? Building an infrastructure in a full lab. And now, once we get, like I said, using OSINT, learning different techniques and stuff, then from that we go to a SOC, a Security Operations Center, which has a SIEM. So now you're on the security side of things and monitoring and logging. So I'm trying to give a full lab to where we can build out and understand as we improve our skill set. And the reason why I'm trying to do this with the virtual machines, and again, we'll use online references like Hack the Box, right? And then you got, there's a lot of different platforms. But we could do that. And then I'm also going to make my own challenges with AI, right? And my own CTFs. And I'll be able to present them to the community. And if you guys want to see behind the scenes and people that want to work along with me, then yes, we could grow that out as well. So the thing is, this is all just a labor of love, of giving back to a community that's given me so much. And hopefully I can bring junior and younger people up from underneath me and we can all grow. And again, it's a great large field. Because I know currently people are like, oh, we're all going to be replaced by AI and it's taking all of our jobs. This is the thing that people also need to realize. AI will take people's jobs. They will be replaced. But the thing is, what can we replace them with? Sometimes we have too many chiefs, not enough Indians, right? Sometimes you have this middle management and all these other people. Why are we paying all these people that money when we don't need them? Do we really need all these people on a security team, right? The thing is, we can make things smaller, but we can be more effective. And the thing is, we take, with our free time that we're freeing up, that AI can, I'm not going to say in everything. Some things AI is just going to just replace us, period. But there are other areas to where I'm trying to tell people, make yourself relevant and embrace the AI to help assist you. The thing is, we are at a crossroads right now to where if you're experiencing a special field, I would say, see, again, I don't honestly know. Can I honestly say you're 100% protected? You're probably better off than a junior person that's coming in that's like, hey, I got my CCNA. And I'm not saying these jobs are going to go away. I'm just trying to tell you a lot of it's being automated. So you better have other skills underneath your belt to make you relevant in today's, what to say, InfoSec, cybersecurity world, tech world, IT world, whatever you want to call it. Because at the end of the day, we all have a job to do. And we all want to be as efficient as possible. And the thing is, you can fight against this. Because like I said, I used to be one that I was like, yeah, the cloud, oh yeah, you know. And the thing is, businesses started going off-prem, right? And they did start putting cloud infrastructure and doing all. But then people started realizing, hey, you know what? Maybe that's not so safe. Maybe I don't want a third party having all my personal information. So yeah, I would like to keep certain things on-prem. So we segmented things, right? So I always feel like there's always going to be a balance. And like with AI, there's such a big push right now that everybody's wanting to implement AI in everything. I feel that it eventually will be pulled back. Hold on one second. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm back. So, yeah, at the end of the day, I just want to let people know to where you can push back against technology, but we should also embrace it, right? It can definitely help us out, and it'll definitely benefit all of us at the end of the day. I mean, I can also be a doomsayer and want to believe it's the end of the world, but it's here, right? And I do have my opinions on parts of AI to where I just feel like it does need to be restricted in some ways. I do believe we need to have more guidelines and safe rails. And there are people out here that are pushing for it. But at the end of the day, I don't have the authority or power. Most people don't. And the thing is, it's a giant. This is the new Cold War. There's a lot of money in a lot of countries competing against one another. And the thing is, at the end of the day, not all of their morals align and their ethics align. And you're not going to make everybody happy, right? And I mean, as a Christian and my own personal views, I do find it very beneficial and what the tools can be used for, but I can also see this could be the downside to humanity. This could be the upbringing of the Antichrist. I mean, I'm not trying to get all political and religious. I actually have a YouTube channel that I have been working on some videos, and it's going to be called Cordial Curiosity. So if you guys want to check that channel out on YouTube, actually, I might want to show you guys since I'm here. Let me bring this here. I'll show you two of my new channels. And I want you guys, let's see. Actually, let me do it this way. Yeah. I'm going to bring this over here. Whoops. So as you see, this is my channel, right? And if we come here, this is Nene. This is going to be her birthday Saturday. So if you guys didn't know, definitely go over to her channel. And on Saturday evening, I'll be doing some karaoke, doing a celebration for her birthday. So if you come here at Nene Days, see, there's a Nene there. This was earlier. I think she's got it scheduled. I think it's, yeah, see right here. So if you guys see, happy birthday, Nene Days. Another year ready to be better. Thank you, Lord. So it looks like scheduled for 6/6/26 at 1 a.m. That's for me because I'm in America. But again, this will be the Filipinos. So yeah, definitely go over and check her out and wish her a happy birthday. And then I'll be doing a stream later that afternoon on Saturday, doing some karaoke for Nene's birthday. And if we come here, as you see, these are the different accounts that I've got. So Jack Reacts is another YouTube channel that I've got. So if you see, it's Jack Reacts 879. I got 4 subscribers. Again, I really haven't been active on these channels, but this is going to be a reaction channel. And then this is a channel me and Nene was going to do together, and we're eventually, hopefully, going to get this kicked off, but it's called The Bipolars. And this is going to be more like a talk type of show and a panel where we talk about random topics and, yeah, just different perspectives, right? A Filipino's perspective and an American's perspective. I think it'd be kind of fun. And then Genial Discourse. This is the one that I've been setting up to do my more theology and religious discussions. And open this one up. Actually, I'll get this one. And then this is the main one right here. So let's pull this up. Go back. Okay. So this is Genial Discourse. All right, so this is the Genial Discourse channel. See, explore meaningful topics with curiosity and clarity. And if we can, I'm just going to take this, and we're going to put this here. And I'll put this in the description of the video after I'm done. So this is my Genio Discourse. So if anybody wants to follow that one. And this is, like I said, it's going to be theology, philosophy, religion. Again, it's just cordial, civil discussions with people, cordial conversations. And again, I got a lot of videos because, again, there's some people that's been putting some videos out that, like I said, they want to, why is Christianity false? Well, I'm going to debunk and, what to say, challenge and rebuttal a lot of these accusations. And again, it'll be open platforms, but again, a lot of videos. So any Christians out there, if you want to have some information that you're going to be able to help defend your faith, I've got a lot of videos coming your way that might be able to help you rebuttal a lot of some of these claims that other people make that, many atheists or other people that would say definitely hate Christianity. And Christianity is under attack. And I'm just saying, you know what? We're gonna push back. Again, we do it in a loving way and in a Christ-like way. But at the end of the day, we're not here to be punching bags. We're not going to sit here and have other people sit here and pound on us and try to say like we're idiots and fools. So, the next information, and again, you should be able to defend your faith. And that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. So, there's that channel. And then if we come here, this is going to be my other tech channel. Right here. Hold on 1 second. Alright. Sometimes I get a pinched nerve and it shoots right down. I feel like my face starts going numb. Okay. What do we do here? Alright. And this is M3. And I'm going to copy this link. And again, this will be down in my description too. Because I'm trying to weed out the way Mentors. Mentors was originally my tech channel, and then I started doing all the karaoke and stuff. And I don't want to lose all my subscribers that like the karaoke, so I'm trying to branch the channels out so people can kind of find it. Again, it's content that I enjoy creating, but hopefully you might find something that you like. It might stick around and want to join and stuff, right? But again, it's all me. So at the end of the day, this is the M3 community. Oops. Did I post this yet? Copy. And paste. All right. But yeah, this is M3. And again, this is going to be like I said, a tech community. And this will be mainly for my Discord and the Discord community. So again, once this channel grows, we'll be getting a lot more tech videos, more kind of behind the scenes, building out the labs, and all that. So, like I said, this is the little intro. Pretty simple. Say knowledge is just a click away. But yeah, definitely got a lot of projects coming your guys' way. And like I said, some other content I've definitely been working on behind the scenes. And one last thing, I do have a Rumble account for a lot of these same channels. So if you guys, like I said, if you don't want to watch me on YouTube, there's always Rumble and stuff. And you'll be able to find me under a lot of these same names. So like Jack Reacts and Mentors and all that. So I definitely hope to see you guys come and support me over there. And let's come back here and see. Yeah, this was the same. So this is Wazoo. So this is the lab that I was saying that we would set up. And this is what a SIEM looks like, right? So it's vulnerability. So it's got the vulnerability detection into it. And let's see. Did it give me any other? So they got a community as well. This is the blog about Wazoo. But again, it'll give you a front end and a back end. So we'll actually get to see the different tools that we'll be using for monitoring and processing and engaging to watch our network from, like I said, the cybersecurity stance. And then we also got Security Onion, which is another SIEM. So if you see, Security Onion is a free and open Linux distribution for threat hunting, enterprise security monitoring, and log management. It includes a comprehensive suite of tools designed to work together to provide visibility into your network and host activity. Security Onion includes everything you need to monitor your network and host systems. Security Onion Console, the SOC, a unified web interface for analyzing security events and managing your grid. The Elastic Stack, powerful search backend by Elasticsearch. Intrusion detection, network-based IDS intrusion detection systems with Suricata and host-based monitoring with Elastic Fleet. Network metadata, detailed network metadata generated by Zeek or Suricata. And a full packet capture, retain and analyze raw network traffic with Suricata with PCAPs. And again, you'll learn more about PCAPs once we go through the networking class, and we're going to have labs for that. Same thing with like Packet Tracer and even G Labs. And like, yeah, you're going to be a very well-rounded IT person, or even just an enthusiast. If you're like me, if you just don't even want to do any of this for a career, but you just want to learn how to harden your systems or learn more about security or pen testing or any of it, that's what this community and the channel is all about. And that's what I'm trying to return back to. Will I still be doing karaoke? Yeah, of course. I like to have a little bit of fun, but it will be limited. So while you guys haven't been seeing me a lot and doing, streaming a lot on my channel, is because I have been working behind the scenes on a lot of different projects and moving parts. And again, it is definitely coming your way. So I don't want people to think like, yeah, I do hang out on the internet and hang out on YouTube, and I like to visit channels, but I'm also been distancing myself a little bit because I'm trying to take time for my projects. And finally, I don't want my community to think I forgot about them. So I don't want anybody to take it personal if you don't get to see me as often, or, hey, mentors ain't supporting me as much. And again, this is a lot to my Filipino communities, but I think everybody understands. We all have our channels, we all have our content, and we all want to work on it and grow. But again, I'll definitely be around, stop in, say hi. And hopefully you guys, like I said, come around and stick with me. And if not, I understand. And again, I'll still have karaoke. But for anybody else, I want my other channels to grow, especially for the newcomers. If you're into tech and if you're into tinkering and wanting to build home labs and just geek out and freaking just, I'm going back to my passion, right? This is the place for you. Like I said, I'm very motivated again, and I am so excited about being, and especially with the AI. The AI is helping me so much. I'm being able to CTFs before. I wanted to create scenarios, but it was just so many moving parts, and you'd have to have a team to do it. And again, if you wanted, it takes 6 months sometimes, 8 months just to finally get somewhat of a working protocol and then get it all tested. But now with AI, it speeds that up astronomically. And I'm actually being able to get into some complex techniques that I'm like, this is doable. And again, as long as you got, decent hardware, you're going, and I'm always thinking, because again, I got older hardware too. I don't got nothing cutting edge or bleeding edge. So I'm sitting here trying to make it practical, still real world, but also free as much as possible and on older hardware. And even if you do have older hardware, we are going to be using Linux operating systems that do not take a lot of resources. And again, I want people to touch and try different platforms. If you got Windows, that's great and dandy. I can kind of cater to you, but again, I want you to learn Linux. I want you to learn Linux. I want you to learn the terminal. When we do networking, Linux. I want people to understand a terminal. And again, I don't know, and I just want people to also know, I don't claim to say I know everything. But I know enough information, especially for beginners, to get you well established and give you a solid foundation so you can grow and explore. Now, AI and stuff, I'm new to this as well. So the thing is, that's why I'm motivated again. Rinse and repeat and talking about the same topics after a while, it got boring. But now it's kind of like now with AI and all these new inventions and these new apps and this, it's really exciting again. So therefore, hopefully you guys inspire me, I inspire you, and yeah, we're all going to just learn something together. I want to learn as well, and I'm here willing to help explore with you. And yeah, like I said, we learn the fundamentals, but then after that, I hope everybody can just start building, and we can build some really cool and great stuff. I want to be blown away too. I'm like, whoa, oh my God, that's an awesome idea. I'm here to support you guys as much as whatever, because again, the younger generation and the younger people, you're the future. And some of us older ones, like I said, I'm 54, I'm getting older. Eventually, yeah, we're still going to be around. We still enjoy this stuff. But, after a while, it's just, yeah, some of us just want to ride out into the sunset, go on a vacation. Yeah. Find the loves of our lives again. And just be a kid, right? But let's see, the last little piece of the puzzle. So again, that was Security Onion, and I'll be showing you guys how to set that up. And this one here is a MITRE ADAPT. MITRE ADAPT is the adversarial actions in digital asset payment technologies. It is a comprehensive knowledge base that outline adversary tactics and techniques for digital asset management systems derived from real-world attacks, observations, and vulnerabilities. ADAPT is a model after the MITRE attack framework, and its tactics and techniques are complementary to those in attack. The ADAPT matrix below shows tactics used in attacks as columns with digital assets, techniques belonging to one or more tactics below. Items designated with and are attack techniques and sub-techniques that have digital asset relevance. This relevance is documented in one or more ADAPT addendums. And another topic that I didn't actually cover too is Sec Plus, right? CompTIA, they got the A Plus, Network Plus, which is like network, and again, these aren't vendor specific. And then they also have Sec Plus, which is Security Plus. Well, I have talked to a few people and stuff, and again, I was like, you know what, we can actually make some labs. Because I do got some networking labs that will touch upon Sec Plus. So I was thinking, anybody that's studying for your CompTIA Sec Plus, I will look at the new, the latest. I think CCNA is getting ready to be updated as well too. But we will actually go look at the blueprints and the outline, and we will see here, and I will try to make my courses and the information as much pivotal as I can that align with the course curriculum. So therefore, I can make my labs touch upon where we could test certain pieces that might be in the Sec Plus exam. So therefore, you get some on-hands training. Now again, I'm not here to replace the Sec Plus. I can't give you certifications, but we can talk about topics that could, more than likely, would be used in certain exams. Again, I don't know the exam questions, I don't know, but again, I know certain technologies, and we can touch upon certain topics and scenarios, and yeah, we can add them into the labs. Because again, I'm also here to help you achieve and reach your certifications, even though I cannot provide you a certification, and I am not here to say I'm an instructor to see here. There's people out there like, what is his name? Professor Messer. He does a lot of the Net Plus, Security. I think he does Security Plus as well. But a lot of CompTIA certifications. And he's awesome. He's great. Very knowledgeable. So there's plenty of resources out there. And if you guys do need resources or need me to point in the right direction, yes, I can definitely provide resources. I'll put it in the Discord and be able to give you all the information that you guys need. I want everybody to succeed in all your dreams and, whatever your aspirations are. But at the end of the day, yeah, I'm just, a fellow computer nerd and a geek. And I'm looking for my mouse for this other computer. Sorry about that. All right. Yeah, I'm just a fellow cyber nerd and a geek. I just like to tinker around. People that's known me around for a while on Discord, my name's Jack. I've been through a lot of different communities, seen a lot of communities grow. Some got really big, saw YouTubers from when they were nobodies and grew up in the big whatever. At the end of the day, I'm not no better than anybody. I'm not sitting here going to say I'm smarter, more intelligent than other people. I know many people that have surpassed me. Some of the younger people that I was sitting here training have blown me away with their skill sets. Some of them have really reached some goals where I'm like, wow, very, 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 very proud of them. And they know exactly who they are. So all the people out there in the network closet and the people from the network Chuck days and the people, let's go all the way back, Shout out to my Mini Hats crew. I love my guys. Stu, all you boys. My buddies across the pond. We had Thug. And that's something else that I was actually thinking about too. If anybody does get to watch my stream or gets in contact with any of these people, it would be kind of cool to do this one more time, right? One more round of the Mini Hats Club. And we just have, it's like a cool little meetup. It would be really cool just to kind of catch up with Stu and like TJ. TJ's done a lot of cool stuff too. TJ No, if you guys don't know. Then you got Nahum Sack. You got a lot of different people. Dave Kennedy. I mean, the big names, people that, I'm not going to say I know them all personally, but I've had interactions with people. I met people online. Some of these people, I don't even know if they even remember me. Some I do know for a fact remember me very well. And some people I've had a falling out with. But there's many people I still admire online to this day. People that I grew up with. I see Network Chuck. Never, I kind of came up with him. And the thing is, me and him just had different views on making content. And we did have a falling out. But again, I have nothing against the guy succeeding. He became the famous YouTuber he wanted to be. I'm not mad at him. I'm not, people could say, oh, you're a hater. I'm not a hater. I was never a YouTuber. We just say we had different ways of wanting to present information and the way we wanted a community to come up. I mean, I think Chuck can look back and say, yeah, he had some missteps along the way. But again, we all have a journey, right? I don't have any hate against the guy. Very proud. Like I said, he grew. I was always more of a David Bombo fan. The thing is, though, I know people on YouTube, they get little clicks. And the thing is, you have an issue with one person, next thing you know, you're getting kicked out of this community and this community. Like David Bombo, I remember when he was first coming up, Keith Barker, all them. Like I said, a lot of these guys, I'm about the same age. We all kind of came up at the same time. Some of these guys actually helped me get my certification watching information. The CCIE, David Bombo, props, man. I'm complete, right? He still makes good content. Udemy, got many of your courses. So again, I respect so many people out here that I've met along the journey. But at the end of the day, we all have information to share. We all have stuff here, and we all have our ways of engaging. So my thing is, it's not about hating on other people. And also, some of us do come from different backgrounds, right? Some of us did come from the hacker communities. And I think all of us at the end of the day, actually probably at the beginning, we were all script kiddies. We were all back in, the AOL days, right? We were all sitting here on the Yahoo Instant Messenger, Y-Tunnel days, making booters and flutters. I mean, like I said, going back to the late 80s and early 90s, right? You had the cyber wars going on, right? YT Cracker. I mean, these are some people I've ran. Again, I'm not saying I know them personally, but I was in the same circles with a lot of these different people. So again, Mini Hats Club, Thug Crowd, my boys going back, right? You got, shoot, I could go all the way back to, what was the other, because it all kind of started on the Discord journey with, so there was this one guy, but he kind of became like, I don't know, like a gatekeeper and started acting all kind of psycho and kicking everybody out. But Rabbit and all my boys, the Together We Hack, TWH. And if people don't know, I went by different names back in the day too. I went by Commodore 64, right? I used to have Salt D's Nuts. I've had all sorts of different handles online. And like I said, props and shout outs to DEF CON community. Some of you guys might actually remember me. I used to sing some karaoke in the lounge and stuff during the DEF CON festival. So again, shout out. Again, I just like most people, we've all been around on the internet. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Am I back? All right, my keep on ranting. I was just trying to burn some more hours. Because again, on the 7th, everything's going to reset on my StreamYard. So again, I have my 20 hours again. And then I'll probably start trying also doing some streams and stuff from just OBS. Just using just my regular bandwidth. And then I got EV Mux as well. So yeah, I'm going to try different platforms and we'll talk about different topics. And again, I got many, many stories if you guys don't know. Again, I've been around long enough, been through many different communities, many different people that people be very surprised, like, why? How do you know these people? I'm like, if you've been on the internet long enough, you cross paths with all sorts of different people from all walks of life and whatever. And I'm the type of person, I pretty much get along with anybody. If you're cool with me, I'm cool with you. And again, there's people that want to make allegations, NeoX. And like I said, we're going to address those on the Cordial Curiosity channel. Because anybody that actually does know me knows I'm far from being a racist. I'm far from somebody that has these racist views. And just because somebody might say these things, you better come with facts and you got to be able to back them up. Because I'm going to put you on blast. And like I said, I know the people that know me. And the people that know my character. And the people that know my dignity. Gay, straight, black, whatever. I don't care. And there's many people that can attest. But at the end of the day, I know I'm not. And do I have to sit here and keep defending myself? No, but I'm not going to let somebody go online and belittle my name. Neo, I'm just trying to say I've accomplished more in my life than you have ever. And for you to sit here and think you're going to attack me or the people that know me, you got another thing coming. You were just a little kid before even riding your little bicycle on training wheels when I was on the internet. This is my playground. I hang around with people you have no idea. We built this. This is the wild, wild west. I grew up in a time from the 80s into the 90s. I've been all the way back to Netscape Navigator. I've come across many people on BBS systems and all that. And at the end of the day, I'm all for open information, free information. All information should be free. Richard Stallman, right? Going back to, like I said, certain days when you want to sit here and talk about, again, the hacker wars, right? You have different groups, different people. If you guys remember the Last Hope conferences, I know a lot about the internet history. I was pretty much engaged in a lot of the activities because of the time I was in my 20s, right? In the 90s, and then going into my 30s, I grew up with all this. Now again, 2000s and stuff, I got my kids, not doing as much, right? I'm doing the parent thing. And now you could say, yeah, did I kind of lose a little bit of things? No, I hang around with younger people. I sat here, I hung around on Discord. I sat here, I know different slangs and lingos and, you know, what's cool and what's not cool. Now the thing is, lately, no. Everything changes, right? But again, I'm not trying to be that cool guy. And especially at the age that I am now and stuff, I'm not trying to fit in with people. And then when people like a Neo make a comment, you know, people don't like you and they think this. That's the thing you don't understand. At my age, I don't care. I do not care who likes me on the internet. Are you my friend? Are you not my friend? I do not care. None of that concerns me. I dance to the beat of my own drum. I am quirky. I do not have friends. I don't go out of my way to make friends. We have internet friends, but then you have real life friends. I have none of those. At the end of the day, I just try to be civil and nice to people. And I do let people into my little circle, but again, not a lot of people. People think I'm weird. I know. I'm not stupid to that. But the thing is, I'm not trying to be like anybody else. I'm very confident and know who I am. That's why I can sit here and debate my own views. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've never said I was always 100% correct. At the end of the day, though, I know what skill set I have and what I'm good at. Now, philosophy and religion, no, I'm not a theologian. I'm learning and I'm getting a lot better. But I can say for an average person that wants to go on the internet like a Neo who thinks that they're a code breaker, which I was like, code breaker? I honestly thought you knew how to code. I was like, oh, maybe you're like a hacker. You do reverse engineering. That's not code breaking. What you're sitting here talking about and stuff is what, you think you can debunk people? See, now we're off to tech stuff. And this is what my other channel is going to be all about. Debunking people like this Neo X who thinks because people disagree with her or we don't align in our values, just say it. You hate Christians. You hate anybody. And again, she has a story to say. But guess what? We all have a story. Some of us were abused. Some of us were sexually abused. Some of us did drugs. Some of us did whatever. And the thing is for you to say that you hate God because he let all that happen to you, it just don't make any sense to me. And honestly, after a while, you get tired of people being a victim. You got a victim mentality. And the thing is, I don't care about your victim mentality. And you think that we're supposed to care because you want to go, you're great. You're allowed to go on the internet and say whatever you want to say. You can rant about whatever you want, and so can we. And the thing is, I think I've been very nice about all of it. But for you, the things that you've been doing, when you can't win a debate or an argument and you realize you've lost the whole plot, your whole argument just blew apart, that's when you go to the name calling and you try to belittle and put people down. We're on to you. The thing is, you struggle within yourself. You have a very low self-esteem of yourself and you feel like you got something to prove to people. You don't got nothing to prove to me. I don't care. You could be the president of the United States. You could be with whatever. I'm old school. We all put our pants on the same way. You might have nicer pants than I do, but you put them on one leg at a time. I don't give two craps if you're black, if you're white, if you're male, you're female, you're gay, you're straight. I do not care. I want to know, are you true, right? Your things that you present, your claims, are they true or are they not? And I'm telling you, yours are full of shit. You're not factually true. You have no factual proof or evidence. And my thing is, watch my videos. You can sit here and think you can mute people in chats because they disagree with you. And then you want to sit here and belittle and say things. And the thing is, if you guys don't know, on Neo's channel, when she does do a live stream, even though you might not see me in the chat, watch the live stream. You'll see my comments. I leave comments and stuff. And again, do I watch your content? I sure do. I like to hear the next ignorant thing that's going to come out of your mouth. You are not educated. You are not very well versed. And ChatGPT, you rely on way too much because you cannot form your own opinions or your own ideas without ChatGPT. Now, the thing is, historical evidence and being able to back up with facts, right? And not just views and opinions. I'm going to debunk. I got your last 4 little videos that you like to make these long form. I'm going to pick them apart point by point because you said you're a code breaker. Well, guess what? I'm a code breaker too. And I'm going to break your code. I'm going to dissect it. I'm very analytical. So we will sit here and we're going to dive down. I'm going to get very critiquing. And we're going to break down each individual point and prove how much you do not know. And you speak about the Bible, which is always funny, to where something that you say you believe in, but then sometimes you don't believe in it, and that you just pick parts of different religion because you're an omnist. I'm going to prove to you you're not an omnist. You go exactly against any one of their beliefs. You are just Neo. A person on YouTube who sits here and cries for clout needs attention. Well, the thing is, other people were like, you know what? Just ignore her. Don't give her. I'm going to give you the attention you seek. You really want attention. It's not about views to me. It's not about punching down. You actually got more subscribers than me. That's fine. I'm not doing this for subscribers either. I'm doing this about principle. You are incorrect. You are spreading misinformation to mislead people. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the factual truth. And I believe that most people can look at the information and make a very well logical, and we'll just say a well-informed decision on who's correct or who's not. Because if you don't know, and I'm very transparent, I am a Christian. Am I sitting there going to say I'm this perfect, holy person that you keep claiming? When people do this stuff, that's not Christian-like, that's not whatever. Who are you? You're not even a Christian. And by you not being a Christian, how do you know so much to say, oh, we don't act Christian enough for you? We don't do whatever? I told you once before, Neo, and I'll tell you again. And you can get upset, and other people who listen to my streams can get upset. At the end of the day, if you or anyone does not believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, right? And when I say the Son of God, what Son of God, right? For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Anyone that does not want to believe or accept that Jesus Christ died on the cross and was the only begotten Son of God, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, and it definitely ain't Allah. If you want to sit here and say, no, you don't believe that? You have every right. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, Romans 3:23. We all live in a fallen state. And at the end of the day, we all were given free will. And if you want to choose, now again, do I do it because I don't want to go to hell? That's not why I got saved. I mean, there are many people that say they're Christians, say, oh, yeah, I gave my life over and I accept that because they don't want to burn in hell. That's, I'm going to say, I definitely don't want to burn in hell. But that's not the reason why I became a Christian. See, I think you got this total misunderstanding of a relationship with God our Father and with Jesus Christ and the Trinity, which you don't even believe in. But yet you got plenty of stuff to say about it. Because you do understand, for the act of salvation to even take place, that's why I always kind of question and even ask. You said at one time you were a Christian. I don't believe that you were. I honestly don't think you understand what it means to be a Christian or the process of salvation. Just because you understand the devil even believes in God. The devil believes in many of these things. I don't make him a Christian. And a Christian, like I said, many people can have that title. But the thing is, what does it truly mean to be a Christian, a follower of Christ? Now, you understand there's people that do, that's all they do. They follow Christ. They follow his teachings. But do they practice his teachings? See, there's a difference there. Neo, you don't practice any teachings. You practice what you want to believe. And again, that's fine. It's humanism. You're a pagan. You follow pagan beliefs or humanistic beliefs. Some of the things that you say, oh, I don't believe in Satanism, in a way you kind of do. You do promote some of that. Now, at the end of the day, am I going to say you're a Satanist? No, I don't believe you're a Satanist. The pentagrams, the witchcraft and all that. I listen to metal music. None of the stuff of that never offended me. Now, I would say where you kind of cross the line is when you start putting images of other people that are actually real people into your little videos. And I'm thinking, it's a little morbid. What, you're wishing death upon people? I mean, I do find that odd. I don't mean you got to be a Satanist. when you want harm to come to other people or you find them evil, like using words like that. So do I think you're an evil person? I don't think you're an evil person. You're a sinful person just like I am. But at the end of the day, I pray for you. But I do realize, even though you don't have a big platform, you influence other people to make bad choices. And you're spreading misinformation. And my thing is, I want to set the record straight and present the Bible in a logical, right, and critical way of thinking to those out there that honestly don't know the information. You watch too many movies. You sit here and you quote all these pagan things and you listen to all these other people. And again, some of the people that you listen to, like you keep talking about the Kevin guy. You know, some of these people were former pastors and then they stepped away. There's a reason why they stepped away. And it wasn't because it was bullshit, Neo. I mean, I can cuss too. I got plenty of words, Neo. I mean, you sit here and keep thinking all of us Christians are these squeaky clean people. And like, no. I'm the same way too, right? Who amongst you with no sin? Throw the first stone. I can't throw no stones at you, Neo. And I hope you don't take it that I am throwing stones at you. I'm calling you out, human to human. You are spreading false information that you know is not true at all. And the evidence that you provide to make it true is it's not even verified. And the thing is, I know for a fact that you're intelligent and smart enough to know, even when you use your little chat GPT, you are cherry picking and doing confirmation bias. You're overlooking. I know ChatGPT has provided you other biblical information that, again, you may not agree with it, may not believe, but you never add it into your talking points. That's called gaslighting. And if you honestly look at it, that's not being, what do you say, intellectually honest with your viewers or any of it. And again, I know there's many people to do it. And that's one thing I've realized, that when I do my content and I debate other people, I try to get as much, because again, we're all biased at the end of the day. But I want to eliminate as much of my bias so I can honestly hear the other person. Because I am honestly open for people to change my mind. But the thing is, it's street epistemology. If you're not aware, you can look it up. And again, it's mainly used by atheist, agnostic people. And again, I've been around in that community as well. They got a great website. Y'all don't know, go to streetepistemology.com. They actually got a course that's free. And I would say a lot of the techniques and stuff that's used are great. I think they're great, not just for religious conversations or debates, political and all that. It's a great way to have conversations with people, using the Socratic line of questioning. Who, what, when, where, and why. But being respectful and being able to understand somebody's logic and critical thinking on why they have these claims. And it also makes you sit here and think, it's a great way too to also be challenged on why do I believe what I believe? And can I defend what I'm saying? And there's many things I can honestly say, I honestly don't know. If you ask me on a question, because again, when it comes to especially Christianity, when you talk about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, right, and the tomb, historically, empirical data, we can prove Jesus Christ was crucified on the cross. It's all documented. None of it's fake. And for you to say, oh, these pagan beliefs, yes, it can be two things. But I can tell you, you're talking about from a Christian perspective. When you're giving your answers, you're not giving it from a Christian perspective. You're giving it from somebody that completely denies and hates Christianity. And for somebody that wants to say, was it you're an omnist? An omnist looks at multiple religions. And they believe there's good in every religion, and they pick those different parts out. It's like they're trying to make this perfect religion, you know, like a woman or a man that thinks they're going to find the perfect person. So you think you can take these qualities and traits from each person, and you can make this great. You can't. And that's why Omnism is I think it's like a pseudo-religion. I don't even think it's a religion. It's like a pseudo, it's like a new age type of belief. And that's what you're doing. You're taking from all the, and that's what I'm trying to say. You have to believe in some of Christianity, Mormons, all this different faith, because you're using bits and parts of it when you're like, oh yeah, yeah. When it aligns with what you want. But when it don't align, then you talk about how bad it is. And I'm like, you can't do that. That's not being intellectually honest. I mean, you could do it, but it's a lie. And that's what I just want to wake people up to see. And again, I'm just going to provide the proof. And as I mentioned, and again, this stream ain't about you, Neo. But at the end of the day, you like attention. And I'm giving you attention. And I'm making that other channel, I created that specifically for people like you. I'm going to annihilate, obliterate, and push back against your false claims and rhetoric. Christianity, if you haven't realized, we are definitely under attack. And there's people out there that has motivated me. People like God Logic. Now again, we can do this in a Christian loving way. But nobody says that we can't push back and challenge and rebuttal. And that's what my new channel will be all about. Rebuttaling those that disagree, but not only disagree, but people like you, Neo, that hate Christianity. I want a rebuttal to where we're going to see who's right, who's wrong. There's a reason why Christianity has survived over how many years there, Neo? And when you sit here and you talk about these other pseudo-religions, that's all they are, pseudo. Nobody's going to remember them. And when you want to copy other religions like paganism and all that and claim it as your own, you're not unique. Christianity was unique. And you can say, oh, it copied these. Did it really? See, you say it did, but my thing is, what did it accomplish? Look what Christianity has done in 2,000 years. Look what Jesus Christ and Christianity has done, and also compared to any other religion on the face of the earth. It does teach love. It teaches compassion. The United States of America, as much as you hate it, and everybody's a racist, and everybody's whatever. See, again, when you start lining with these, and these are the people that I love, and I challenge and hope that they will come. God Logic, I adore his content. I respect him so much. And he has motivated many of us others to educate ourselves. Now, am I God Logic? Am I even in that same level? I am not. But I will say, I would like to have the Black Hebrew Israelites. I like to have Mormons. I would like to have Jehovah's Witnesses. Muslims. I have enough understanding. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and have a debate and a theological complete debate because, again, I don't know that much all about them, but I know enough information I can defend my faith. God Logic and other talking points that I've learned through just watching the videos, and I'm going to encourage people, and I'm going to do reviews and watch other videos on watching how these other religions are being debunked and dismantled. Christianity will continue to spread. We are the truth. And when I say we, my God, I am the way, the truth, and the light. No man get to the Father except through me. Not through me, but through him, right? And the Holy Spirit. All we can do is plant that seed. And I do believe we can make a difference. One of the largest growing religions we know is Muslims. And they are spreading. But if you actually look at the numbers and stuff, just because they can have more children and stuff does not mean that that religion's spreading. More people are waking up to the false doctrines. And I know, see, like YouTube and other platforms, they like to censor people's speech. We can't say that. You can't say anything about Muslims. Why? Why can't we? Oh, because of the isms. Oh, that's right. Right, right. Everybody's an ism or an ist, right? Racist, misogynist, can't say things about females, can't say. We can all have opinions and views. And there is a thing called truth. And I think a lot of people, yeah, after COVID and after many other times of us all having to shut up, and just to address the situation too, as y'all don't know, I'm a white man and I'm not racist. But I'll be damned if I'm sick and tired of people calling white people, we're the cancer, we're racist. Hey, blessings. I think people are really getting sick and tired of it. Why, again, I'm kind of come from the Martin Luther King days, right? Even though I wasn't even born yet. You judge a person by the character, right? Not the color of their skin. And again, there are people in America that do believe that. Those are idiots. Just like the same other idiots that are black and brown and stuff that don't like white people. Racism, right? Bigotry goes on all sides. It's a mindset. Doesn't matter about the color of your skin. It's just ignorant people that evidently had situations that happened in their life that they hate other people. And they want to take their hate and anger out on other people that had nothing to do with it. And then they want to group everybody together and say it's systemic racism. Get out of here. And the thing is, people that want to believe that and stuff, you're in America. Especially in America, free reign. You have free speech to say whatever, and we have free speech to say what we want. And it don't make it racist. If you don't like LGBTQ or you disagree with other people's opinions, does not mean that you got to be a phobic. You're homophobic. You're Islamophobic. What are you talking about? If I don't agree with certain views, and especially when people know if I'm a certain faith and it goes against my faith, in America I have a thing called freedom of religion. But when you got other groups of people trying to say, no, you can't do this, and that you want to sit here and publicly shame us, shame. You understand, enough of us, most people, and if they don't, I'm going to educate people too, because I know there's many people that I've learned from and other people I've hung around with. We're very well educated. And I don't mean we went to college or went to Harvard or Yale. We read. And that's one thing I love about God Logic too. We just read. I read history books. I know history as well. Now, I'm not going to say, do I know it better than anybody? No, I'm also incorrect on many things. But a lot of this just nonsense and garbage that other people have been spewing for the last good decade or more now. America's not a racist country. It was not built upon racism. Know your history. It's not stolen land. It was not stolen from the Native Americans. People need to learn your history. We had agreements that was also made. We also know about the Native Americans. We're sitting here murdering themselves. And when you say a Native American, what do you mean? Native to America. So people seem to forget too. There wasn't just natives that was here in the United States at the founding of our country. Who else was here? Remember the Louisiana Purchase? There were Spaniards here as well, wasn't there not? The conquistadors. I'm not Spanish. But yet they keep grouping always the Europeans and all that. And again, you got people that sit here like a Matt Walsh and all these other people. They give you the history too. And these are a lot of the history books. Like, I got a lot of black friends, Neo, that you want to sit here and say, oh, let me guess. They must be black token, right? My token black friends. See, I hate when people do that too. Why can't they just be my friends? I don't care if they're black, white, green. But I'll say my black friends, you know why? Because the black community, they like to call them Uncle Toms. Oh my gosh, you know why? Because they don't align with another group of people, what to say, African Americans, that believe it's racism. It was all built on racism. I mean, I understand. We have the Malcolm X groups, right? We had the MLK groups. In America, too, we have La Raza, which is the Mexican version of the Ku Klux Klan. We've had many, many hate groups here. I'm sorry to tell you, I believe they're all ignorant. And the thing is, when people talk about a civil war, and that's one thing I don't understand, too, when we get foreigners who weren't even here during the Civil War, right? They don't even know our history. They just think it's blacks and whites. They don't even understand the full history of what happened behind the Civil War. And when you want to stay here and talk about slave owners, that they all weren't white. Alabama had one of the worst black slave owners that was horrible, I mean murderous to his slaves. And some of us were indentured servants. You understand there was a lot of immigrants that came over, and they were working on those same plantations. They weren't getting paid either. They were paying off debt. Now, am I going to agree and say slavery was a great thing? When you want to try to pin it on just the United States and just the white European, you don't know history. Go all the way back to those pyramids. What color were those people? Weren't they brown? Oh, I guess that kind of defeats the whole narrative of this whole white, Aryan. Like, it's stupid. These are people that honestly don't know history, and that they're trying to spin things. And again, I pray to God there's never another civil war. We paid the price. And when I say we, black people paid, white people paid, multiple people paid. And that's how a lot of people won their freedom. You understand, if you even look at the civil rights movement of Martin Luther King, you understand without white people, that movement never would have passed anything. And to say that our country, we all hate each other because no, we all don't. I don't like painting a big brush. Definitely, you need your own radio station. Oh, thanks. But no, at the end of the day, because again, it's not even trying to push talking points. I agree. It's where I don't understand where people got this concept. I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky. Do you understand my old Kentucky home was built by slaves? We were a state that was separated. Brother against brother. You understand? Families were separated because they were divided on the view of the Mason-Dixon line. So when you want to try to say, oh, white people, we need to pay repatriation back, like, what are you talking about? And even if you don't know my history, I'm adopted, right? But if you go by my adoptive family, they came over during World War II. They were trying to get away from Hitler. They didn't even come till after this. So they have white privilege, right? They didn't own slaves. They didn't own any of that. But yet you want us to pay repatriation? I think the blood that was spilled on this holy land, especially down here in the South. And here's another thing people also need to realize about the history there, Neo. Pick up a book. When you look at the fall of the South, you do know Atlanta was burnt to the ground by the Yankees. They destroyed the South. People say, why do you think the South is still so poor to this day? Mississippi, Louisiana, why? To pay off the war debt. I'm not trying to say they were correct. And just because I sit here and I can understand where they were coming from, it was monetarily. There was so many, it was so nuanced. It wasn't just blacks and whites and these horrible white, there was white people that didn't like black people, 100%. But you understand there was many slaves that also, again, I know it sounds crazy, but if you read the books, they respected their slave master. Some of them were actually given land, and they were giving a better life. Now again, if I was in that situation, I don't get it either. I'd be like, oh my God. But if he didn't abuse me and didn't do whatever, that's just the way times were. I can't go back in time and say, you know what? Like, we all get this mindset because we live in the freaking 21st century. If we could go back to that time, oh, we would have changed and did things that you really think you would? No, you wouldn't. And people like you, Neo, what do you think would have happened? They would have put you on a whipping post. I don't even think you would have made it on the boat coming over. Many died, and it was horrific. And when you sit here and try to say that white people are European, that we celebrate this, who are you speaking of? I know some of these hillbillies you're talking about, these rednecks, the South will rise. They use the N-word, they say coons, and they say all this stuff. They're ignorant people. These are trailer trash people. They have no life. Some of these are drug addicts. They're not going to do anything. And they're pissed off at the world too. They believe black people took my job, did it, you know? And at the end of the day, they don't take any responsibility either. But it's when you get all these people to just keep making all these damn excuses. We live in the 21st century. This is 2026. If you look at sports players, you look at a lot of African Americans, right? And I even hate using that word African American. Why don't we just call them Americans? Anybody that was born in our country, right? Or you did get, legally came into the country and went through the process, you're an American. I could say I'm Russian American. Why don't we all just identify what countries we came from? Because at the end of the day, that red, white, and blue represents all of us. We are all wrapped in that. I don't care if you're white, black, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Asian, Colombian. I don't care. If you were born here in the United States, you're an American. This is where people say, oh yeah, you're racist. Because this is where politics has gotten us to. People are so uneducated and have no way to actually sit here and want to defend their stance on policies that you want to sit here and name call other people. Because guess what? If you look at it, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Like him or hate him, half the freaking country voted for him. So evidently we got half of the United States, notice United States, not divided states, that voted for the man. He is now our sitting president, and he is making policies. If you don't like the policies, then you need to vote for a candidate. Now again, he's getting ready to be out in the next 2.5 years. You need to pick a candidate that has policies that can persuade the American people that we want to vote for them. See? And I don't know what it is. And again, I know many, my black friends, I guess you want to say, or people of color, that always seem to vote Democrat. I don't understand why. I ask them, so what about the policies? Because you know what's kind of funny? A lot of those same people voted for Donald Trump. But they didn't want to say anything within their own communities. And I was like, why? And I get it. They knew what was going to happen. They don't want to be shamed and be name called. But they knew exactly, I'm going to get a check. I'm going to make more money. I'm going to get tax breaks. But they don't want to say it. And the thing is, I do respect the people that said, yeah, I'm black. I voted for Trump. That's great. I'm black and I voted for Donald Trump. And I'm sitting there thinking like, oh yeah, I voted for him too. I voted for him all 3 times. That'll make me a racist. Because again, I honestly don't like Donald Trump. The person, I don't know the man personally. I can tell you his morals and values do not align with mine. And that's fine. Because again, he's a politician. I vote for policies. And his policies, building a wall. We've had an immigration problem for the last 40 years. I'm only 54 years old. In the 80s, growing up, I remember. And people want to talk about like Reagan. I'm very, like I said, very knowledgeable about what to say, political events and political history. I'm not going to say I'm like no guru, but I know enough information that I can hold my own. We do know Reagan actually gave amnesty and was part of the problem. Because this has been a can we've kicked down the road for how long? And they've always used it as a political tool. This isn't about being Republican. This isn't about being Democrat. This is about being called an American. And I honestly believe, yeah, most Americans, we need to sit back. Because I do feel like at this point too, I supported MAGA at the beginning. I can't stand it now. It's like an occult. It's a cult. If you disagree or go against this, and I'm like, what? I'm not an American? What are you talking about? I'm not a patriot? I served my country in the United States Marine Corps. And now I'm not a patriot because I disagree with a war that most Americans do not agree with? I understand the concept of why it's going on. Iran, I agree, should never have nuclear weapons. And I would do everything within my power to make sure that they don't. But there's a price that comes with that. And I don't feel that you were straightforward with the American people. The president was not straightforward with the American people to let us know what that cost was going to be. And now it's Strait of Hormuz and the gas prices and all that. I understand. I'm willing to make a sacrifice. My thing is, though, let's be transparent with the American people and say, this isn't going, he's playing 4D chess. It's going exactly the way it's supposed to. I sometimes see unforeseen events, and I get it. Adapt and overcome. And again, we don't want to show any weakness. And I'm not going to say, we're not going to lose this. We're the United States of America. Unless we honestly get other countries involved that want to go and use the nuclear option, we have the most greatest military on planet Earth. We can hold our own. Now again, if China or Russia and all them want to start getting involved and we start going nuclear, then it's done for everybody. And I don't think anybody wants that scenario because China knows it would be over. Russia knows it would be because once they fire, we're all going to fire and we're all going to sit back and have a couple of cold beers and watch the world burn. It won't take that long. So I'm hoping that we got people that have more level heads than go in that angle. But at the end of the day and stuff, yeah, this is the United States of America. I love my country. And if you guys didn't get to hear this, interesting news, but what does say, there was a court order that was passed down. I just learned this. I need to research more into it, so I don't want to be spreading false information or fake news. But I will just say, I saw this story, but it looks like the Second Amendment has actually been upheld. And if you all don't know, it looks like many states are now going to address the idea of, how a lot of us, we have to get permits and we have to do all these background checks. Well, it looks like that's unconstitutional and it was challenged. And it looks like they won. And now, states and governments and permits and all that are now having to scramble to either try to make new policies to go against this, but it's already been confirmed that where it's unconstitutional. You have a right to own a gun and it shall not be it cannot be obstructed, period. And by doing these permits, again, that's making money. You can't be doing all that. And it does look like certain states are already implementing this now, which I think is really good. Because I'm like, 100%, I'm a constitutionalist. Straight down to the board. Shall not be infringed. So at the end of the day, yeah, we're going to find out how this is going to play out. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I live in Florida. So I would think Florida, because Texas and other states are now having to kind of address this. To where, yeah, we had to get permits and stuff, but the thing is, they're null and void. Do we really need a permit? And we actually down here had the right to carry, right? So now we have open carry and all that. And we went to a whole big shindig. Well, the thing is, constitutionally, you have a right to open carry in every damn state. So now what's going to be interesting is the states that we do know are definitely anti-Second Amendment. New York, Chicago, supposedly. But, a lot of people have guns regardless. But it's going to be a very interesting topic. It's going to be a very, very interesting just to see. Yeah, because again, this went to the highest court of the land. Now, we can see if people want to stomp on people's constitutional rights, and we're going to see how many lawsuits start up. I would say anybody that's an American citizen, understand and know your rights, especially those Bill of Rights. And I can't agree with people on the left and on the right and stuff. We are all under attack. Little by little, they've been chipping away at that old Constitution and Bill of Rights, limiting us and taking as many of our rights, and most of us don't even know our rights are being taken. I'm all for First Amendment and like First Amendment auditing. Again, some people kind of go about it the wrong way, but again, it's America. I'm not here to tell people how you can do things and not do things. So that's one thing people do need to realize about me too. I might have conservative views, but I'm also very liberal on many issues. But at the end of the day, I'm also a constitutionalist. People are very nuanced. I look and vote for policies that affect me and my family. And also, like I said, when I say the better good, I'm not talking about all of freaking humanity and society. I'm looking for people in my area on the local level, how these laws affect us and these policies affect us. Can we feed our family? Are things the cost of living, right? When you start looking at the federal government, it's too big. It don't need to be that big. And I'm one for smaller government. I believe everything should be brought down to the local level. Like Roe versus Wade, and a lot of people were butthurt. Abortions, I know. So now you're not, and again, it was never constitutional in the first place. And the thing is, they returned the rights back to the states. And Florida and many other states decided it's murder. And you will not be using taxpayer dollar to be able to do any of this stuff and have it funded in the state of Florida. If you want to have an abortion, you can go off to another state and have it done. Now, my thing is, nobody took anybody's rights away. And my thing is, my body, my choice. That's one that always was very interesting. My body, my choice. Really? So, why don't we change the laws then? Isn't it funny that it's, what does it say? DV, domestic, you know what? If I walked up and, I don't know, hit a pregnant woman in her belly and make her lose the baby, I would get charged for manslaughter. But yet that same woman can go, sometimes longer than even 3 months, and have that baby taken care of. What does it say? Removed. But she can do it because that's her body, her choice. But, if I remember biology, but remember biology don't count anymore either. Remember, we got the LGBTQ and all these people that want to identify. That's a completely different can of worms. Nothing to worry about there. No, men ain't going to go in, a biological man's not going to go into a bathroom and sit here and prey upon. And again, I got friends that would just say are transgender. At the end of the day, I have no personal problem with them as being an adult. But guess what? None of them are making an argument about they have to go into the girls' bathroom. Those are the weirdos. Then we got other people that, want to dress up like furries and weird, this weird stuff. And in America, you're allowed to be weird. I'm weird too. I like all sorts of weird stuff. Not that type of weird. But at the end of the day, we have rights to protect us. But at the end of the day, when you think about it, do we have too many rights? So I start thinking like the left, some of these Democrats start being a little more socialist than communist. Yeah, you know what? I don't really believe that people can make decisions on their own. Maybe we need to have some government intervention, maybe step in. Because the government always knows what's right. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's great when government gets involved in our health insurance. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you can't screw that up. Remember cash for clunkers with Obama? Y'all remember that? Yeah, I'm not for bigger government. So when people think conservatives, not all conservatives are for bigger government. And then when you want to say, well, maybe you lie more independent. No, I don't really like the independent view either, because I think the independent view is taking the easy way out. You can blame anybody and never have to take responsibility for anything. Yeah, I didn't vote for that. I'm not Republican or Democrat. So what are you then? I mean, you can be an independent, but you understand no independent is going to freaking win any election. I mean, the way our system's built, but again, we can also take the socialist view and these radical Democrat view. The system's broken. We need a new system. Yeah, our forefathers were too stupid to realize. Yeah. Electoral college? No, we should have popular vote. Yeah, Donald Trump will be our president again. And like Hillary Clinton, remember she won the popular vote, but she lost the electoral college. Now, why did we have the electoral college in the first place? I don't know. So we could have equal representation? So we're not only going to have 5 states decide for the rest of the country what's best for all of us? New York, California, Texas. Florida would actually be in there too. We got a pretty good sized population. But what about Idaho, South Dakota? What about some of these other little smaller states? How about Maine and stuff? I don't know. I think they would like to have a say-so in our democracy. It does affect them. So that's why we had the electoral college. And then when people don't like, and again, I agree with many people too, Supreme Court and stuff, it's not supposed to be biased, right? Republican, Democrats, not supposed to take those views into it. They're supposed to strictly decide by the Constitution. But we all do know we have different parties that pick their candidates and they put them up, and we cross our fingers that, you know what, they're going to follow the Constitution and not follow a certain party or give them any more leverage. And I'm like, it's humans. And that's why being a Christian, see, Neo, we can be very complex and we can agree on many topics and see different viewpoints. But at the end of the day, we live in a sinful world. And there's going to be bad things that's going to happen. And I'm not going to blame God for them. There's going to be people that are, right now, a woman is probably being beat at home right now. There's a little child that's probably not eating right now. There's probably some DV, an SA going on as we speak. There's people from other countries right now that aren't going to eat tonight. There's some really horrible, horrific things going on the internet right now. There's somebody sticking a needle probably in their arm right now and having an overdose. There's probably a mom that's sitting here that just cried because her kid has gotten a drunk driving accident and is probably, in an emergency room right now. Hopefully they're trying to resuscitate and bring him back to life. There's a lot of atrocities in life, but that's because of a choice that was made. And that was called sin. And by us making a decision, and when you say us, am I my brother's keeper? Oh, yes, I am. And even if you want to not believe in the biblical story of Adam and Eve, and you don't want to believe in, again, was it a physical app or whatever, again, I can sit here and have actual rational discussions and not have to take everything figuratively, right? And we also do know Jesus and other parts of the Bible talked about parables, but in some of those parables were actually real stories that were predictions that, and we only say predictions, they were manifested from God that was going to be passed down throughout history. Exodus, right? When you talk about Moses and the first 5 books, and isn't it kind of funny that even with the Muslims and stuff, because Neo, when you're sitting there attacking people, you're attacking Muslims. They believe in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. Some people might say they don't know. It depends what type of Muslim you are. But you understand, they follow the Torah, the Quran. The Quran is based upon the Torah. Now, it's kind of funny. Those are the books you don't believe. You think everything's make-believe. We believe in this spaghetti monster. And I'm like, what do you actually know about religions or denominations or history? And then you go into this Egyptian, mythos that you'll start talking about. And I'm like, yeah, some of it is historic. But when you talk about things, you're talking about it from a religious content. Or are you actually trying to look at it from a theological content? Or are you actually looking at it from a historical content? Like, I don't know the lens that you're trying to address some of these questions from. Just like people, we're very, very nuanced. And a lot of the topics that we discuss are very, very nuanced. But at the end of the day, they don't always have to be so complex. You can narrow them down and you can kind of believe, why do certain people? And at the end of the day, I can respect why some people have certain views that they do. Even if I agree with them or disagree with them. If somebody can give me an actual story that I can find that's actually, and especially when they say it, you can tell when somebody's telling you the truth. Have they lived it? Their personal experiences. And just because I may not accept it, and you do understand, sometimes people do tell stories that aren't true. Sometimes they do tell stories to where they honestly believe it's true in their mind, but those that were around them and stuff, and I've been guilty of it myself sometimes. When you look back, we remember things as we get older. We sometimes forget certain details. Sometimes we sit and go, you know what, I never really thought of it. That's the way I honestly saw it happening. But it's just like you can have an experience, and I can have the same experience of a car wreck or whatever, and from our angles and stuff, we have different stories. But the thing is, one of them is true. And sometimes they can both be somewhat accurate, but that don't mean, yeah, a person died at the scene of an accident. But the thing is, you saw a green car and I saw a blue car. I don't know, that's a discrepancy. So therefore, one of them have to be true. Now the thing is, what if there was no green or blue car? Now we have a conundrum here. Because could we both be actually incorrect? Yes. There's so many questions about different things to where you follow the logic and you use your critical thinking skills. And this is where, again, it's not punching down at you, Neo. You're flawed. Very flawed. Because you don't ever want to address or see that you could be flawed or incorrect. You have to be correct at all times. And everybody else is stupid and ignorant. And that's the stuff I just don't get. I tried to have an actual civil debate with you. And the thing is, when you did start losing, you started name calling. And you started, oh, you know, these people don't like you. And then you want to say, oh, Tinkers thinks you're a racist. Yes, I don't know Tinkers. I talked to Tinkers on a Discord and we had a conversation. And yes, we didn't agree on many things. But at the end of the day, it don't make no difference to me. She don't influence my life. I don't influence her life. But I don't wish no ill will against her. I don't sit here and I don't think everyone says, oh, you're black and black. I never said it. I don't have nothing against her. I don't know her. And to say because I disagree with somebody, that makes me a racist? I'm like, what? No, she has her life experience. She has whatever and stuff. And I'm like, And like I said, she's definitely got a different life experience than I do. And I just noticed, and like I said, I'm not sitting here trying to defend or whatever. You have a right to speak about whatever. If you guys don't know, I'm Break Room. They had a talk yesterday with Tink, and her name's Tinkers. And she actually has a real interesting story. And if you guys didn't get to watch it, I'd say definitely get to go watch the stream. But it was talking about being in a cult. And this is a real cult. This guy was really arrested. I really didn't know much about the topic. I remember hearing about it like back in the day, but I didn't know enough of the information. Then I started researching back into it and stuff, and then hearing Tink, she's confirming and actually telling us more details about what happened. You're like, wow. And then, you know, it makes you kind of get into the psyche, like what was possessed somebody to, you know, you would think, I would never fall for a cult. And I was like, now you'd be very surprised. Like Heaven's Gate and all those other ones, you know, these are very bright intellectual people that you would think, no, they're very well educated and why would they fall? You'll be very surprised. Cults have a different, and like I said, I don't know. Because sometimes I wonder, I don't want to assume I couldn't fall for something like that. I do kind of believe, if I was persuaded, and it depends if something's going on in my life and I'm questioning things, or maybe I'm just not well informed on it, I could fall for something like that as well. Thank God I haven't. I mean, there's been some things I look back when in life when we look back and go, man, I can't believe I thought that. I mean, I thought some really dumb stuff at some points in my life. I listened to some conspiracy theories where at the time I really thought was true. Then I find out, okay, they weren't true. But then I found out other things that I used to sit and go, that ain't true. And now I find out, holy crap, it was true. Like, the world's a freaking crazy place. And the thing is, I've learned just at my age, and this is an advice I try to give you, Neo. Never assume or think you're the smartest person in any room. Because that type of person is the dumbest person in that room. Because I can tell you, out on the internet, you have no idea. When you make a broad brush and try to say, you're all stupid, who are you actually talking to? You must have certain people in your mind you think you're talking to. But when you got people in a live stream, you don't know those people. And then you got the people who might be listening that you don't even see in the chat. You have no idea who you are addressing. Some of these people might even agree with you and then say, what the crap, why is she, I just say you shouldn't just group people together and put everybody in this hive mind. Because I notice when I'm sitting here actually making my accusations or what to say, my critique, it's not about certain groups of people. I'm saying it directly to you. You refer to yourself as a black woman or a person of color. I don't give a shit about none of that. I'm calling you Neo, who evidently, whatever, you don't like men, whatever, that's fine. I don't give a crap either. And the other thing I would just address you as is just, you can identify as a man, you're not a man. I'm a man, you're not. And at the end of the day, we say, what does that even mean to be a man? I'm not saying I would beat you up or anything. I don't even mean you're a man. At the end of the day, I'm letting you know, you, again, if you had children, you didn't have children, our bodies and biological differences, there is a difference. So when somebody asks you, what is a woman, what is a man, there's biological differences. And if I'm sitting here talking to somebody who wants to say, well, we're talking about sexes here. I don't care about this gender crap, this gender neutrality and all that. That's when you start, now you're getting into, what to say, academics. In school that we all learn, let us go back to elementary school, there's male and female, the birds and the bees. Now again, once you get at a certain age and stuff, I understand where people are coming from. You start getting into the chromosomes and you can start getting whatever. That's a topic that I agree high schoolers should have. And we can start introducing genders, but it still does not change the actual historic, factual, biology, science, male and female chromosomes. There's male and female, period. At the end of the day, you were born a female. When it comes to gender or what you want to identify as or whatever lifestyle you want to choose to follow, as an adult, you can do whatever. And that's the thing, I don't think a lot of people, lesbians, gay, transgender, they don't get it. Most of us adults, we don't give a fuck. We don't care. We don't want to hear about it all the time, though. I mean, how would you all like if we went around and I don't know, like myself. I think my friends would get very pissed off. They're like, hey guys, if you don't know, I'm a heterosexual male. I like females. I'm a white, heterosexual Christian male, and I had to, like, who does that? It's like talking in third person. My name's Jimmy. Jimmy would like to go get something to eat. Jimmy needs to go to the bathroom right now. Jimmy, who talks like this? And people are using all these theories and ideas. And let's reimagine everything. How about we reimagine reality? Like I'm trying to say, I don't know what the hell's going on with, especially, this isn't just from the younger generation. This has been going on since the 1960s. In the 1980s, they were talking about some of these, what to say, theories on college campuses. And then in the 90s, right, it just wasn't all prevalent out in the open. Anybody that's been to a college or academic level know these conversations exist. And now the younger generation feels like they're enlightened. They're so intelligent. They're so much smarter than the rest of us. We're boomers. We're just stupid boomers. And the thing is, I like to inform all the younger generations, Gen Alpha, Gen Z, Gen X, which I'm a part of. You understand, if we're so stupid, this internet and those phones that you use, we created all that. Are you aware of this? The technologies that you all use, that we're so stupid that we don't know, one, how to create the platforms. You understand, if we actually wanted to, and you really, this is the thing I love about these debates online too, when people try to do Gen X and not, there's a reason why a lot of these people are smart enough to leave Gen X out of that conversation, which is the best generation. Because Gen X, you understand, we could shut all this fucking shit down. You don't think we designed and created and engineered? The Wild Wild West was us. The internet, the bulletin board systems was Gen X. We came from analog and went into the digital. All this stuff that you think, this is all new and you're not creating none of it. Most of the guys that do the security and stuff, we got younger people coming into it and stuff, and they're very, very intellectually smart. They grew up with it. But guess what? They're not very good at analog. I'm from both sides. I went from analog to digital. We used to actually have friends ride bikes and go outside. And then I also know the experience of when we got, and even with just all of it, just to see the switches and changes in the United States and just in people in our society. You understand? In the 1990s, Rodney King, I saw that too. Reginald Denning. I mean, I grew up as a teenager. Actually, I was like 18, 19 at that time. I'm wearing White Sox caps. Listen to NWA, acting like I'm some rapper and I'm like, looking back at it now, you understand how stupid I was? Fight the power! I was all for all that. Because then I was like, I was very naive. Because at the end of the day, you understand, I don't know if any of you guys, again, I'm speaking to anybody out on the internet, anybody from the streets, anybody really about that life? I know there's plenty of people on the internet that are truly about that life. And some of them don't mean they always have to be online. They like to post. Now, some of these guys are doing it for clout. But we're just going to say, no, there's real dogs. OGs that are rolling in these streets right now. They're hustling, making that freaking money. And if people don't seem to realize it, again, be careful who the hell you're talking to on the internet. See, back in the day when I used to say, yeah, gangsta, gangsta, and be sitting there throwing up signs, you understand, I watched too many damn movies. I was watching Menace to Society, right? Boys in the Hood. The thing is, I ain't about that life. Bloods, Crips, stacking. I grew up, what to say, in my 20s. I lived in certain areas around multiple different types of people. What to say? Latino. Vadalocos. Kansas City. The Bloods and the Crips. I know Vice Lords. I know folk. I know multiple different types of people from the street. And when somebody walks up and go, yo, ese, yo, homie, you talking about me? You disrespecting me, Holmes? Button that top collar up. I mean, shut your fucking mouth. You don't want to be disrespecting nobody. Because, see, there's a difference between shooting your mouth off on the internet and thinking you're going to cap off and people are going to let you slide like that. But then there's street smarts and street cred when somebody tells you to shut the fuck up. If you're disrespecting somebody, that gets you killed. Straight talk. I'm being 100% straight. And I think that's where the internet, they live in this imaginary make-believe world. And again, I've seen some communities, and again, I didn't get to speak too much, but I'll just kind of address this. When we talk about a community that I hang around with, again, I don't know any of these people in real life, but it's a break room situation. They go back and forth, and they've been having things, and again, I laugh and stuff, because I'm sitting there thinking like, yeah, okay. It's entertaining. I don't know any of these people. I don't even watch any of these channels. To me, a lot of times it ain't even really that deep. The thing is, I get it. There's certain people, they don't like each other. And if you don't like each other, then hey, man, you know what? Shoot your fucking shit if that's really what you want to do. But at the end of the day, take accountability when somebody calls your punk ass out on it. Because there's some people, I'm letting you know, the internet, these are real people behind screen names. And stuff can actually happen. So what I'm just trying to say is, do not be surprised, Amora, or any of these other ladies. Again, this is a bunch of ladies, right? So I'm just going to keep it 100 and real. Us as men, we usually sit around and we'll let the ladies sit here and quack, 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 do their little chicken dance, whatever the crack they do. They sit here and talk and about each other and do whatever. I'll sit here and laugh at it. I'll do whatever. But we all know if they start going at it, what do most guys do? You're going to let them get a couple of punches in. And again, I'm not a real big dude, right? I'm 5'6". I only weigh about 130 pounds, right? I'm not going to sit here and get between some woman that's like 280 pounds, 300 pounds, going in like a bear on some other dude or some other woman. I'm just, hey, let them scrap it out, right? I'm old school. The thing is, though, now people start pulling out weapons and stuff. Nah. We ain't letting it escalate like that. It ain't worth all that nonsense. We don't want nobody destroying their life over some stupid crap, right? But I do get it. Just like men, same thing with women. They protect their cubs just like men, we protect our families. We're going to keep it OG and keep it 100. when it comes to men, two things we know as men you don't fucking cross the line on with any fucking man. And again, you call somebody a bitch where I grew up, those are fighting terms. I ain't your bitch. You fucking call me a bitch, it's fucking on. I don't care if you're joking or whatever. We just don't do that shit. You don't speak my name, speak on my name with the fucking bitch word. I'll bitch slap the fucking shit out of your mouth. Number two, what's another thing that most men know? You don't disrespect what? Our family. You don't speak on my fucking family. You can talk about me all you want, but you keep my wife's name, and I'm not married anymore, but regardless, my kid's mom, you keep her name out your mouth. Even if we're divorced or whatever, you don't speak on my kid's mom. And number two, my kids. You can say whatever the fuck you want about me, but when you cross those lines, there ain't no coming back from that. And what I'm going to say with the ladies, I'm assuming they kind of, I don't know if they have the same code that men do. Because men, we don't usually let things, it can escalate, but this internet bullshit drama, it's, so I'm going to say words like whack and stuff, but it shows my age, but it's corny. Like women, I guess, yeah, they do that stuff because they'll sit there and they gossip and talk all this other stuff about each other. Men, on the other hand, if I see a man acting this way, I'm going to laugh at you. And that's the thing is, when I watch some of this drama, there's actually men in these communities, right, that are actually getting in on this shit with the women. Like, I'll be over there in the community, and I'll make little jokes and stuff, and I'll say whatever and stuff, but I'm not going to fight none of those women. That's between the women, right? But when you got other dudes that's actually really getting pressed and now saying shit to these women and stuff, see, I don't know if these guys got a screw loose. They're breaking bro code. You understand, the women can talk, but when you got another man sitting here jumping in saying stuff about some other guy's wife or their girlfriend or their kids, dude, you're going to get shit real serious. Because that's when the men are now going to start getting involved. And now you really think you're going to have to worry about a woman pulling up on you and knocking on your door. And then you're like, I'm going to get my gun and do whatever. Bitch, you ain't going to get no damn gun. You weren't going to do shit. And I can tell you right now, you got caught slipping. Amora, I'm being honest with you. And again, this has nothing to do with me, but I'm going to tell you from somebody who served in the Marine Corps, I live street life, I know whatever. You ain't hood. Quit acting like you about that life. Again, women, you all can sit here and say whatever, but I'm trying to say you're getting into territory where I'm going to say you're going to get checked. And Amora, I'm letting you know, from even here in Florida, a lot of the Hispanic, friends of people that I know, again, you could say, yeah, Latin Kings, different groups of people, the Puerto Ricans and all that. These women down here, they don't play. You understand? A lot of them are affiliated with the gangs. They get beat in, and they get beat in by the men. They're ride or die. Now, I don't know about where you live and what you think's cool, and if you're in Texas or whatever, everything's not always, they say everything's bigger in Texas. I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know if you know about the dirty South over here. We don't give two fucks about no fucking Texas. We got guns and stuff here too, and we got our rules that we do over here. You got the Yankees that do their stuff up north, and they get grimy and all that, and you got Bronx. And again, I'm not about any of these gang lies, but we all know there's different, lifestyles that we all live here. I'm proud of living in the South. We have certain traditions that we uphold, and I'm not talking about racist traditions, but I'm trying to say I love me some ham hocks and some white beans, and I'm just a Southern boy. And again, redneck, whatever you want to call it. But I'm going to say, too, in the South, we talk a little bit slower, but we also have a, code of conduct that we have down here. We might be courteous, we might be nice, but we'll fucking slit your throat from side to side. I'm trying to tell you, don't get us twisted down here. It's the dirty South for a reason. And I'm trying to tell you too, Neo was right on point when she was actually in her stream addressing something. If you don't know Florida, Jacksonville, hell to the no. The area that I live in, I'm not going to dox myself, but we'll just say I live in an agriculture area with a lot of, we'll just say, immigrants. And again, I don't give a crap about them being immigrants. I'm cool with many of them. Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, whatever. At the end of the day and stuff, good people. You're cool with me, I'm cool with you. But I'm just letting you know. People have different views and ways of life on how we do things. And just because you were in the military, and me being prior military too, yes, I have certain training, but there's certain rules and guidelines that we have to follow. And there's a code of conduct, the UCMJ. And you, again, not trying to dox you, but you gave public information. You were a captain in the freaking Army. Now, the thing is, I didn't serve in the Army, but guess what? I would render you a salute. Not you, the rank, the captain. Because you know, being in the military, us enlisted had a saying too. Walk my foes from plank to plank, but take no shit from any rank. At the end of the day, I will always salute the brass. But I don't mean I'm respecting the person. I know many officers that were pieces of shit. Pieces of shit that didn't know nothing. And I can tell you, if you've ever been in a combat situation, you actually had to be deployed overseas. These officers, let's say you were a lieutenant, right? Just got right out of whatever, officers candidate school, and now you stay here and you get deployed. You're over in Iraq or Afghanistan. I don't know, who the fuck you think you're going to listen to? Yeah, you might be giving orders and stuff, but I don't know. You have to go out on a freaking deployment, right? And you're going to do some door kicking. Now, yeah, Captain, you give the orders. But guess what? You're now out with a fire team squad. Who do you think you're going to freaking listen to? I don't know, the sergeant or the staff sergeant who's been on 3 freaking deployments over there? Who's going to keep your ass freaking alive? Captain? And like I said, would you be dumb enough? Hey, guess what? I'm going to wear my brass and wear it around town while we're driving around so you can freaking be a freaking bullet catcher? Like I said, I'm not questioning your service because, again, stolen valor I cannot stand. And I honestly do believe you served in the military. But the thing is, you're not representing the military in a prideful and tactful way, especially with any integrity. And the way that you're sitting here trying to act is like, even when I served 95 to 99, you understand, I served with people in the military that came from freaking gangs. And yes, there was racism. Don't ask, don't tell. I served during the whole time. You didn't tell nobody you were damn gay while you were in there. We knew. And we might have handled things a different way. And I'm not going to say it was right. But guess what? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We used to do hazing. We used to do all these things. But at the end of the day, I was a Marine 24/7. I was younger at that time, and I say I'd done some dumb things. But now, I look back on my service, I served honorably. I got my DD-214. I'm very proud of my service. Now, the thing is, was I going out in combat and killing? No. I was a 3451. I was a fiscal fund accountant. I was never in any combat. I never sat there and fired my weapon at any enemy combatant. But at the end of the day, I did serve too during wartime. So again, I don't know how long you served and were you ever on any deployments. But just because you served does not sit here and mean, oh, guess what? You know, like you're supposed to be the boogeyman. Everybody's supposed to be scared of you and you're some Billy badass. You understand, at the end of the day, you serve the people. We were not drafted. You signed a contract. And guess what? You should be thankful for the American citizens that was the taxpayers that paid our paychecks on the 1st and the 15th of every month. We owe them a hell of a lot of gratitude. And I know people that I served with that actually died while staying in the service. Didn't come back. And you as an officer, I don't know, maybe you have had to bury your own. Is this the legacy that you want to leave behind? Like you some gangster? Like, at the end of the day, and I don't know, maybe the Army's different. I got buddies, though, that served in the Army. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Fort Knox was right down the freaking street from me. At the end of the day, when you look at military service and stuff, we all might have poked fun at each other, and we all, Marines and the Navy, of course, we had our little stuff. But at the end of the day, we all loved our country. We all had different reasons why we were there. Some people were there for a GI Bill. Not everybody there was a patriot, but you were a captain. So you understand, captain, even though I'm out now, I hold you at a higher level than I would any enlisted person. I try to give you that respect as being a captain, but I can tell you right now, fuck you, captain. I told you, I will salute that rank. I will never salute you. The way is conduct unbecoming of any freaking officer. And if you are serving, yes, I think people should question you. And for those, and again, I'm not trying to say retaliate against you. Some of the comments and some of your actions and stuff, if you were getting any benefits from the American taxpayer, yes, I agree. I think people should press charges on you and have your, your veteran rights, not even rights, your benefits suspended. Suspended or taken away. I think your rank and stuff should be reevaluated. They should court-martial you and bring you back in. You do understand, just because you got an honorable discharge and stuff, you are still representing the United States Army. Do you not have any other officers or anybody else that served underneath you that call you out for your behavior? This is what military does. This is what I even do. Marines, and again, maybe Marines were just different. We are the few, the proud, the Marines. We're a very small group. But at the end of the day, we always hold each other accountable. Now, the thing is, some guys might fuck up. Some guys do whatever. I did plenty of that in the Marine Corps. I was drunk. I drank a freaking lot. I had to almost go to level 3. There's guys that would say, oh my God, yeah. But again, I learned from it. And I had people that helped me grow. And I made a lot of good friendships out of that. And people that helped open doors. And that's one thing about the Marines and stuff. Once a Marine, always a freaking Marine. But see, Army, you don't believe in any of that. I had to serve with you guys. I went out to the field with Army. I'm not going to say all Army, but the ones we went out to, you're unsat. You did not meet the Marine Corps standards. Shit birds. Out in the field, nasty. Sitting there flagging people with weapons and stuff. Like, no, you guys would get people killed in combat. Like I said, I'm just being honest. Marine Corps, our standards are way higher. And I'm not putting down my buddies that served in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. We all just know there are certain conducts, though, that we all must follow. And that's that Uniform Code of Military Justice. And the thing is there, Captain, when I was serving, I got busted down. Well, almost got busted down. But I actually did. Under UCMJ, I assaulted a freaking second lieutenant because he shot his mouth off to me at the RG Club, which in Kansas City at that time, in Belton, Missouri, there was no officers club. There was no ranks, it was right next to our barracks. But he was in there and he tried to pull rank on me. Well, the thing is, there's no rank. And the staff sergeant who's behind the bar and stuff sits there and tries to correct him. But he's drunk and belligerent. I'm drunk and belligerent. Well, guess what? He sits there and grabbed me and put his hands on me. So what do you think I did? I defended myself and I'm not going to say I beat the hell out of him, but I physically got into an altercation with the guy. I was pulled up by the staff sergeant. And next thing you know, my gunnery sergeant coming over and contacting me. The next day, I'm at the office. And next thing you know, I found out I'm being put up for a court-martial. Being charged under UCMJ. And I'm like, what? Then I'm trying to explain to everybody, but you understand, how does it look? However, when it did come to the court-martial, how did it look? At that time, I was a lance corporal. A lance corporal assaulted a second lieutenant. Looks very, very, very bad. However, how does it look for the second lieutenant? You understand, he's an officer. I'm a freaking lance corporal. Now again, did I get suspension? Yeah. I got barrack suspension. What do you think happened to him, though? Conduct unbecoming, possibly? Got busted down. Oh, he lost a shitload way more than I ever did. And we'll just say, yeah, wasn't an officer by the time he ended. We'll just say he got to get a little taste of what the enlisted side's like. And again, I respect officers, but again, respect is earned, never given. And we'll just say, yeah, live and learn. I'm just letting you know, just because you were an officer, I don't know what type of officer you were. I don't know if you were a good officer. I do thank you for your service, because again, it was voluntarily. You weren't drafted. So I do thank you for that. But at the end of the day, what else do we owe you? And I'm just trying to say, as an officer, yeah, you're not representing the military very well. And I get it. You might have been that 10% that we all know about. Maybe you were the shitbird. There's always that 10%. There was the shitbirds. I knew them. You've seen them. I think we've all seen them. And you might have been part of them. But again, if you're going to set out online, and then you say you're a private detective, there's a reason why I was making this whole video series. One, I enjoy OSINT and cybersecurity, but I just want to show people, guess what? We're going to level the field. If you're going to use your skill set that either you learned from the military or you learned in the civilian sector, and being a private investigator, some of these accusations that people have made, and again, I don't know 100% if they're true or not, but if any of these allegations are true, you understand you're in a world of shit. You have broken many federal laws, and even if they're just not laws, you have crossed over the morals and ethics. You definitely crossed that line. Doxing people, and then talking about people's children that passed away. Like, what? And you were an officer. That's the part that got me. I was like, what? You served in the United States military? And again, I don't know your age. So I'm like, did you serve after I did? Because if you served, I served 95 to 99. And then I had the 4 years in active duty. But again, that was like once a year. But if you acted that way oh, hell no. Even as an officer, we had some salty officers. And the colonel, full-bird colonel, would have yanked your ass up, Captain. Act that way? Belligerent? Conduct unbecoming? Trying to dock somebody? What? But again, I don't know. Maybe this is just that new internet world. I think this is, because again, you do see it. Younger kids on social media posting into barrack. Like, what? We weren't allowed to do anything like that. I mean, thank God we didn't have, we did have the internet, but nobody was doing any of that. But again, social media really wasn't like it. I don't know. It was just a different time when I served. And I'm assuming they just changed certain rules. Because I do see a lot of videos sometimes online of they're showing the bear. And I get it if you're trying to show younger people or whatever. But again, it's still a military base. Unless you're on an open base where civilians are allowed to go. But even in the barracks, I couldn't just be bringing in civilians into the barracks. We had to sign them in. And like I said, you had to have a reason to be on the base. So now if you can take a camera and just invite the whole damn world into the barracks, I don't know, that to me still kind of comes across as kind of like, a security issue. What if you get some crazy person that does get on base and they want to do some, they know the whole outline of the bill. That's not to say they could probably find this information online, but when you got somebody doing a walk around to the barracks, I just find it, it's a security risk. I find it a little concerning. And I'm not going to say we can't defend ourselves and we can't do stuff, but it's just kind of like, there's some crazy people out here on the internet. And we've all seen stuff to where people will do harm and they will show up and do some crazy things. And that's what I'm trying to say with Neo and Amora. People need to be, and the thing is, if y'all don't notice, even when I'm talking about topics, I try to use my words. And I do try to think about what I'm saying. Because I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm not trying to spread false information. I'm not trying to call for people to retaliate against other people. I'm just trying to wake people up and realize this is the real world. And we live in a thing called reality. And here in the United States, we have some mentally ill people. And again, when I say mentally ill, I got bipolar, right? I suffer from, I guess, mental illness, but I don't go around telling, hey, everybody, guess what? I got bipolar, and I got mental illness, and I can't do this, and I can't. No, 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 no. That's making freaking excuses. At the end of the day, yes, my name's Jimmy, and I happen to have, and again, my bipolar, it comes from a childhood past situation. Being adopted, I didn't have the greatest life. You know, some of us go through the system, and bad things happen to people. I'm not sitting here asking people to give me sympathy and feel sorry for me and all that. We'll just say, that's called reality. And I'm sorry that it happens. And I can be empathetic to other people that have to go through things. Sexual abuse, 100%. Totally get it, Neo. Totally get it. It's bad. Shouldn't happen. I don't blame God for it. I don't think God says, oh, guess what? I hope this and that's not what he's doing. And are there bad Christians? Yeah, there are. In the 80s, I grew up with it. You don't think many of us as kids from Generation X, they used to go on those little camp retreats? Yeah. And the churches would do whatever. You know how many, there were so many allegations, especially during that time. A lot of bad stuff. But that don't mean Christians were bad. There's bad people. There's people that use their religion and hide behind their religion, and they're not Christians at all. But it's not just Christians. There's atheists that do it too, but you never want to talk about those people. There's agnostic people. There's all sorts of people. There's Muslims. There's all sorts of people. But why don't we speak about those people? But Neo's always focused on those darn Christians. Would have got away with it if it wasn't for you damn kids. It's like a Scooby-Doo special. I'm just trying to hold you consistent. You make all these allegations, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, what world do you live in? Like, honestly. Poor Neo. She's a victim, and everybody's so mean, and we live in this mean. Like, you just realize this? It's called the fallen state. We live in a sinful world. Can't blame God. You can blame yourself. At the end of the day, you can blame yourself. I'm not going to say for SA or any of that stuff. I don't blame you for any of the stuff that happened to me. You understand? I was in Kansas City, Missouri, and I got beat up by 3 black dudes. Put me in a freaking hospital. I mean, really bad. I hate all black people. I don't like those 3 guys that happen to be black. But I don't mean I'm a racist. I mean, if you're going to call me a racist, I think I have multiple reasons I can tell people why I should be racist. But I'm not. Because I don't see the world like that. I don't try to group all people together and put a big brush. I see people for individuals, and I hold people accountable for their own actions and their own words. There's bad white people. Totally agree. There's racist white people. 100% agree. There's racist black people. There's racist Mexicans. I love when they do. Black people can't be racist. What? Are you serious? Black people can't be racist. Huh. Interesting. Because, little fact, I don't know how many people of color that I've got out there. Can you explain to me, is it racist when a darker person, I don't know, let's say somebody's from Africa, right? Like actually Africa. Let's say, I don't know, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya. Most of them have a darker skin. But then, come to America, you know, they don't like American black people. Now, why is that? African Americans, I think is what we like to call them here. They don't like those people. They don't associate with those people. Now, why is that? Is that racism? That must be racism. And why is it that I notice in my community that different color skin tones, they don't like each other? You're too black. You're not black enough. Was it Becky with the good hair? Like, what? Understand? Families are mixed. We got all sorts of families. See, I don't know what freaking... See, I don't know. Gen X, the time I grew up, yeah, this was common for a lot of us. I don't know where all this people... And I'm not going to say there was people that didn't like it. But now we're at a situation in life like, dude, it's freaking 2026. Do people not realize we have multi-race, multi-cultures involved in all of our families? Unless you're one of those straight white Aryan people where, no. strictly white. There won't be no black people in this family. Like, there's people like that. And I get it. I grew up in a religion too. They used to say we're supposed to stay within our own race. Again, they took that actually out of the scriptures. That's not what the scripture said. Unequally yoked. That's not what it meant about race. It didn't mean any of that. That's racism. And I agree. I grew up going to a racist church. 100%. There wasn't no black people in my church. I can tell you, there's a couple churches right down the street. Well, not right down the street, but what to say, the next county over. What to say? Now again, this is Louisville. Downtown Louisville, a lot of the black people. I got black people that went to church. Had a lot of friends. Thing is, we knew we were black or they saw white and stuff. But isn't it like interesting when it comes to young kids? When we all look at each other, they play with each other. Nobody, you notice there's a difference, but that's it. Oh my gosh, we touched hands and it didn't rub off on me. Yeah, that's what a little kid's thinking. Oh no. But then they realize no, because there's no difference. It's freaking pigmentation. Now, when you start getting into these ideologies like my brain's smarter or bigger than yours, that's stupidity. There is no genetics, no proof of any concept. That's all racist bullshit. And same thing when it comes to, again, these, whatever you call them, the black Hebrew Israelites and stuff. They're liars. And Jesus, he wasn't white. And again, this whole race baiting. Make it make sense to me. That's the part I just don't get. Because again, there is racism and there is bigotry. Bigotry is the best word to use. I see bigotry all the time. Little known fact down here in Florida. We'll just say, do you know, Cubans don't really like the Mexicans. And those Mexicans don't like them Puerto Ricans. And they all just don't get along. And then if you say, well, you're all Latino. Oh, hell no, they're not. I'm Mexicano. Mexicano ese. And then the Cubans, oh, no. And then, what's actually kind of funny? You got Haitians, yeah, them, nah. There's a lot of people here, they don't get along. And they're all, and the thing I love the best is when, remember Twitter? Twitter said, remember Latinx. You know how many of my friends was like, what the fuck does that mean? I was like, what, you're not Latinx? That's what they're calling you? Hell no. That was racist and big. You're trying to group. They're not Latin. Latinx. Tell a Mexican he's like, oh my God. I thought that was the funniest shit ever. Who came up with that one? And again, it's these liberals that come up with these stupid views. We're all diverse. And isn't it funny? No, they're not. You go against them or think differently of them. Oh, you're out of the group. They're cliques. That's all it is. And the Republicans do it too. Conservatives and all, they have little cliques. Now again, and you see it all the time too. I'm a black conservative and blah, blah, blah. People use them like tokens. And I think that's disgusting too. I support anybody that, look, you speak for yourself. I can't speak for you. You can't speak for me. At the end of the day, we can maybe agree. And maybe we can find a common cause. Because here's one thing that people might not know about me. Remember the George Floyd situation? I can't breathe. Well, here's the situation. If you guys haven't been watching the news recently, I want all those Black Lives Matter supporters that love Black Lives Matter so much, because I agree with the motto, Black Lives fucking do matter. And all those kids in Chicago and in Jacksonville that are all fucking killing each other each fucking week, their lives fucking matter. So guess what? Get off your all's asses and come join me, and let's go into those inner cities and let's try to tell these kids fucking quit killing each other. And hey, women of color, how about quit having all your fucking abortions and killing all your fucking siblings that could be the future generation? That's racist, right? That I support life? That I want black people to quit freaking, and I'm saying all black people, but quit being a fucking monolith. Because you're not individuals. It doesn't matter about the party that you vote for. It's about morals and ethics. And me, my challenge is black, white, whatever. Anybody that's a Christian, you vote for that fucking Democratic Party, Now, you ain't no Christian. They support pro-choice, which is murder. So if you support murdering babies, there is no way in hell you could be a Christian. Now again, who am I to decide, right? I can't judge you. Oh yes, I can. Show me in the Bible. Thou shalt not judge, right? I'm not supposed to judge you. I can hold you accountable. I can judge you by your fruits. Depart from me, for I do not know you. Now, I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but I can say, stand behind me, Satan. Because at the end of the day, I'm looking at it from my personal perspective and my relationship with Jesus Christ and what that Bible does teach me. It teaches me love and compassion. I see no love and compassion for anybody that can murder a child. And any PDF and these people that want to call them, what's that stupid call? That goofy term that they try to use for them now. Oh, a minor attracted person, a map. What are you speaking of? Anybody that's attracted to a minor is disgusting. For anybody to sit here and defend that, and like I said, these First Amendment auditors that sit here, and even like I said, the ones that do the PDF catchers, right? I'm using that word because we can't say certain words on YouTube, like pedophiles. Anybody that touches little children or thinks any of that, I want you dead. You do not deserve to be in society. In Florida, try that. Like I said, with a 12-year-old and under, we will give you the death penalty. I think that should be federal law. I don't even know why we even have to have these types of discussions. And for those even on the left and on the right, the Epstein files that we're not allowed to speak about. I totally agree with you. I want all those motherfuckers held accountable. Anybody that did anything with any children at all and doing any of this horrific, who's protecting these people? They're not like us. And it's not just an American thing. It's a whole world thing. I think we all stand up against this. Charlie Kirk, we all got to see what happened. And say, is that what comes when we all disagree and we have differences of opinion? Because at the end of the day, I'm honestly starting to think as an American citizen, what the hell do we actually agree upon anymore? Are we the United States? Are we the divided states? Because if we are so divided, maybe we do need to fight. And again, I'm not calling for a revolution. I'm not calling for the death of my country. What I want to know, though, is, are we divided? A house divided cannot stand. And my thing is, I don't think we're as divided as we all think. Social media wants us to think that. The news wants us to think that. YouTubers and other people, when they say, not all YouTubers, but there's many content creators that want us to think this. This is how they make their bread and butter. This is how they make their money and get their clicks. I'm not a big YouTuber. I'm not looking for clicks. But I am creating a channel that's going to be specifically doing exactly what we're doing right now. And it's not going to be on mentors. It's on the other channels that I shared there. It's going to be that cordial discourse. Now the thing is with that, we're going to talk about hot topics. And the thing is, if YouTube does want to try to take me off, that's fine. Because I'm on Rumble. So the thing is, you're not going to silence me there. And if I do get silenced on Rumble or there, I'm going to go off onto another platform. We'll create our own damn platform. You're not going to silence people. And this is where I think people are finally tired of it. Because if you do get to it, there's that saying that's going around. What is it called? The term when I first heard, I was like, what? But it's the black, where you're wore out of stuff. Black fatigue. And I was like, what? Black fatigue? What the? I honestly thought it was something really, really, really bad. But when I started listening more to it, I was like, oh, I get it. Hey, Dave, what's up? But when you actually listen to more of how they actually talk about it, it's like, oh, no, I get it. It's not just black fatigue. I'm just fatigue in general. I'm politically fatigued. When I say religiously fatigued, it's not religious fatigue like in God. I'm just fatigued with just humans, society in general. I don't know if you guys can see my shirt, but do you see what this says? Low key, I'm not a people person. And that's actually true. Because when I started looking around and you want to see here, and it's not trying to make myself sound more pompous or arrogant. I'm just sitting here thinking like, I don't know if anybody else thinks like the way I'm thinking. Honestly, like, has the world just lost its damn mind? Are we like, like sometimes do you feel like you're the only sane freaking person? And then when we look around, we're sitting here thinking like, I see little glimpses and I see people saying certain things. But then I think, I don't know, after COVID and all the other stuff, some of us, we don't want to say certain things because we're like, I don't want my career getting destroyed. I don't want people sitting here calling me a racist and a bigot. You know? And I think like did a lot of us just get really paranoid? And to be truthful, I don't have nothing to be paranoid at. I'm at an age, what the hell am I going to lose? I'm more than the internet. I'm more than just a screen name. You can't cancel me. What does that even freaking mean? And yeah, I've done stupid shit. I mean, there's stuff I could really be really nervous about. Like I said, there's the internet when I was a kid, when I was younger. Oh, good God. I really did some stupid shit. I could imagine that coming up. But you would be like, why would you want to bring that up? Especially when people got kids and stuff. There's certain things, as adults and as we get older, we don't always share with everybody. We might share with our friends, but you don't want your kids and our people knowing. And I'm not saying really horrible things, but they're like, we should be open about everything. What do you mean? Why would you be open about everything? What if you were, I don't know, 12 years old? I'm not saying this happened, but what if, 12 years old, you were really freaking upset and your mom and dad said, you can't go outside, or I don't know, you got a D on your report card or something. I didn't make good grades in school. So if you got a D on your report card, and next thing you get grounded, and for the next 6 weeks, you're going to be in your room and they're going to take away your TV and all that, and you get so mad you freaking kick your dog. And then next thing you know, you break his leg or something. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, Spotty. And they're like, oh, what did you do that for? And next thing you know, you're reminded this your whole entire life. Now imagine if that got to bring up online. You're going to have PETA and everybody else after you. We're like, I was a kid. You understand? Some of us were young. We did some really dumb stuff. And then when I say kid, even until the age of 25, your brain ain't fully developed. And speaking of the little Black Lives Matter thing, because I didn't forget that point. I was trying to go off on another little tangent. But the Black Lives Matter. I believed in the motto, right? The slogan, I was like, that's great. I agree. Black lives do matter. Because I believe all lives matter. Remember, we weren't allowed to say that. But with the George Floyd, I loved. It was very, very interesting to watch how this all played out. To where George Floyd, from the information that we all didn't know at the time, but if anybody actually watched the video, we all get to see that I'm not saying a man deserved to die, but if you did watch the video and you led up to it, now again, people call me racist, and if you want, call me a racist and a bigots in the comments, because again, I don't, I don't, they get screened. So like I said, people got to say nasty stuff about me. If you want, I'll actually open up the comments so people can read them, because I think they'll be hysterical. But at the end of the day, I really don't care. But what to say? I can't breathe when the guy was passing off fake money. If y'all didn't get to see, Candace Owens actually get a good documentary. But again, we can't talk about Candace Owens because we know about her too. She's one of those. She's not really black, right? She's an Uncle Tom. She's a sellout. And I'm like, no, she has her own opinions and views. And I don't agree with everything that Candace says, but I'd say, yeah, about 90% she's freaking spot on. Charlie Kirk, all this stuff. Yeah. I have questions. I'm not going to say it's all true, but I have questions. And I don't believe everything that we've been told is actually correct or factual. I think we're being lied to about a lot of things. And I think once you get older, I think we all start realizing, yeah, history is nothing but a lie agreed upon. And everything that you think is not actually the way things truly are. And sorry for the little kids and stuff out there. I hope there's no little kids. My channel is 18 and plus. But we'll just say, yeah, you're going to find out a lot of things in life that mommy and daddy told you probably weren't true. Just saying. And again, America wasn't a racist country. But the Black Lives Matter situation, I want this to go down in the history books. A man who is passing off illegal money, right, with another fellow person of color. So therefore, he's a criminal. He was trying to screw some other guy over, passing off phony money. But then we also found out, too, not a very good man. He liked to do drugs. And I'm not saying this because, again, I was a drug addict. I know how drug addicts are. I'm not trying to say they're bad people, but they do bad things. And they're not good contributors to society. They actually take away from society. And they're actually an endangerment to society and themselves. But on the rest of the story, remember, he had a pistol. And he pistol whipped his pregnant girlfriend. Or was it his wife? I think it was his girlfriend at the time. Again, that don't sound like a good man to me. Now again, not saying that he should have died. But when you start noticing, again, somebody who's a fellow drug addict, when you're sitting in a car, and they got him outside the car and asked him, I don't know, 15 million times, you need to get into the vehicle. You need to get in. Oh, no. Making their excuse, gets in, has to get out, get in, get out. He's been arrested many times before. He knows how this works. But the thing is, why was he acting weird? Because if you go back to the original video, when they got him out of the car, when he's parked on the street over by the little, that little liquor store or whatever, wherever he sent the money, I think, and this is what the video evidence looks like, he took something. He swallowed something. He started acting fucking weird. Because remember, they did say he had, fentanyl in his system. Now, either he did that before, but he was having a reaction. And if anybody knows, and again, I've never done fentanyl. That's really freaking addictive and dangerous. But what we do know is, when you got a guy down on the ground, right? And again, the knee in the back, I know how police have been trained and stuff, and that's the way military, we were kind of trained as well. Now again, you might not like certain procedures, but guess what? We all learned after that, and they had to change certain procedures. Now the thing is, I saw nothing he did. Well, what I did see that was wrong was some of these protesters that were sitting around with their phones, instead of being so concerned about Mr. Floyd, wanted to take out the cameras and film everything. While this man said, I can't breathe, they put him on his side, they did whatever. He could not breathe. Why? He was going through cardiac arrest. Because when you look at the coroner's report that nobody wanted to sit here and actually look at and stuff, what was the cause of death? But yeah, we're going to have people burn down cities and make the rest of them. Then we're going to put up statues for a freaking drug addict. And then we're even going to have members of Congress, which was the funniest thing, honestly. They all dressed up in I don't know what it was like African garb or whatever. And then they all took that knee for St. Floyd. And I'm like, what? Nancy Pelosi? Like, what? This was the most crazy. And then you remember the money? Oh, they raised so much money. I remember, wow. People were locked down. Remember, had COVID and stuff actually kind of going on? They could raise all this money. And then we find out what happened later. Fraud. Did y'all see all that money that was unaccounted for? And the thing is, they never gave anything back to the black community. Now again, I don't think black people are stupid. I just sit here and think they probably gave their hard money too. And then you even saw white people feel so convicted that they're miserable about being white that they actually had people getting on their knees to kiss some black man's feet because of our wrongdoings. Oh, sir, I'm so sorry for my ancestors on what they did. Did your ancestors have slaves? Where are you from? I'm from California. California? There was slavery in California? Oh, you must be talking about the railroad. Oh, the Japanese. Oh, shit. You know what? I think those Japanese need reparations too. Black people, pay up. Pay the fuck up. You use those railroads just like the rest of us do. Hell yeah, you do. World War II. Oh yeah, but I guess, wait a minute. Yours happened before, so you should get your reparations before the Asians. Was there any other people that was brought? Oh, wait a minute. I think there's some more people that we might have to add to that list. Now, Black Lives Matter, what did they do with that money? Well, we know they bought a freaking mansion. And again, did any of these people actually go to jail for what they did? This freaking scam? And the reason why I bring up the George Floyd situation again and the burning down and the riots and stuff, I don't know if you guys got to see this story. Well, there's two stories going on. In South Carolina, evidently there was a verdict. And I looked at this story, and I was like, when I first seen it, I kind of felt like the George Floyd thing, right? You pull your knee and go, oh my gosh, can't believe this happened. These people need to be held accountable, right? It's a good white man and stuff. Now, this time, it was an Asian. But he shot this young 14-year-old boy. And I sat here and I was listening to the story, and I've been seeing it all over social media and stuff. And I was like, when did this happen? And evidently, I guess it was last year. But yeah, there was a verdict that came down in South Carolina. The Asian man, now again, he has his own store. And again, I have seen the stories that he has actually fired upon other people to try to rob his store. Now, the thing is, as far as I know, I'm not sure about, South Carolina's laws, but I think, as far as I know, they're a stand your ground type of state. And that is his own private business. And if I live in a bad part of town, which his business is, and it's getting robbed all the time, I'm definitely going to defend it. And people try to say, well, you got insurance. Well, guess what? He has to pay for that. And he also has to pay for that loss. So at the end of the day, other people don't run a business or even care anything about it, want to make everything racist and whatever and stuff. No, because here's the story that I saw from the video. And this is where I kind of challenge people. Again, I don't know where you stand on this, but go back and rewatch that video that's all over the internet right now. This young 14-year-old boy that, again, sadly lost his life. But when you go back and you look at it again, just kind of like the George Floyd situation, and see if you see it through different eyes. And this isn't being racist. This is called using logic and critical thinking. And again, this is what I noticed. And some other people have brought up in question. But if for some reason we're racist if we bring these, situations up. The young boy that comes in has a backpack. Now, I don't know about you. Anytime I've seen kids when they walk into a store with a backpack, I'm going to say every kid does it, but it's usually a sign you're about to steal. So they tell him to take off the backpack. And again, I've been to Asian stores and stuff before too. And remember back in the day, Minister Society, we all saw what happened in that situation. I feel sorry for your mother. What did you say about my mother? Motherfucker. Boom, boom, boom. Remember? The black kid shot the Asian man. Now, my situation is this went the other way, and the Asian man would have got shot and stuff. Would anybody even be talking about this? Probably not. Probably not. But again, the same race baiters that always want to see here. Again, it is very unfortunate and sad that this 14-year-old black boy died. Guess what else is sad and unfortunate? You know how many kids are probably getting murdered right now down in freaking Chicago, up in Jacksonville? The weekend's about to start. Are we going to talk? Nobody knows any of their names. But yet, why did this one make such big news? Oh, I can tell you why. Because it goes back to the George Floyd scenario. The young boy supposedly was going to get water. But he noticed they caught on to him that he was going to steal the water. Now, so somebody gets shot for stealing some water and stuff? Definitely not. And then to chase him down in a parking lot? No. However, here's the important part. He puts the water back, and you see him walking. Now, he's wearing a hoodie, and he's got the two little things here. They asked him, they wanted to see if he had anything else on him. He don't want to address anything. Now, the thing is, people are like, you can see he clearly it wasn't about that. Guess what he did have on him, and we proved it later. He had a freaking loaded weapon. A 14-year-old boy, I don't care if he's black or white, ends up, have a good one, Asian. 14-year-old boy has a loaded weapon. Why are we not addressing this? I don't know about you guys, but a 14-year-old boy with a loaded weapon in a bag, and sometimes I get it. You got to be strapped. But a 14-year-old boy having a weapon, walking amongst society in a grocery store that robs places and all that, it looks like this kid had good intentions. Now, again, you can't assume that. I know what he did was against the law. I don't care what damn state you are. Why did a 14-year-old have a loaded weapon? Is that why he didn't want to lift up and show them anything? Because that gun might pop out. Next thing you know, he starts running across the parking lot. Remember, he walks outside, picks up the backpack, starts running. Now, they chased after him. Do I think? No, they shouldn't have chased after him. Once he's off that property and stuff, yeah, he's on his own. But they follow him and they chase him. Then what happens? The story that we're told is, again, they didn't put this kid in no execution pose, shoot him in the back of the head or any of that. What did we hear, though? There was a weapon that was found. There was a loaded weapon, and it was that young boy's. Was there a threat? Because the father says his son was threatened and he was endangered for his life. Did he try to pull that weapon? Now, they said they shot him in the back. I wasn't there. Now, do I think shooting anybody in the back or anything? No. But again, why did the kid have a weapon? And to me, that's where the story ends. If you had a loaded weapon as a 14-year-old, and you're like the same thing like here in Florida, stand your ground state, threat for my life, I have every right and legal right to defend myself. If that kid would have been able to pull a gun, and let's say he would have blew away that guy's son, would anybody have been, yeah, he had every right to defend himself and kill, return fire and kill the 14-year-old because his son was murdered. Or he shot at him. But no, that's not the story that we're being told. And then people are saying, a jury. See, the jury was racist. See, everything's always racist because they didn't get, when I say they, a certain group of race baiters that want to make everything about race. I was going to say, if we flip that story completely on its opposite side, right? And this would have been the Asian guy getting murdered, but anybody, like I said, nobody would even be talking about it. Would they have the same concern if it happened the other way around? No, and I always find it very ironic. It only comes to when it's certain cases of certain groups of people or colors that we always need to address this issue. And it's always ironic when, well, the white person is mansplaining. Like, no. Wrong is wrong. And again, I don't agree that a young man should be murdered. But again, I wasn't there at the situation. And the facts that I seen and a jury made a decision. If people don't like the decision, because I think we already have an idea what's going to go on. Are they going to start burning down another city because they don't get what they like? They didn't get the outcome that they wanted? I mean, this is not a society that we live in, which is a bunch of vigilantes. This isn't vigilante justice. And I agree, we don't always get the outcomes that we want. Because here's one that I'll say, I don't live in the UK. So all these people that are very upset about this decision of South Carolina, because most of them will say, well, this don't even matter. That's in another country, and we can't do anything about it. Did you all see the story about the young 18-year-old boy that got killed by the Muslim? With a freaking big-ass knife? Oh, but they're allowed to have that. It's legal for them to have it. And then the police officers tried to tell the young man, remember he said he couldn't breathe too. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. The officer don't even want to believe he was stabbed. He couldn't breathe because he was stabbed. And then, I don't know, this UK police officers, no, mate, you weren't stabbed. What are you talking about? They didn't. And then they put handcuffs on this young boy. So the victim is down on the ground. He can't breathe. He was just stabbed. Nobody even assists and takes care of him. And while he's handcuffed, and they're sitting here asking him, he dies. After they read him his Miranda rights. What a way to die. But since it's a white kid, right? Nah, no reason to hold anybody accountable. See, this is what don't make any sense. I just want people to be consistent. I don't care about race or whatever. I want it to be consistent. So, any of my black friends, people of color, whatever you want to call yourselves, how about any other human beings justify and tell me how any of that is okay? And then from a Neo's perspective, it's just God, right? Just God doing God things. Because God don't care. See, God's justice is even then, evidently, right, Neo? Not only does it kill a 14-year-old boy, a black boy, kills a white boy that's 18, They had his future ahead of him. I mean, wow. God just, like I said, works in mysterious ways, don't he, there, Neil? How everything just balances out. See, that's the whole idea, is when people are using stories. And again, people can say, well, aren't you doing the same thing? No. Am I pushing a race? Am I saying white people are great and black people deserve to die and this white boy deserved to die and these Muslims are just horrible? No. All lives matter to me. Not just black lives matter. Muslim lives. Again, Arabic lives, whatever you want to call them. See, because when I say Muslim lives, you're trying to add everybody's a Muslim. Not everybody that's Arabic is a Muslim. You do understand there's some people that are Arabic that are actually Buddhist. Can you imagine that? Wow. I thought there'd be, see again, stereotyping everybody in all these groups is, one, false. You shouldn't do that. And it's stupid. It just don't make sense. I'm just looking at facts of, again, logic, critical thinking. You provide the facts to the case. And this is, like I said, what goes along with my OSINT course that we're doing. You are going to go out and find intelligence, right? Public information. And you're going to put all of it together to create a case. And then therefore, especially if you're working with law enforcement and all that, you're going to hopefully have enough information. And like I said, fact check everything, have it, not even just fact check it. You got to sit here, get it approved. You got to make sure nothing's contaminated. So you can present, so they can put it in a court of law. And therefore, that'll be your evidence against a crime that was committed. But you also got to know the laws, right? Because you got to follow legal procedures. And sometimes it's more strenuous than even a police officer has to go through. Because now you're talking about courts, legal representation. And you do understand, too, your credibility is on the line. So again, a lot of this stuff I'm trying to teach people, too, even with these courses, not just technology and stuff. A lot of the information you learn can also help you in multiple other aspects of a career or even in your own life. And again, logic, critical thinking, and this also just, I don't even know another good word for it. Because not everything's always logical. And I think we can all think critically, but skepticism's a good word. Being very skeptical of things. But also, like I said, trying to take out your bias. I try to keep it simple too, because you want to just be a good person. But that's very complex too. Because what does a good person even mean, right? I don't even know what that would even mean. We need to be more of a good person. Because if there's a good person, that means there has to be a bad person. So what are the qualities of a bad person? And who gets to decide those qualities? And again, isn't it funny that when we all sit here and have these conversations, to when people want to debate, where did these concepts even come from? And these principles? Probably somebody higher than you? All came from the God? No. Did it come from God himself, possibly? But yeah. None of these standards, we didn't make any of this stuff up. So these values that we hold so close to ourselves, and immoral and unethical and evil and good, who created all that? That was God. Now again, did God create evil? No, he didn't. But that is the byproduct of coming from a sinful state. Man corrupted it. And the devil, again, he don't create anything either, but he corrupted it. As well as the fallen angels. Now again, we could all cop out and say, that had nothing to do with any of us. It was those damn devil. It was the damn devil. Lucifer himself. And those fallen angels, if they never would have. No. And I actually found out, again, this is a topic of another discussion. And I'm almost at 5 hours and 30 minutes, so I'll get right to end this stream. But on the last part of this conversation, I've always asked my Christian friends specifically, out of all the 12 apostles, being a Christian, which one do you feel that you would identify the most? Now, myself, I've always said doubting Thomas because I am a very skeptical person. Seeing is believing to me. But the thing is, when you actually start looking at biblical stories, I was watching an interesting debate the other day. And like I said, I don't know everything about the Bible, and I do want to read more into this. But what was being said into the scriptures was, we do know at the crucifixion that the disciples went into hiding, right? They were very scared. Now, the thing is, if you look at all their different backgrounds, we know most of them were fishermen of men. We had a tax collector, and we also had one that was, what did they say he did? He was like some type of investor. I think that was Thomas. I'd have to look back, but when they were talking about the 12 disciples, remember, he said, put down your nets and I will make you fishermen of men. Now again, these guys weren't college educated. They were not the Pharisees. They were not these theologians, these philosophers. These were just average, everyday men, right? And I'm not putting them down. We're just going to say they just were not in the discussions of kind of like in the world today. We got people that are farmers that just want to live their life and stuff. They're not actually out on these college campuses having these intellectual Harvard and Yale theological and philosophical debates, right? No, they're just average people. Now, I'm not belittling them and putting them down because the thing is, they knew how to fish. And they were very good at it. I'm assuming they were. I don't know. But the thing is, that was their careers. That was their jobs. And now they're going to actually stop all that and put down their nets and go follow this man. Now, at the beginning, I'm thinking, they were like, yeah, now, they actually do it. But then when you actually look through the stories and follow it, yeah, because it's very odd that you do see it took the resurrection of Jesus. Did they truly ever honestly believe that Jesus was the Messiah? Did they truly think like a lot of the Jews at the time? They thought that the Messiah that was going to come was going to be this warrior. He was going to be this king. And he was going to restore the kingdom. But again, Jesus did do that. But again, not in the way they perceived it. He was the king. He is the king. Christ is king of God Almighty. And he will restore the kingdom. The thing is, he restored salvation. Our salvation came from the sacrifice and the blood of Jesus Christ on that cross. And the persecution, you understand, they even said he was so beat up and abused. He was undistinguishable. So what do we know at the end of that? The apostles are all in hiding. And what do we find out at the very end? Jesus returns. He rises from the dead. Mary Magdalene's running back, trying to warn them. He's risen, he's risen. What are you talking about? Because we do know, they knew they were being hunted down. They were going to be executed. And what do we find out at the very end? That Jesus has to calm them. And what do we find out after the whole experience? Before Jesus returns back. What does he say? Remember, oh Thomas, ye of little faith. See, that would have been me. I saw you die. They saw him die on that cross. Did they honestly believe he was dead? He wasn't the Messiah. Did they think, oh my gosh, he hoodwinked us. We're all going to die now because of what this man said. Now, one person I'll have to say, probably Paul and John, because John was pretty vocal. But notice, that experience, I don't care what anybody tries to say, historically, can we prove any of that happened? No, I can't. I can go just by the writings. But one thing we can prove, that experience after that, something changed. These men now were willing. They're going to die for their faith. They're not in hiding no more. They came out of hiding. Why would they do that? Unless they had a true experience. They knew at that point, he is the Messiah. He is Jesus Christ, the Son of God, just as he said. That started what? A spark that spread across, not just the Middle East and Asia. You can even look at Ethiopia. And when people try to talk about the Ethiopian Bible, and you want to talk about the Apocryphas and stuff, agreed. We can talk about the different canons and all that. But let's go back to the core message. What was it that experience? Because I asked my mom, she's actually 87, but I ask other Christians this too. We think we're so knowledgeable about the Bible and all that, but let's say we could go back. And let's say we were one of those 12 disciples. And let's say we were there when he did the Sermon on the Mount. We saw the miracles. Remember, a lot of these disciples, they walked with him. They saw the miracles. They saw everything. They heard his preachings. So at the end of the day, why would they go into hiding? They knew the truth. Because is it really that simple? At the end of the day, a lot of us, and that's why I do look at Christianity now, why it's sometimes failing. We don't want to be incorrect. We're scared. We don't want to take the persecution. Like I said, they go into hiding. Did they truly know? Why? Or are a lot of us the same way? We're a doubting Thomas. We need Jesus to appear to us and show us the whips, right? The bleeding, the holes in his hand. And then I do believe there's some Christians even now, if they saw that, they still ain't going to believe. They're so skeptical. And this is why I pushed the whole idea with the people like a Neo. These are the same people, and again, we were too. Crucify, crucify, crucify. We hung him up on that cross too. But the thing is, why the anger? Seeing's believing. And this is where I'm trying to explain to you, Neo, that sometimes maybe you don't understand, or other people that just might be listening in. There's a difference between seeing and watching and reading and hearing all these things. That don't make you a Christian. You know what makes you a Christian? The experience. Knowing. This is why I think if I could go back in time, I actually think the disciples had it easier than we do now. I could physically see Jesus. I could physically see him on that cross. Did he do the miracles? Did he walk on water? Did he turn water into wine? If I was there and got to participate and see it in front of me, I would believe it a lot more. But I think it takes us a hell of a lot more faith now because we weren't there. We didn't see it. Now again, yeah, it takes faith. But faith without what? Works. Now, I'm not saying works get me into heaven, because again, heaven's not my end goal. That's not the reason why I'm a Christian. The reason I became a Christian is because fellowship. I'm reunited back with my Creator. I don't know about you, and I can't speak for every Christian. My experience is I'm whole. I'm complete. I haven't been whole my whole entire life. I was adopted, got bipolar, got a lot of things wrong with me. Now, some people say, see, that's the reason why. You're broken. You're broken. And only broken people that, aren't logical, and they have needs, and they have all these wants. They need stuff like this because they need a Savior. They need to be saved. Yes, that's why we have salvation. I need to be saved from myself. I need to be saved from all the other crazy people out here that will kill me. That want to, and I'm not saying I'm not paranoid. Everybody wants to kill me, but I'm trying to say, yeah, it's a freaking dangerous world out here. And again, I come from the streets. I know exactly what it's about. Survival of the fittest. And if I believe in some of these other religions, like pagans and all these other people, you understand, especially Neil, I know you know when you do your chat GPT. America and the country that we live in, you think it was peaceful here? People were having children sacrifices, blood sacrifices. Natives here were warring with each other. There was tribalism. You think you could have survived? You wouldn't have survived here. See, this is why I think it's so funny. Everybody's so educated and so smart. How many people do you honestly think out of Americans now, what is there? Was it 350 million? 350 million of us? If you go back to just even at the founding of the country, 1776, the majority of most of these people, the way, again, this is my observation, they would be dead. They wouldn't have, so I would have, if I was living in that time, I would have murdered them. They're not built for this life. They're not warriors. The natives would have scalped them. And it's funny that even with society, we keep thinking, oh, we're not as tough as those people. We might think we're smarter. I can tell you right now, the majority of us, Jamestown, Virginia, we wouldn't have survived to make it through the winter. And then you say, yeah, but we stole from the Indians. We had to show them how to make our crops, but you understand, it was a freaking very bad winter. I don't know about you guys. You would have starved to death. I would have done exactly like they did. I'm going to raid and I'm going to take the food from the natives. I mean, let's be real. Like, I think when people look through the eyes of some of this history, they try to honestly act holier than thou. Like they live in some utopia. And that's why I'm saying the majority of the people who say some of this nonsense would never have survived a single day in that world. And then they are too naive and honestly too ignorant to realize America is one of the greatest countries on planet Earth. The freedoms that we have here, you understand? You wake up and have to worry about, I'm going to starve to death today. No. And even if we know, homeless people, and I'm not going to say it's great, but they actually have it way better than most other countries. You got a car to sleep in, a safe parking lot, and go to Walmart. And I guess that's the ideal life. But can you imagine another country to sit here and actually be, I can think of many other countries I would not want to be homeless in. They don't have no safety nets. They don't have no food closets. You're going to die. And there's going to be very bad people that are going to take advantage of you. In the United States, you do have a fighting chance. That's why I just don't understand, like, these worldviews that other people, have they never stepped out of their own yard? The world's a very big place. And I've been seeing these stories, too, of these younger girls. And, I see people they'll laugh about it and they'll do things. I'm like, some of this stuff, it's not really that funny unless you're a nihilist. You get some of these young girls that sit here and they go, Muslims and the Quran and wearing the hijab, it's so liberating for a woman. And I'm like, why? Do they not know a lot of these women that had to? No. They're trying to flee from that. But no. And again, it's always seems, and again, this is where I say whites and stuff do different. It always seems like to be the white girls. Like, I don't know what it is about these white girls, but they're very stupid, not very bright. Because you don't see other kind of races being like, yeah, I want to put the hijab on. I want to go live in freaking, I don't know, Pakistan, or let's go live in Iran and see how they treat me. But yet, again, these, I don't even know what you want to call them. Very entitled, white, like yuppie, I just don't know if they've ever lived a hard life. I think these are people that just had life very, I think they just want to live life vicariously through other people. So they're like, you know what? I want to see how bad it really is. No, you really don't. Oh, it can't be that bad. What do you mean? You're going to put a hijab on and you're going to, but no, we're seeing these videos. These girls are going over and then they're being attacked. And what did they think was going to happen to them? And then they try to go, no, you can't do this to me. You're not in America. You don't have no freedom of speech. Like, this is why it's so confusing to me. And I don't want nothing bad to happen to these people, but I'm just thinking, like, sometimes people got to learn the hard way. mean, I'm just keeping it real, right? Sometimes people really do got to learn the hard way. And the people do say, common sense is not so common anymore. And that's why I'm just asking you guys or anybody that watches these videos, because I know I've been ranting for a while, but I just kind of want to know, am I like the only one that thinks this stuff? Like, am I honestly? Because again, I'm not trying to be a narcissist, and I'm not trying to act like, oh, I know everything. I'm just sitting here thinking like, is this just, it's almost like we live in bizarro world. Like, is this real? Or are we honestly like in a, like in the Matrix? Like, is this like a glitch in the Matrix? Is this like I'm being punked? Like, I really don't understand kind of what's going on. Because I'm on the internet a lot, and I really don't, I try to get out a little bit, but I don't really like hanging out with people and stuff. So this is my life. So everything that I see here on the internet, I'm like, this can't be real. Like, honestly, this can't be real. When I see people come to chats and stuff, like in the Filipino chats, and they're like, yeah, I got all this money, and I'm going to donate, and I'm just Mr. Bling Bling. I'm like, really? Again, I've seen videos where it's once in a blue moon where you find some big YouTuber that might come by and they're like, hey, I'm going to bless you and I'll pay for your gas. I'll give you some money. But the thing is, I see some of these people that come into these chats, especially in the Filipino chats, because again, I hang out with a lot of Filipino karaokes. It's always like, especially the American guys. And again, I'm not trying to pick on some of these guys, but I'll just say, not everybody's fucking loaded like they say. I mean, they think that they're wealthy. And again, to a Filipino and some of their conditions, yeah. You're probably, Americans are considered rich compared to probably about 3/4 of the world with our income. And again, you can only be making $30,000, $40,000 a year, which is poverty in the United States. But these other countries and foreigners, they don't realize this. You're freaking working at Amazon making $15, $20 an hour. And like I said, hard work, you're busting your butt and stuff. But you're not rich. You probably, and again, I don't even know if you're middle income. You might be just getting by to get your bills paid. And people are struggling. I know the price of living in the United States, so these people ain't bullshitting me. And then when you see they live in an apartment, they don't even live in a house. So I'm thinking, well, wait, you live in an apartment? So I'm thinking like, yeah, you're not rich. But yet they'll present themselves off, oh no. And again, you got a Tesla car. Oh, nice, got a Tesla. Wow. And it's kind of funny, though. I don't know if the other foreigners and other people realize, in America, we got to think of credit. A lot of these people, they're not paying cash for any of this stuff. They probably got shitloads of debt and credit. And then some of them, hopefully, are paying and got a good credit score. But to say they're rich, see, again, I don't know people's definition of what rich is. Is it $100,000 a year? No. $200,000 a year? No. Now again, this is my definition of rich. Because again, what do you mean when you mean rich? Now, if we're talking about finances, are you making over $300,000 a year? I'm like, that's wealthy. That's not rich. But again, I guess it depends on your definition. $500,000. No, that's not rich to me either. Again, it depends on the definition. Because $500,000, where are you living? You're living in California? You think $500,000 in California is a lot of money? And I guess it kind of depends on the people you know. I know some people that live out in California make over more than $500,000. Now in Florida, $500,000. Again, depends where you're at. In my area, yeah. Again, I live close to Tampa. In Miami, $500,000, please. How about $1 million? If we could all retire $1 million, that's really rich. I mean, yeah, you're retiring comfortably, but $1 million with the price of our inflation and stuff right now and stuff, yeah, you ain't gonna make it too long. If you were to retire right now and you retire with $1 million and you think you can invest that money in the bank and live on for the next 30 years, it ain't gonna go very far. So again, what do people consider rich? Now people can say, well, you're entitled. I'm not entitled. I'm not rich by any means. People don't know my living condition. I can tell you what, I've never been rich. I've busted my ass. I've been homeless. I've struggled my entire damn life. So I'm not sitting here trying to act like something I'm not. I'm not sitting here going, oh yeah, I'm loaded in dough. I'm just trying to tell people, I think it's just your self-worth, your self-value. What are you comparing this against? But people are like, they get online, they want to brag, right? Everybody's got to get their clout, talk about what they got. And then the thing is, too, again, not trying to promote any of this, but when you do get people to get online, and then you're going to get somebody that's going to come up and they're going to pull your card. Oh, really? Because again, why would you go on the internet and be dumb enough? Because you see it all the time. Some of these rappers or so-called, what are SoundCloud rappers, Spotify and all that crap. Look at me, bling, 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 bling. A lot of times that's not even real money, fake money that they print. And then sometimes they do got real money. But then again, everything's always about image, right? Standing in front of a freaking Beamer or some Lambo or a Bugatti, and it's not even your damn car. Acting like you got a fleet of cars. I'm not going to say there are some wealthy YouTubers and stuff out there. The majority, no. Now, the thing is, some of these people, they might act like they have so much stuff, but some of them just don't know how to handle finances. They might have a lot of money at the time, but they don't finance the money very well. And then they buy a lot of dumb stuff. And then finally, when the IRS comes and they don't pay their taxes, then guess what happens? They end up losing everything. And next thing you know, you're like, how in the world could this musician who sat here, $30 million, you would think, man, they should be pretty much set for life. And then all of a sudden, within 2 years later, they're freaking broke. Nobody's helping them. And you're like, how could this be? I mean, we see it all the time. So my whole thing is and stuff, don't get caught up in the image. Don't get caught up on what people want to present online and how they want to act. At the end of the day, see people for just truly what they are. If somebody, the first thing they got to do is tell you, hey, yeah, I do this and blah, blah, blah. And they just keep bragging. Who likes those people? I don't really like somebody that's going to come up and introduce themselves and start bragging. I mean, it's cool you want to tell people about, hey, this is what I do for a career and all that stuff. Okay, guess what? Most people got a job. But we don't let that job always identify us. And I'm very proud of what I do. And that's like other people should be proud of what you do and stuff. Right? But at the end of the day, that's not exactly what makes you. I hope it don't. Because again, are you a good person? Again, what does good mean? Yeah? Are you funny? Do you have morals? Do you have scruples? Do you actually stand for anything? Like there's a lot that makes a person. Do you have integrity? If you're wrong, do you tell people, hey, I'm wrong? Are you the type of person if you're right, you're gonna be, yeah, I told you I was right. Blah blah blah. Like this ain't like being children. Do other people respect you? Do you have, just self-value, self-worth of other people? Do you have empathy for other people? Now again, this is the standards I try to live my life by. Now, can I tell everybody they should live their life? No. In the United States? No. You have the right to be a piece of shit. Now, again, that's my view of it. Some people can think they're really doing a really good thing, and they're standing up for principle and all that. No. I respect freedom of speech, 100%. Speech I agree with, speech I don't agree with. I always respect that. You know why? Because I can be vocal and have a conversation back with you or rebuttal. That's why I love the freedom of speech. We can discuss ideas, challenge ideas. That's how we make people greater. And the thing is, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about expanding our minds and exploring and hopefully trying to make a difference in the world. It's something bigger than all of us. And that we can make an impact. And that we leave this world a better place than when we entered it. That's what I hope. For myself. But at the end of the day, sometimes we're going to take some bodies with us. There's going to be a lot. Just because somebody has an opinion does not mean it's a good opinion. Somebody has an idea. Not all ideas are good ideas. When people try to say every opinion, every opinion is a good opinion, right? Everybody should. But yeah, you could say it. That don't mean it's good, and it'd be stupid. I could be that's stupid. That's the most dumbest opinion I ever heard in my life. And especially if it's going to come to like politicians or other people, it's going to take our money and then they're going to sit here and decide what's best. Oh, hell no. We elect you to do a job. And when you can't do it, that means you're incompetent. Therefore, we replace you and we get rid of you. Politicians are a dime a freaking dozen. But yet, You get some of these politicians to stay in there 30, 40, 50 years. They make a whole freaking career out of it. What do? They get freaking rich by the time they come in poor, but they come out richer than anything. Are we really that stupid? People need to wake up, Republicans and Democrats. And again, two different ideologies, but guess what? And sometimes it can be the same damn party. I'm tired of playing football games with the United States and the American citizens. I think a lot of us are just getting tired of it. At first, we were like, yeah. And then I guess, you finally hit a certain age, you start realizing it's not us, it's them. This whole idea, we're not divided as much as they think we are. Most people just will pay our taxes. We don't want to pay a lot of taxes. We want to pay our fair share. Just like the rich. People say, oh, the rich, they don't pay anything. Without the rich, none of us would have any damn jobs, and insurance would be out the freaking roof. So I don't know who these people are. And socialists and all that. See, that's why I think with America we got so many freedoms. You have a freedom to be a socialist, you have a freedom to be a communist. Even though these ideas, right, or ideology does not assimilate with our country. Like when they're talking about, like, when I say Muslims, I'm talking about radicals. That religion in its own, we are built on a Judeo-Christianity, right? Now we have a Bill of Rights that has freedom of religion. You can believe in whatever religion you want. And you can also not believe in any religion. That is fine. But when now you are in a position of power, having to decide for other people, and I kind of feel the same way when it comes to Christian beliefs. When you are in office, I understand you're going to be morally led by whatever faith or religion you have. But when you start making it vocal and speaking, you understand you have to be thinking about all the other people that you represent that might not believe in the same God that you do or whatever. But hopefully, morally, right, and ethically, you got everybody's best interest at heart. Now again, I'm not looking for a utopia. I'm just looking for some type of assimilation. Because honestly, America's starting to get a really scary place. And when we start calling people, see, the white thing, I think we were just an easy target. White, bigot, Christian, straight, blah, blah, blah. I do agree, most white guys, we were attacked the most. Thing is, we can take it. I was going to say, white men out there, white, Christian, heterosexual, straight men, we can take it. You're strong. We can take it. Don't let all these people try to break you down and make you feel guilty about anything. Unless you are a piece of shit and a racist and stuff, then hey, then do you. If that's really what you are. But I know the majority of us are not that. We did build this country. We will continue to build the country. And again, men in general, black, Asian, Chinese, whatever you want to be, Mexican, whatever. The hate that's come down upon us, again, I'm not saying I hate all females because I don't. But feminism, I can't stand it. Feminism has caused a very big destruction within our country. They are broken men, separated men from their families just so they could get freaking cheap welfare. And black women, 100% you did that to the black men. That's why a lot of the black men got incarcerated. Because when you take away somebody's job, what other dignity do they have? So they're going to hustle. Because they got kicked out of their homes. You stripped them from their families. And the women didn't care. And again, our government did that. And was it racist to do it? Of course it was. Lyndon B. Johnson said it 100%. He's going to have them N-words voting for the next 300 years. And that's exactly what they did. They've never got off that damn plantation. And it's not being racist. It's just being honest. Wake the hell up. White people, Mexicans, blacks, we're all not divided. Asians. If you are an American citizen, we are Americans. We are all protected underneath that Bill of Rights. And when I say American, legal. If you came over into this country, and again, I can be a bigot, racist. I got Mexican friends, I got whatever. And they don't always agree with me, but you'll be surprised, many do. Many of my friends did come over here legally. Their family made a lot of sacrifices to sit here and work, and they built their own small businesses up. The ones that they don't like are the ones that are coming over here that did not go by and do the system, and they're working for cheaper labor, and they're undercutting a lot of the guys that do actually work in the fields and all that. They don't like these people. They do not want them here. And I do agree with many people, the businesses that are hiring these people and paying them and doing the visas, no, I think that's wrong too. Now people say give it to the American workers. Yes, if American workers will do it and stuff. However, pay them a fair wage. They should not be sitting here getting paid under minimum. That should be illegal. Everybody should get minimum wage. But I'm not saying a $25, $30 minimum wage. Normal minimum wage. $7.50, $8 an hour, $9. I understand it's hard work and stuff, but guess what? Even when I first started working, I wasn't even making that much. And I understand the price of living and all that stuff. Agreed. But guess what? That's why you get skills. And trust me, I know many of these immigrants that come over here, they're making a very nice bunch of money. They send a lot of money back home. They live a very modest life. Very hard workers, though. I will not take that away from them. Very hard workers. But they know how to play the system. You understand? They get benefits as well. So the thing is, yeah, they're getting a lot of perks. When you start adding in those perks and stuff, an average American citizen ain't getting that. And the part that really rubs a lot of people, especially here in Florida, and again, immigrants you want to call us, because most of us are immigrants. But again, it's when the illegals, undocumented, and again, there's no undocumented, they're called illegal immigrants. If you cross that border, and I don't care whenever you came over, you broke the law. If you don't like the law, then the laws need to be changed and you need to vote. Now again, if you're an illegal, you don't get a vote. And having a voter ID in America is not racist. It makes no freaking sense. We're in 2026. You're trying to tell me we can have computers and phones and all, but nobody can have, we don't know how to get a damn ID? That's a joke. It's just an excuse so people can still keep stealing and taking off with elections and race baiting people. That's all it's about, power, and both sides do it. So again, we're just keeping everything 100 and keeping it completely real. So again, racism, whatever people want to call it, if I'm completely wrong, please debunk me. Tell me where I'm wrong. And the thing is, even if you feel I'm wrong, then you're pretty much half the country must be wrong. And I guess we're all freaking racist. Let's quit making the excuses and finding all these differences to where your arguments just, they're false. You don't have strong arguments. You have weak policies. Your policies are no good. The Democratic Party, and again, when I say Democrat, I'm not talking about traditional Democrats. I agree with a lot of things with the most traditional Democrats. I'm more of a moderate, honestly, kind of in the middle. But the party has been hijacked. Same thing I feel like kind of with the conservative party now. Even though Trump got in and stuff, again, Trump the man, I do not like. His morals, his ethics, I don't agree with. And the part when he did that stuff over Easter, insulting. And then trying to play off, I thought it was a doctor. Dude, you act like you were Jesus Christ. You get into an argument with the Pope. There's all these other things going on I don't understand. And his little, what is it called? Spiritual advisor, Paula White or whatever, she's garbage. That lady is not a Christian at all. And again, people can be upset or hate me. No, she does not speak on behalf of Christians or my faith or my God. And anybody also believes in that whole prosperity preaching and stuff, I will debate you as well. A day of reckoning is finally coming. Christians need to stand up. Know your Bible, know your verses. And again, we can agree to disagree on certain things, but many things there's no disagreement on. And at the end of the day, I hope everybody finds salvation through Jesus Christ and be saved. I can't save you. None of us can save you. We can't save each other. Only God can. And all I can do is challenge you and plant a seed. And hopefully the Holy Spirit and a discerning spirit will help you find that salvation. I'm trying to see. Is my stream still going? Oh, okay. It paused for a second. I thought my stream ended. All right. Well, I'm right at 6 hours. So on that note, everybody, I truly, truly thank you. I will definitely leave my links to my 2 new YouTube channels in the description after this post. And I'll see you guys. Let's see, today's Thursday. So, yeah, I will see you guys actually Saturday in the afternoon, later on in the afternoon. And I will be doing some karaoke for Nene Day's birthday celebration. So I'll be working on that. And hopefully I'll see you guys in the Discord. Like I said, invites in the description of the video or on my YouTube channel. And I hope to see you guys there. And yeah, on that, hope everybody has a great rest of your day. And hopefully we'll do some more tech stuff. And then, like I said, we'll definitely have more conversations. So I'll talk to you guys later. And it's like, oh yeah, it's 2 in the morning. So you guys have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys later. Stay safe. Hoorah, Semper Fi. Have a good one. Love you guys. Bye-bye.